It's Championship Sunday for the Innovation Cup. We started with 32 players and we've now narrowed it down only to 8. Hi, by the way, I'm Lemonkiwi. I'll be your host for today. If you missed the first 2 days of action, here's how the tournament worked out. Let's break down the format nice and simple. We had 32 players. 28 of them came from the tippity top of the North American ladder, 4 of them coming from the people who placed 5th through 8th from the mid-set finale, so those who failed to qualify for the regional finals. We have 6 games per day. Every 2 games are reshuffled because we've had numerous lobbies. And then from day 1, we cut 32 players in half, not physically, but 16 moved on to day 2. And now we are in day 3, where only 8 remain. And the seeding of those initial lobbies depends on how well you performed in that previous day. Now let's talk about what's on the line. The bread, the opportunities, there's plenty of them. A $10,000 prize pool for the players only that made it into day 2, so the top 16. But of course, the more you grow, the more you earn. Top 4, $1,000 minimum. But not only do the top 4 get more money, they get a ticket to the regional finals. And if you do well at the regional finals, you're going to the World Championship against the global competition. And, well, if you don't get those top 4 placings, if you don't get those tickets to the regional finals today, well, you can depend on the 10 spots that are available for the top players based on qualifier points. And here's how that is distributed. But I'm not alone on the desk. I know we have a ton of players still left today, but joining me by my side, pleasure to announce a lead designer of TFT, duetting also as a caster. It's Mortdog, and veteran analyst and ladder menace, Doa. I had to change up the title for you. Doa, how's it going? We had an exciting first 2 days of Innovation Cup.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd call myself a ladder menace, but it's definitely been a great weekend here at the Innovation Cup. We've seen a lot of great games. I'm certainly inspired to become more of a ladder menace as time goes on after this tournament. I feel like I've learned a lot, so maybe in the future, but at least for now, lots of great games here today to look forward to, not played by me.
Hey, I'm down to watch you too, Mortdog. It's been a true test of adaptation from our players, to prepare for this weekend since the update on Wednesday. But an exciting turn of events to see kind of which players were able to just figure out the meta in such a short amount of time.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun seeing which comps work, which comps haven't. I think we've seen a lot of some of the stuff we expected, Debonair, Syndicate, Innovator, but we've also seen some stuff we haven't expected, things like those Arcanist comps doing well, as well as just unique variations, item placements, things like that. So it's been really nice to see sort of, again, that high skill cap being applied to TFT and showing how the best of the best can really play the game right now.
Oh yeah, I remember that Mutant Crest, Irelia, and just so many different weird things. We've seen full Arcanist traits and everything. So a lot of creativity has been brought out. Well, let's bring out the qualifier point standings to see where our players are lining up based on those points that we've been given away, and also the points that they've earned through our other Gizmos and Gadgets tournaments. So, Doa, can you give us some context on really what is the point threshold that you're needing to get to regionals?
Well, it was calculated by people much better at math than me. It would be around 69 points would be the cutoff. Now, obviously, that can change. If some of the players near the top of the list with the higher levels of points get to the NA regionals just by taking a top 4 today, then they're kind of taken out. And so the point amount you need kind of goes down a little bit, but that could change as well. If they do poorly, bot 4, it might go up. So we'll have to keep an eye on it towards the end of the day, but the players that are highlighted on that list are the players that are going to be competing in our top 8 today.
Yep, if you're grayed out, you're out. And DQA and Setsuko, don't worry about them. They have already qualified from a top 4 finish from the mid-set finale. And if you aren't just tuning in, well, here's what our players have cooked up in the first 2 days in terms of compositions. So, Mortdog, since the Wednesday update, here are the popular compositions. Is this what is aligning with what you thought was going to be strong? Any kind of big shifts between what we saw from day 1 and day 2?
Yeah, I think this kind of tells the story of comfort right now. Everyone's liking sort of that 5 Innovator, and then they kind of surround it with some various things, whether it be like a Jhin, a Jace, an Aurelia. We've even seen Draven version. So that 5 Innovator does create like a really nice core right now that a lot of people have been playing. Syndicate, we've seen both the Ashe and Ahri variation, but we've also seen you can kind of see that top 4% number kind of drop down. These sort of reliable comps aren't necessarily having like amazing statistics or anything like that. They're just kind of what everyone's opted into for this tournament. And if anything, I think some of the things not on this graph are the ones that have kind of been the highlights, right? We talked about Arcanist only being played twice, but getting those 2 first places. And so under the right conditions, those can be really good. And then the other one I have to call out here is the Twin Shot Flex. Twin Shot Flex has been very, very good in the mid game, getting a 50% top 4 rate, which is good. But as you see, it really struggles to seal the deal and get that win. So that's kind of a comp if maybe you're looking for a consistent top 4. But again, if you need that first place, maybe stay away from those guys.
Yeah, Innovator, of course, it's most popular when you think about the Twitch 3-star and Aurelia being some of the favorite carries. Twin Shot, anything from GP, Lucian, Jinx, maybe some Corki here and there. So, yeah, I think a lot of comfort, especially on just such short notice. And we have our lobby, only 8 players are here, so it's easy to just only zoom in on these 8 players. And if you have any favorites, chat, of people you're cheering on, can you guess who's going first? Can you guess who's going 8th? We had Pawn Up, our number 1 player from day 1, Nico, who was our number 1 player from day 2. If you're big fans of them, well, show it. Go to the Fantasy TFT app by Ball Street. You can also go to fantasytft.com. It's a game available on both PC and mobile, completely free to play, where you can invest free money into guessing. It's kind of like a stock market. And if you're very bad at stocks, just like I am, well, there's a great how-to video for beginners on fantasytft.com to show you how to get started. So we will head into our lobby shortly, where Doa, we've had a lot of favorites coming in. Is there one player whose story you're really looking forward to just seeing more of today?
We've actually got so many entertaining players in this top 8. It's going to be really fun. I mean, the couple of the players that jump out at me, Ramkev is a big one. He's a player that took a first place with a Kazakhs carry yesterday, and it was not part of a mutant comp or anything like that. It was just a couple assassins, and then Scrap was the other big trade, if I remember correctly. So really kind of innovating, the namesake of the tournament there. Spicy Appies is a player that I mentioned earlier in the weekend that I've really liked watching. He's kind of struggled a little bit this tournament. He barely made it through yesterday on a last-minute first place in the final game. So I feel like he's going to need to play a little bit better, but always, I think, one of the better AP-focused players we have in North America. But, I mean, I could just go on and on. I mean, you've got Goobums and then some of the newer names, right? Like Malala's kind of a surprising one to see up there. Kev Chen as well. So we've got a big variety, and we've got a variety not only in names and history with TFT Esports, but also in terms of play style. So I think we're going to see a lot of good stuff.
Yeah, I know, Mortdog. It's been cool to see Spicy Appies play, truly showing the strength and the viability of AP comps. Even Brand Reroll, we saw him, I believe, win in one of the first games yesterday or day one. So yeah. Does that give you some good hints on how maybe AP can still compete with the AD comps?
Yeah, I think so, and I think it's really going to come down to the right conditions. And so he definitely had the good conditions there. And if you can get the right augments and the right things going, I think really a lot of comps can work right now. So we'll have to see if he can get those same conditions.
Yeah, especially with how much Singer reroll and Brand reroll has surprisingly squeaked into her top 4, or sometimes if it doesn't hit, it ends up in the bottom 4. But our game is ready. Carousel is turning. Our players are fired up, and so are our casters. Mortdog and Doa, take us through it.
Oh yeah, thanks Lemonkiwi. Here we go. Mortdog, game number 1 of the final day of the Innovation Cup. On board with Iniko as he has gotten a Ziggs with a tier start. One of those starts we talked about, where it's great when you can grab something off Carousel with an item that it uses, but check that out. There's a Lucian out of that first orb, so already a pretty solid 3 cost to kind of roll with.
Yeah, I think Lucian has been kind of the terror of the mid game.
Oh, yeah.
You can get like a blue buff on him, or actually in this tournament it's been much more static. Shiv, Morello, and Gunblade have been very good items to put on him. He can tear through, get a Corki. Also has the option here for that early Yordles if he wants to go more econ based.
Ooh.
In fact, gets the free Poppy too, which is not too bad here. So it has a couple options here whether to go the Hextech route. Augment wise, not really. Like, this is what you call kind of the boring start. You got 3 pretty generic tier 1 augments here. Weak spot for that anti-heal, Exiles for a little extra strength, and Phony Frontline, which can open up some options. I'm guessing Phony Frontline here, but could go with a weak spot also.
Yeah, I think a lot of people be leaning phony frontline these days. That's the way that Iniko is going to go as well. Exiles, because you don't know if you're going to want to build a board where people are going to need to be next to each other, so it's a little bit hard to pick that one right off the bat. So this is kind of the best blanket overall pick. And check it out. He's already got 2 Striker, 2 Hextech. So even though he found that Poppy 2, the traits are just a little bit better that he can kind of roll with that. But you can see he's sort of keeping a lot of things in mind too. There's another Ziggs in the shop. So with that Blitzcrank, you could have Scrap as well. He's 1 away from 4 Hextech, which is a great early and mid-game build to sort of like just ride through and keep your HP high. So Iniko's got some pretty good options started here.
Yeah, for sure. Hextech's been a trait that can do really well in Stage 2 and even Stage 3, but we've seen basically fall off pretty much most of the tournament.
Oh, yeah.
And so it can end up pretty risky here. Looking at the augments, Kev Chen has that duet. That's looking like kind of the big winner here. Malala and Tricked both have that blue battery, which can be good if you go kind of an AP comp or even something like a Lucian with those rapid casts, maybe an Ari. Spicy Appy taking Knife's Edge, which we haven't seen a lot of this tournament. So I'll be curious to see if that gets played. Goobums with the weak spot, Nico with the target dummies, and then Ramkev with keepers, which kind of feels like a little bit of a low roll in the early game, but can give you some extra effective health in the late game.
I am kind of surprised with Spicy Appies on Knife's Edge, because that's not only an augment that we haven't seen a lot this tournament, like you mentioned, it's also an augment that I feel like I don't see Appies take a whole lot, just because that usually leans towards an AD comp. So I'm curious what his boards are going to look like as the game goes on. That's a little bit out of uncharacteristic for him. Well, here's Kevchen in the meantime. Scrap Bodyguard. Looks like he's got that Nocturne 2, I believe. Yep, or Ramkev, actually, is who we're going to look at. Kevchen is the person he was playing against. Not a bad start
Ramkev
there.
is the one who got that Keeper's Augment, and that can, like I said, that can be a little weak in the early game, because right now it's basically giving your team around 300 to 450 effective health, based on the way you group up. You can see the Ezreal touching 3 other units, getting that 450 health shield. Has the Ezreal too, but built the Hurricane. Hurricane's an item that I think we've seen fall off pretty dramatically ever since Yone and Fiora have gone out of the set. And so it's interesting to see that item get slammed so early.
Yeah, I am kind of wondering. I mean, your other options would be something like a Static Shiv, which I feel like is an item we see pop up in a lot of compositions these days. Not as like a BIS item for many heroes, but just something that, again, helps you kind of carry through Stage 2, Stage 3, and isn't that bad in the late game. So I'm a little bit surprised about that. See what it ends up being. Meanwhile, we've got the GP on the other side for Goobums. So this looks pretty strong. I mean, it looks like it might not be enough to win this particular round. Yeah, so Nocturne gets blown up by the Ziggs, but with that Locket, if he can 2-star a couple things, Goobums looks like he's going to be in pretty good shape. Otherwise, for Ramkev, it looks like he might kind of be in that awkward win-loss scenario here in Stage 2.
Yeah, he's got that early Bodyguard, which gives you a very strong front line against anything physical. And you saw Goobums had that Gangplank that really is going to struggle to get through those 2 Bodyguards.
Yeah.
Does have a pretty strong, the fact he got 2-star Poppy and Darius, 2-star Ezreal, this is a very strong board. Can take that 2-star Camille, level up, next turn, have a really strong level 5 board, but still doesn't really have any great direction here. And again, I'm really curious to see where... I do like this play. This gives him Yordles. This will build up extra economy. He's getting extra value from the Keeper. This is a good play. I'm just really curious where we see this go, because again, Hurricane, not a popular item this tournament so far.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of, who we see Hurricane on, and I can think of, like, Jinx is not a bad option, I guess, but I struggled to think of a lot of other good ones right now that can make great use of it. Like maybe Tryndamere, I guess, sometimes, but it's definitely a little bit odd, so we'll have to keep an eye on that. 2-4 Carousel, see what people get.
Yeah, definitely, like I said, Hurricane, you're maybe looking for Draven, Tryndamere, a couple of those challengers. Jinx is a good one. Jinx may be the play here if he's considering just going Scrap Keepers. Scrap Keepers giving you a ton of effective health here. And we talked about this the last 2 days, how the way to make Jinx succeed is keep her alive, and one great way to do that is an enormous shield at the start of combat. But we've also talked about how relying on a 5 cost as your endgame carry can be very risky, because those 5 costs are really hard to hit at level 8 nowadays.
Yeah, almost like you're playing Rebels if you go for that Keeper Scrap Jinx. A little bit similar.
Ooh, so
Okay.
Yeah, we're on Kevchen's board, and he's got that duet, like I called out. Very powerful augment in the early game. Sometimes you have to risk it because you don't know where the hexes are going to be. This is a great Senna position because you've got that hex in the back with really good Senna items. So you can see he's already put that Infinity Edge, kind of looking like a Senna composition. Could also be an Aurelia composition, so it keeps it pretty flexible. And then getting the other one right there in the line of sight means Senna's ult will likely hit that target, healing them up, doing some extra damage here. So this is a pretty nice start for Kevchen.
Yeah, not bad. We did see a Senna reroll take a first yesterday. So that was a Spicy Appy's miracle first at the end of the day to get his spot in the top 8. So it's something that's been around. It's something that's kind of emerged a little bit since 12.5, 12.4, something like that.
Yep.
6.5 just in general. Seems good. And it's good enough to take a chunk out of Spicy Appy's anyway right now.
Yeah, again, Duet not only giving you the second Hex, but also giving each of those characters plus 200 health. And so Nocturne, who's another champion that's kind of a terror in Stage 2, doing a lot of damage with that bonus health, that bonus damage, and allowing him to pretty quickly get to level 5. He can sell these Caitlyn's here, get up to 20 gold. If he can preserve this win streak, this will be a great spot to be in going into Stage 3.
Yeah, 100%. It's always nice when you can start to build a board that you intend to just not change all that much in the early game. I'd like to see him go with the Senna reroll. I feel like we haven't seen enough of that in the tournament. Feels like it's been kind of underused. Going up against Tricked right now. Tricked has struggled a little bit. 78 HP in the lobby right now. Looks like he's maybe thinking about going for that Syndicate Ashe build as he started to put together some of the pieces for it, but the items aren't really there yet in terms of slams. I mean, it seems like Tricked is really kind of going all in on the Ashe and being very greedy with all of it. And we've seen that kind of crash and burn, most notably Voidsons at the end of the day yesterday. That was rough to watch.
Yeah, it was such a contrast because yesterday we actually saw Malala, who got that one-for-all augment, turn that into an Ashe and become a super strong finish.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we called it almost from the minute they got the augment. But then Voidsin had the exact same experience, got the one-for-all augment, but unfortunately the Ashes ended up being too contested and he crashed and burned in 8th place. And so, yeah, being, again, this Ashe reroll comp, Ashe not really that great until you get the 5 Syndicate online and get the multiplicative items on Ashe, allowing her to do a ton of damage. You need that Infinity Edge, maybe that Giant Slayer. And so until then, you're kind of weak. And so we see Tricked at 68 health, Malala at 66. Not really the position you want to be at. At least gets the glove here, so he can get that Infinity Edge. Maybe if he gets another sword, he can go Infinity Edge, Giant Slayer. We'll also need a Last Whisper, but yeah, this is not really where you want to be when you're playing this composition.
Yeah, pretty awkward so far, not finding an Ashe 2 or anything. Goes for the Last Whisper instead of the IE, it looks like, in this particular case. I wonder if maybe part of the theory, too, is that less people are going to be going with the Ashe reroll in this lobby, which you kind of look across the lobby, and there's a good amount of people that kind of lean AP almost, especially like Ramkev and Appy's kind of jump to mind with that. So maybe you got a better chance to try to force it 20 out of 20 if you want to, but it's going to be rough. You always run such a big risk when you go for these low-cost reroll comps.
Yeah, for sure, especially if you don't hit pretty quickly.
Right.
On the other side, we see Aniko. Aniko has that 3 twin shot. This is the point in
Wow.
the game when that 3 twin shot can do a lot. You see that Lucian just unleashing a bunch of damage, even got an extra gold from the Gangplank. So that is the spot you really want to be in with that new 3 twin shot breakpoint. Even with the Lucian 1, it just unloads a lot of damage.
Yeah, and, not even like ideal items. Hand of Justice is fine for the Lucian, but you see people going for things like Morello, Amakan early on if they can, just because you can spread it around. Yeah, the Ari. All right, so that's another Syndicate. Closer to 5 Syndicate that way. Just needs to find like a Braum, possibly. There it is. Wow. Are you kidding me? Level 6 Braum and Ari. So could jump right into 5 Syndicate if he wanted to, and of course he does. And,
yeah, the interesting thing here is without the Ashe, though, this is still not really where you want to be.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the funny thing is that without the Ashe 2, this composition still lacks a certain punch that you're looking for in Stage 3, but that just happens sometimes. I'll never forget the moment in Stage 3 or in Set 3 where I got a 4-cost 3-star in Fizz before I even found a Rumble 2 as a 3-cost. So it does happen every once in a while, but never feels good.
Yeah, exactly. And so, yeah, rolling all the way down to level 6 0 gold, still having to play that Ashe 1. Ashe 1 up against Gnar on the other side.
Oh.
Not really the spot you want to be in, so
Yeah,
I don't expect Trick to be taking a lot of rounds right now.
probably not. You know, at the minimum, that Ash 2 needs to come through. Other than that, I mean, you got to be a little bit careful here because, you know, are you going to roll more? Oh, and these augments,
Oof.
not really the greatest for what. Well, now we're on board actually with Spicy Appies, so never mind. That wasn't tricked. Spicy Appies, that's okay. He does kind of like to play, again, you know, this AP style. So you do see Enchanters worked in there more often. He's got 2 in there already. And the big thing is with that locket, that Ardent Sensor is going to pay dividends because that shield is going to give you that attack speed boost right away.
Yeah, the fact that he already had the locket built and then hits the Ardent Sensor here while already playing a Lulu 2, that is huge. Gives him a lot of effective health. And so this is a really unique adaptation here. We're seeing Gnar carry with the Knife's Edge, with the Ardent Sensor. This is just a very interesting version of the composition. Unfortunately, it's not going to allow him to take advantage of the Socialite Hex, but that's really not that big a deal here. And the other thing here is that with this positioning, the Echo ult should be able to hit his front line, which gives them that extra attack speed. And so if we watch this Gnar, we should see that Gnar attacking almost double as fast as we would normally. And so that should hopefully be pretty good. Hopefully, you can get some items on that, get it up to par. Has that Zephyr on the bench, so this feels like a very strong mid-game board that may struggle to turn into a strong late-game board, though. But yeah, look at that Gnar attack speed. That guy is just cranking it.
I like it. I like it. This is, you know, classic Appies being a little bit wild with the build, and it's working well, you know? I mean, Gnar's always been one of those champions since 6.5 hit that it's like he's so close to being like a legit 3-cost carry where he can work, but only in very specific circumstances. So is this that, or, you know, are we going to see probably what's more likely is some sort of transition to a 4-cost carry later on?
So on the augment side, we're not seeing too much crazy stuff. Malala got Socialite Heart, which is interesting. We already talked about Spicy Appies. Trick's taking that second wind, which you know I'm not a fan of. Pawn up with the back foot. But the big one to call out here, Ramkev got Innovator Heart. Right. Innovator Heart is that really powerful tier 1 augment that allows you to hit the 5 Innovator early. It opens you up to the 7 Innovator option. And so Ramkev is definitely going to be someone to watch here with that augment.
With keepers as well, he's able to kind of group everything up, keep it safer. I mean, Innovators is one of those compositions where you do see a lot of boards kind of grouped up anyway, so it just sort of plays into that. We're going to check out Pawn Up's board for now. He was able to hit Mercenaries. I believe Goobums was playing Mercenaries as well a little bit earlier, so a couple players kind of going for it. But the question is... Oh, go ahead.
He's only at 2 losses here, though, so this is definitely not the Mercenary board you're looking for. Already at 57 health with no major cash out to look forward to. This is not the position you want to be in. And look at that. On the other side, by the way, we get a view of Tricked, who is still on Ash 1 and has that second win augment. Oof.
That's so painful to see. Like, I feel bad for Tricked right now to go this far into 3-5 and still not finding that 2-cost carry. And I don't think he's really contested here either. So it's just kind of a matter of not getting the shops rolling in your favor. And that hurts. I mean, this is one of those fights, too, where you look at the health on the other side and you kind of think to yourself, yeah, maybe an Ash 2 would have been enough to win that one. Either way, Trick down to sub 40 HP before Wolves. That's pretty disastrous.
Yeah, for sure. Pawn Up here, though, is going to have to figure out what he wants this board to be. Gets a glove, which is unfortunate because the only thing he can make is a second Infinity Edge with that. Maybe, hopefully, he can get a Last Whisper. Maybe turn this into something like an Aurelia board. But otherwise, this is not a great... Like I said, it's all about how you transition this into a late game board, and so we'll have to keep an eye on that. But using that twin shot mid game, which is good, but again, how do you turn it into a late game?
Well, I feel like we're going to see a little bit of saving and then maybe a little bit of a roll down at 4-1 to try to hit some 4-costs. Just get something that sort of inspires you. Ooh, Enforcer on that Cassidon. So the front line with a little bit late start here. And there's only 1 stars besides that Cassidon. So this board is going to get chewed through really fast, especially by that Lucian 2 on the other side for Iniko. And that's going to be a rough loss for Pawn Up. Big HP loss, down to sub 50 health himself before Wolves.
Yeah, you can see Iniko only has level 710 gold, but he is playing a strong win streak board, sitting at 92 health. Win streaking into this round will get his economy up pretty quickly here.
Right.
And so hopefully we get a good sign of what Pawn Up is considering here. We do see on the other side, Goobums down to 36, so he's struggling a little bit. Tricked did finally win a round, so maybe hopefully he hit that Ash too. But yeah, and then like I said, we want to keep an eye on Ramkev with that Innovator Heart, because that's going to be a big one to see. Can he get that 5 Innovator online quickly? Does he maybe luck into that Jace and hit that 7 Innovator?
Yeah, just getting some info from our producers too. It looks like Goobums did cash out. He got a Thieves Gloves tier and 6 gold. So it wasn't a huge cash out, but still a decent benefit from Mercenaries. So I'd say probably worth. We're going to look at his board right now, and it's looking pretty strong. 3 Twin Shot. We've got, it seems like a few players trying to go for Twin Shot here, although that may change. Although that may not change, actually, now that he hits the GP2. What he's going to go for?
Yeah, I think right now he's trying to figure out if he wants to go Twin Shot or if he wants to go Draven.
Yeah.
He's got that Draven option. Does hit the VIP Draven here, which is big. Those items he's got on the Gangplank are very good for Draven. Also has the Kai'Sa, which can give him the 2 Challenger. And Kai'Sa, not particularly strong by herself, but as a secondary carry can allow for some extra wins. So now he's got to figure out a way to get this Draven 2. Get 3 Debonair in to benefit from that VIP bonus. But otherwise, we've seen, again, Draven be one of those comps that can do very well here.
Yeah, I mean, it didn't look like a board where you would kind of stick with the Twin Shot for too much longer, but at the same time, he's in a situation where he's level 7, has only 3 gold. He's got 2 Dravens, but you're kind of hoping you just roll one, because you're certainly not going to be able to roll for it yourself, you know?
Yeah, I'm expecting to see a big transition here. Try to get that Leona in so he can get the 3 Debonair going.
Right.
But again, without that Draven 2, though, and he's so low on gold and health right now, this is going to be very challenging to come back from unless he can find, that Draven 2 and get really lucky. Otherwise, this could be a quick crash and burn for Goobums.
Oh,
it's
Leona
the Leona
2.
at least. Yeah, that's a nice spike. Is going to put that lock in on the back line, hopefully.
No bodyguard though. It's a little bit awkward having the Sejuani and the Leona in there. 1 bruiser, 1 bodyguard, so you've got just a little bit weaker of a front line. It's still 2 strong 2-stars though, so at least you've got that going for it. But you need to provide that Draven with a lot of time. I don't know if you're going to get that right now. Is that a Kha'Zix on the other side? It is. All right.
It is. Yep.
Interesting. Ramkev back to his old Kha'Zix tricks that we saw yesterday.
Ooh,
Not enough
Draven,
though.
ooh.
Oh, Draven's pretty good. What can you say?
Yeah, the big thing there was the Echo with the Frozen Heart was really locking that Draven into place. But thankfully, the Syndra's there to help out and toss that around and get him out of that sticky situation. So we see here with the Socialite has the Senna going. This is interesting because we know someone else in the lobby had the duet with the Senna. So this might mean the Senna players are contesting themselves. Malala has 6 of them here, so that's pretty good. Has the 5 Innovator with that. But can they turn that into a Senna 3? If not, that could be a pretty big challenge here.
Yeah, I feel like a player like Appies is going to look at this board and be like, all right, it's not Senna, and maybe use it until you can get rid of it. So I'm curious what his board looks at right now. We'll probably see it soon. Meanwhile, Tricked on the other side, he did find the Ashe too. Pretty good items, but that Echo in the back line slowing everything down, it's so rough. Oh man, that Orianna ult just ended this. All right.
Yeah, it's an Ashe 2 with no other Ashes. This is what we saw this happen to Void Sin. We're seeing this happen to Tricked. If you try to play this Ashe comp and you try to force it when you're not getting it, this is what happens. You end up in a very bad situation, and you have to call out that Echo just shutting it down completely, preventing the Ashe from basically doing any damage, and Tricked may not live to see his 3rd augment.
I think you're probably right. I mean, when it comes down to it, I feel like the moral of the Ashe reroll story that we've seen this weekend is that in the right circumstances, it can be one of the strongest comps in the game, but it's not forcible. Like if you try to just go for it every single game, it's one of those comps that I think it's too easy to hemorrhage a lot of HP in stage 3 and survive to even a top 4. So it's good, but I feel like it's only usable in more specific circumstances than people kind of think maybe right now.
Yeah, again, I really like this board from Spicy Appies, showing how you can be innovative in this state, using that Locket and the Gnar to get himself to level 8 with a good amount of gold to roll from here. Is going to get that Frozen Heart Echo. We're seeing a lot of that to shut down the backlines. Has 4 Scrap to give a lot of shield. The Lulu Locket Ardent Sensor, using Nice Edge by being willing to put Lulu on the front line, Orianna on the front line. This is such a creative composition. I'm really happy to see this, but again, we do want to see how this becomes an endgame composition.
It's a podcast battle as Spicy Appies goes up against Ramkev here. Ramkev with that strong innovator board, but the bear dropped fast, so we'll see if it's enough. That said, that Kha'Zix is starting to kind of go wild here, although it was stuck for a moment on the Echo. That's going to slow things down a little bit, and now it's just kind of the lone Kha'Zix. That Gnar is basically untouched, and as good as that Kha'Zix is looking, it's just not quite enough. The durability of the Gnar and the attack speed slow of the Echo kind of overcame there.
Really just a gnarly comp. And this is actually a little bit... Spicy Appies can take the Innovator Soul here, and I kind of expect him to. This will allow him to go all the way up to 5 Innovator very quickly. That is a very powerful augment when you're already in the Innovator tree. Socialite Soul is another temptation because it can allow you to go 5 Socialite. Yeah. But remember, he's got Nice Edge, and that Hex is on the back. So that's not going to be something he's interested in with this composition. And so we see, sure enough here, goes with the bear, and now can get that option. He could go 7 very quickly now. Innovator Soul, very easy to go 7 with. He's got that Zillion on the back. Even has the Singed. He could literally do it. I think he's 1 champion off.
Yeah.
I think he needs the Seraphine. He needs the Seraphine or the Jace, and he can get the Dragon in if he wants it.
Yep. I mean, with this, if you can go for 7 Innovator, 4 Scrap, like I'd say, why not? I mean, you don't need the Gnar. It's been good, but you can transfer those items onto something else, right? So 7 Innovators seems like a logical progression for this. See where it goes.
I do want to call out, by the way, that Tricked didn't get to see his 3rd augment, unfortunately. So
ouch.
That was definitely an Ashe crash and burn. And sure enough, here we see another Echo with Frozen Heart really shutting down that back line. That Senna having to attack very, very slowly here. Echo with Frozen Heart continues to be one of the best options. So pretty good there.
All right, well, we're going to catch the end of the Ramkev versus Pawnup fight here. A lot of damage. Pawnup looks like he might be eliminated. He is. -2. He is out in 7th. So another rough finish for Pawnup as well. Pawnup was kind of up and down in day 2. He was 1-7, 3-1, 8-5 were the scores over the course of the day. Played some Aurelia, played some Draven for his first, but yeah, it did seem to be a bit of a roller coaster in terms of results, and not a great start for him today.
Fascinating first lobby with 2 players out before Raptors. That is not something we saw a lot of yesterday. We definitely would see 1 player kind of low, but 2 already out in this position.
Right.
That's pretty wild. And so we get a good look at our augments here. Spicy Appy's the big winner with that Innovator Soul. Ramkev with the new recruits. Pawnup with the blue battery. Malala with Makeshift. Kevchen with Meditate. The rest look pretty generic. So not a lot of craziness here from the Prismatic augments. A lot of very safe picks. Meanwhile, Spicy Appies finds the Seraphine here. This is the moment where he can put the dragon in if he wants it. I really think he should, but we'll have to see if he feels the same way.
I totally agree.
There it is. There it is.
Makes sense. I mean, the Gnar has served you well, but at this point you can move those items onto the Aurelia like he's doing right there. You can maintain 7 Innovator and 4 Scrap. This is going to be a really, really strong board. 3 Scrap, excuse me, but you could probably fit 4 in again soon.
Yeah, the nice thing is he's got 50 gold. He'll probably go to 9 pretty quickly here.
Exactly.
On the other side, we do see Goobums does have that Draven with very, very good items. This is a really powerful Draven. Draven just eating through these low armor targets like the Dragon. And you can see Draven with the Bloodthirster. Does go infinite, allowing Goobums to get the win here. Draven with that Prismatic back foot as well, giving him a lot of attack speed.
Right. I mean, that's where Draven excels for sure. Oh, Spicy Appies does hit the Aurelia too. We're going to go check out Malala's board. They've hit a Senna 3 now with pretty awesome items. So yeah. I like the combination of what all of this gives you, right? You've got the power from the 5 Innovator. You've got Echo, who's going to be hugely disruptive in the enemy backline. And then you've got this Senna doing lots of damage, but also kind of keeping people fairly well healed. Malala looks like he's going to try to avoid some Zephyrs here. Not sure what's on some of the other boards, but that might be the reason for the move there. Doesn't need it this time.
This is a very powerful version. Unfortunately, isn't going to benefit from the Socialite Hex this time. Because the one thing is this Senna will be a little slow to cast. There's nothing really boosting its attack speed or mana generation.
True.
Other than Clockwork. But when he's on the 3 Socialite Hex, that'll give her a lot of extra mana generation. But this is maximum damage Senna. And you can see here, those ults hurt. And remember, all that damage is being healed to the rest of the team. Healed with the 2 Enchanter. If he can boost that up to 3 Enchanter, that'll be even more healing. So this is the power of Senna 3 that we've seen before.
Yeah, and if he can 2-star some of these units, like 2-starring the Vi, 2-starring the Jace, the Orianna, you've got that makeshift armor as well. So the sport is trying to be durable. I feel like it could be, but yeah, it's all about getting that Senna to cast ASAP.
Yeah, for sure. It's interesting because I know he's afraid of using this Hex because it's so counterable. And if
Yeah.
Senna gets hit by something like a big Zephyr or anything like that, that'll take it out pretty hard. But we can see how it does into this Draven matchup. And this should be a pretty good matchup for Senna, except for the fact that Draven will take a bunch of damage from these Senna ults and then heal it right back up. And so that's the hard part about dealing with Draven for this composition. And we can see here every time, yep, the Draven's just so powerful here. Draven just being one of the premier champions. We're seeing this a lot in like the China meta, for example. And Goobum's putting that on full display with Weak Spot as well, which stacks with Draven's passive Armor Ignore, giving him a very powerful version of that Draven.
Right. Onto the carousel. It's Kev Chen that we need to be worried about now, down to 9 HP. We'll see what he's able to grab. It's like he's going to be going for the Arcanist spat. Interesting. Okay. So I'll have to check out that board soon. Kev Chen yesterday had no first, but a good amount of top fours. Some of those were Ashe reroll, actually. 2 Dravens and a Jhin board. So a nice variety of AD here. Today, though, Kev Chen playing a Jhin board. Okay, yeah. So Socialite Jhin with some enchanters. Interesting combination in terms of like Jhin flex, I guess you could say.
Yeah, this board's looking pretty weak, unfortunately. We see the RE1, switches that out for the Victor. Does have a 3 Socialite Victor, which is okay, but it is still a Victor 1, which is going to make that really challenging. Galio 1 is not going to be that front line you're really looking for. Does give him 2 Bodyguard, but unfortunately, this feels like a pretty doomed scenario here. I feel like Kev Chen is kind of the weakest in the lobby, up against somebody with 2 Aries, which is so fascinating because Aniko, last time we saw him was playing Twin Shot, and has transitioned that completely out and somehow has 6 Aries now.
You know, that's the thing is when you've got these items like that, those Ari items, those work fine on Lucian, so he can actually be an Ari item holder, interestingly enough. Now, does this Victor get another cast off? Big Braum ultimate coming down.
Yep,
Victor casts. Orianna has a shield, and that's enough damage. Wow. Kev Chen stays alive just barely, and now it's Goobums and Ramkev joining him at sub 10 HP. You know, I feel like with this board, you're really looking for something like a Silco. You really want that Victor to cast as often and as early as possible.
Yeah, look at these health totals, by the way. Kev Chen at 9, Goobums at 5 with that Draven, Ramkev at 4, who had that Innovator Heart. This is a close lobby. And then the crazy thing to note is Spicy Appies, who played that wild Ardent Sensor Enchanter nonsense with Knife's Edge, sitting on the top of the lobby.
That's innovation. That's why we came here today, Mort, to see builds that we've never seen before.
Battle for 6th right here.
Yep, Goobums versus Kev Chen. That Draven going to work on the front line. But we'll see if the Victor casts get off. Here comes the first one. Is it going to be enough damage? Victor does go down. Does quite a bit of damage, though. And that Draven is going to be able to finish off anyway. The damage healed up. Kev Chen eliminated in what looks to be 6th place for now. Does Ramkev get taken out? He does, and he goes lower. So Kev Chen manages to grab a 5th. It's Ramkev in 6th at the end of game number 1. And that means we got our top 4. Spicy Appies, Malala, Iniko, and Goobums.
Yeah, Goobums has the Draven right now. Iniko sitting at 6 Aries, trying to see if he can magically pull off an RE3, but I know a lot of people were holding those Aries. Granted, Kev Chen got knocked out, so maybe they're back in the pool. We saw Malala with the Senna, and then Spicy Appies with the 7 Innovator. So definitely kind of, again, an interesting mix of the comps we've seen before, but how they got there was very different, right?
Right.
Iniko is playing Syndicate, but got there via Twin Shot instead of, forcing the Syndicate early that we saw kind of struggle. So here's the roll down, trying to look for those Aries, not finding any, unfortunately, and so I don't think we're going to see an RE3 this game.
Yeah, you would have need to find a couple by now for sure. Wow, not finding any. I'm kind of surprised because, yeah, the other player that was holding those, Ramkev, was eliminated. Kind of a feels bad item a little bit on the neutrals too. Arcanist Spat, like sure, Morgana is a fantastic Arcanist Spat user, but it's only Arcanist too, so the benefit is a little bit minimal. I feel like we'll see if these Aries can get it done though.
Yeah, I'm a little skeptical here because again, the big thing to note here is when that Dragon casts, Aurelia gets, the 100% crit rate here. And so we see that Aurelia just being able to tear through all those Syndicates after they get last whispered.
Right.
And sure enough, it just comes down and that's it. And so Iniko, I think, looking to go out in 4th here. It's really going to come down to the matchup here because Iniko and Goobums do feel like kind of the 2 weaker in the lobby right now. And so it's going to come down to who matches up against what and how you can survive. And so Hopefully can just barely strengthen up here. But yeah, especially knowing you're up against that Senna 3, that's going to be a hard matchup as well.
Right.
The nice thing is the Ahri can heal through it. So maybe if you can get that matchup and possibly heal through it with some good positioning, Nico can turn this into a third. But otherwise, yeah, this is what this is going to come down to.
Yeah, it's all about, again, we've said it so many times, giving the Ahri time to get rolling, time to build up enough orbs, and that Draven is in the perfect place to avoid that Ahri for a while. It does a lot of damage to the target dummy early, so that was pretty good. The other target dummy thrown in front of the Draven as well, so he's been attacking a lot of those and not attacking the team of Iniko. That said, Draven can 1v9, and he might do it right now. There's a knock up there. Ahri comes through. Is it enough damage? Draven's still alive for the moment. It's barely enough to send Goobums out in fourth. It was close. It was close, but Goobums not quite able to get it done with Draven. Iniko lives to third.
Yeah, that was definitely... Niko's got to be happy with that, because like I said, kind of struggling a bit there with that Ahri, but being able to take down Draven and get Goobums out of there, it really feels like now it's the Malala versus a Niko matchup for second, and then Spicy Appy's dominating with the 7 Innovator, Ardent Sensor, strong Aurelia composition. Really just impressive how he pulled this off, and then got that, strong Innovator soul to wrap it up.
Yeah. All right, here we go. Spicy Appy's trying to solidify his #1 spot here. There's a chance, I suppose, for a double kill, depending on how the other matchups worked out with the Ghost. Well, we'll see. Good amount of damage. That Vi becoming quite disruptive, actually. Spicy Appy's... No, he's not in trouble, is he? No. Yeah, it looks like the Aurelia is going to do okay. That Ahri, though, might get one more cast here. Oh my gosh, the Ahri coming in. Woo! Oh, takes out the Aurelia. And it is going to be a round win for Nico.
We got a real match. We got a real match here.
We do. But when I see a round like that, Mort, I'm like, all right. I feel like that's a positioning thing. When it comes down to a 1v1, if it comes down to a 1v1, Spicy Appy's is going to have such a big edge.
Okay, this is a big deal here. Nico just got a Syndicate Spatula, which is what you need to get 7 Syndicate. 7 Syndicate is a massive boost to his team comp. So if he's got the other piece lying around and can turn this into a 7 Syndicate, this can get much closer than it was just a minute ago.
Maybe. What's he looking for? We'll see. Spicy Appy's, though. Morello Namicon. Could throw that onto the Echo. You could throw that onto the Orianna. Could throw that onto the Seraphine.
Yeah, I feel like this goes on the Seraphine.
Probably.
And as long as you can tag the Ahri with this, then that'll cut that Ahri healing pretty much in half. And so that should be a big edge. But right now, he still has to deal with the Senna first.
Right.
And so here we see the Senna matchup here. We don't know who Nico's facing quite yet. But again, we got this 3-way, very close composition right now. Oh, that Echo doing good work in the back line. But is going to get taken down by the Aurelia right about now. Here comes the Aurelia. Good Orianna ult. This might be the end for Malala.
Yeah, certainly could be. The Morello Namicon ended up...
Aurelia's dead. Aurelia's dead.
She is indeed. Seraphine's still alive. What's the health of that Senna? I would imagine it's pretty good. And the Bear's walking over for the slap. And Malala takes a chunk out of Spicy Appy's. Wow, Spicy Appy's might end up in second this game as Iniko was taken out, goes down in third. Still a great result early on, but now we got our 1v1. And Spicy Appy's that looks so untouchable with this 7 Innovator board is looking a little bit shaky now against the Senna 3.
Yeah, the Senna 3, again, we talked about these items being so powerful, and Spicy's got to find a way to get back there and get on that Senna really quickly. And the nice thing here is Malala showing the power, doesn't even need the Socialite Hex, just choosing to ignore that on the Senna to not risk being predictable with the Senna positioning, and that's going to give him a ton of damage here. The other thing to note here is that front line with the Bramble double Dragon Claw, that thing is going to take a long time to get through here.
Right.
And you can see it, as long as that Aurelia, the Aurelia is dead, and that's probably it. And so we're going to go to 7-1 here. 7-1 will probably determine who wins this, but it's looking very good for Malala.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes down to it, that Senna just can one-shot the Aurelia in a lot of cases. And so, like you said, if the Senna doesn't go down early, it's probably going to go in Malala's favor. But if you're Spicy Appy's, I don't know how you do it. I don't know how you take out that Senna. I mean, Ionic Spark, pretty good for this board, actually. But it's still going to be difficult to reach that 3-star Senna in the back line.
Yeah, this is definitely really tough here. I like what he's trying here, but I'm skeptical it's going to work. He's trying to put in the Tom Kench. If the Tom Kench can eat the Morgana, get it out of the way, then maybe they can get to the back line and sneak past there. But a Tahm Kench one with no items is going to... does get a Nico's help, though. That gives him the Tahm Kench, too. Now it's a lot more interesting here.
Yeah, does he find another Tahm Kench in the shop so he can 2-star it? That's the question. Yeah, he does. Okay, maybe he had one on the bench and I didn't notice it.
Yeah, he had one on the bench so he could Nico it.
Sure.
And fed it here. So that gives him a lot more of a shot here. Because now, again, if that Tahm Kench can eat that Morgana, get it out of the way, let the Aurelia get to the back line, this might be the way that Spicy Appy can turn this around. So final round, here we go.
Puts the dragon front and center. Morgana, can she dodge the Tahm Kench? Tahm Kench looks like he's in a great place to walk over and do it. It's on the Morgana
There
right
it
now.
is.
Pops her into his mouth. That's going to open up the front line for everyone to come through and maybe get back on the Senna, but the Senna looks very safe in that back corner.
Aurelia, where are you going? Aurelia, where are you going?
Wrong direction. Oh, now she's going back. Okay, on the Senna. Gets taken out anyway, though, and that's going to be that. Malala is going to be our first lobby winner here on the final day of the Innovation Cup. Spicy Appies with a respectable second place and a very cool build, but it's going to be that Senna reroll, the Senna 3, that ends up getting the job done in the end. Very cool. Lemonkiwi, that was not something we expected to see coming in today, or maybe we did, but not right off the bat like that. That was pretty cool.
I know the Prismatics, they do shake up and power up everyone, especially Mortdog. Great call out that the Innovator Soul was going to be a good boon to Spicy Appies, who just, by the way, barely squeaked by into day 3. Spicy Appies got that last 8th place spot, and look what he's done with it as 2nd place. That's pretty good. But Nico Deko still got to keep an eye on him. I know he got 3rd, but he got, I think, top 4s almost all day yesterday, except 1 game. So this was a really exciting game. But I think just to start a conversation, Mercenaries. 2 players started with Mercenaries, Goobums, and Pana, but with very different success levels. Doa, can you tell me about your experience with Mercenary first? Like, how do you balance your board to not lose, or to lose but not by much? Because to give context, we saw Panup have 2 loss streaks broken 3 different times, while Goobums was a lot more successful and refined this trait to a 5 loss cash out. So how really do you perfect Mercenaries in tournament play?
You could approach it a couple different ways. One is, of course, the loss streak way, which is, I think, what a lot of people think of first, right? Where you try to lose by as little as possible. You kill some champions on the other side to preserve your HP as much as you can, and then you're kind of building stuff up on the bench or waiting for an opportunity to roll down and put a few more things in to tip it over the edge and finally win a round. The other thing is, if you can hit 5 mercs early, you can just kind of play win streak too if you're strong enough, because you get enough gold from winning constantly with Mercenaries that it kind of becomes worth it there too. But it is tough. I feel like it is kind of a separate skill set from a lot of the other things you do in TFT. So it's really fun, but if you want to do it, expect to probably lose a few games before you kind of get the hang of it. But the pros, you can see even at the highest level of TFT, it's still a difficult balancing act.
Because especially in tournament play, it's going to be easy to lose because everyone is slamming items and playing aggressive, but it's how much you want to lose by and how much you're willing to sacrifice an important resource like HP for what the payout is, which didn't help Panup in that case with a 7th place. But take a look at our winner of the match. It is Malala, who was our 5th place from yesterday with a Senna reroll and got that going pretty early and only needed Innovator 5, which is interesting, Mortdog, because we saw an Innovator 7 thanks to that Innovator Soul by Spicy Appies, which was fairly successful. But we've had some conversations yesterday about, how the bear of Innovator 5 would help AD comps, especially the Senna reroll.
Yeah, it's a little bit of extra buff from the bear here, but the big thing to note is that 5 Innovator by itself just gives you a lot of power. That bear is a nice front line. The units all synergize pretty well. It gives you that 2 scrap almost for free. And then that allows you to kind of flex around that. And so we've seen all throughout this tournament, it's 5 Innovator plus X, right? It's Aurelia, it's Senna, it's Draven, we've seen Jhin. And so that's the interesting part here is you can play around which carry you hit. And so get a look at the score sheets here. And yeah, top 4 looking good.
Yeah, Nico is still in a great spot. And that was the one we were all itching our heads around of just how he turned the twin shots into an Ari composition. And less on the fact that Lucian is a great AP item holder, which we all know, but it's more about how you turn an entire twin shot board into syndicates and arcanists. So Doa, we usually see maybe Syndra's and Brand, something a little bit easier to go into syndicates with, but do you find it generally difficult or maybe risky to go from a Lucian twin shot to Ari?
No, not really, because board strength and items are kind of, the two things you need to think about here, right? Where it's like, if you have someone who can use the items that you can put on that carry later, and as long as your board is strong enough, then it doesn't really matter what that board is a lot of times if you've got a plan in mind, right? Because if you can put little things in pieces, or you're ready to do some sort of roll down and a big transition, as long as you've got the items, then, you go for it. And I think a lot of people need to think about Lucian as a great AP item holder for some of those later comps where we saw 6 Arcanists succeed this weekend. Of course, we've seen the Ari stuff syndicate. So I think there's some cool AP late game boards you can go into from that twin shot early game. And I think that was a great example of it.
Yeah, and that just shows the talent that these players have, that they can quickly just sell their whole board or just roll fast enough to make that transition very quick and painless, especially for your economy. Well, speaking of economy, have you guys gotten your investments in check? Check out the fantasy TFT.com app, because you could win little legend eggs if you can correctly guess who's getting first and who is getting 8th, and if you're buying or selling your favorite players at the right moments. And this is the moment now to throw it to a quick break, because after this, we'll have game 2. Welcome back, everyone, to Innovation Cup, the final day. Our top 8 players, and we have 2 new casters, Frodan and Bryce Blum on the desk. Wow, I know you guys were all types of curious on that final 1v1. Bryce, tell me about the key factors and decisions that led to Malala winning over Spicy Appies there at the end.
Yeah, I thought there was a really interesting chess match going on between these two players. So Spicy Abby is the only player in the lobby that identifies that with this corner socialite hex and the Senna carry, you need to be playing Blitzcrank. It's kind of obvious. I'm surprised he's the only one that found a way to get the Blitzcrank in, but gets a decisive fight win over Malala at the end of stage 5, I believe. And what winds up happening as a result of that is the Senna gets pulled, takes a huge beating in that fight because he doesn't have any damage left. So then he has to abandon the Socialite Hex for about 5 or 6 rounds in a row. But at the very end, as Mort was correctly calling out, Appy's texting the TK2 to try to eat the Morgana and change the stall dynamic of the fight, and Malala recognizes that, sees, hey, if he's committed to TK2 to deal with the Morgana, there's no way he can afford to play Blitzcrank on his board, and he actually uses Socialite Hex for the first time in 6 rounds in the final fight. It's a huge boost, Socialite 3 on a Senna 3, and he winds up netting a fight win. So some really interesting counterplay in that final 1v1.
And Frodan, any things that you noticed in either the augments or especially the prismatic ones that came out at the end that really propelled some people into some huge power spikes?
Yeah, I think I was kind of surprised that Appies was choosing the Innovator Soul and just going for it. I feel like in that spot, it's always, a little bit high risk, high reward, right? Everyone knows if you can get these 7 Innovators online, that'd be great. But if you're playing Knife's Edge, it feels like it gets really crowded. So I was wondering how he was going to navigate it. I thought that was really well done. Also, I want to give a shout out to some people who weren't high rolling. They had to really make do with the bad situation. I think Kevchen, for example, had RE1 for like the longest time and had Senna 1 for a really long time. And the other people have 2 copies of RE2. Senna 3 was hit pretty much instantaneously when Malala rolled, rather level to 8 and rolled twice and hit Senna 3. So I think like these kinds of situations, it's really tough. So for a player like Kevchen, if you can just do a couple more games like that in situations where it's a little bit unlucky. Imagine when he does get lucky, that could result into a top 4 finish today and qualify for region.
And speaking of also interesting prismatic augments, we had Ramkev who went out in 6th, who played a Kha'Zix blue buff, BT, and Runons. I know the casters had their opinions on Runons. Looks like our game is ready. We'll talk about this after. New recruit, very strong, +1. Well, how about another game? Game 2 was ready, carousel open. Casters, take it away.
All right, thank you, Lemonkiwi. Let's go into game 2 in just a moment. Not quite yet.
Will they? Won't they? Will they? Won't they?
You thought we were going to start, but we're going to take a tactical pause.
Yeah, debated.
Just kidding. I paused because I wasn't done my point. Just kidding. I have no control. Please don't flame me. So we get to go back to the strength of Kha'Zix. I mean, Ramkev got 6 after a Kha'Zix, which pretty solid items. Or Bryce, I'll start with you, I guess. Kha'Zix won yesterday, but didn't help out Ramkev in that sense, even with a new recruit.
Yeah, he was trying to play around tempo Kha'Zix. We talked about this a little bit on broadcast yesterday that Ramkev has by far the most Kha'Zix games of anyone in the field. He took a really long time to hit the Kha'Zix 2, so he doesn't hit the Kha'Zix 2 until he's like 2 lives. And then the prismatic lobby at the end, I think, really hurts him because there were a bunch of boards that I think Ramkev was capable of beating with his existing board state before the final augment. But when the prismatic comes through and significantly boosts the power level of a number of different boards, I'm just not sure that Ramkev gets enough of a boost by going from 5 to 7 innovators. We've talked a lot about whether or not 7 innovators is actually good on this patch, and while I think it is a power spike for the board, I just don't think it was doing that much for him in relation to what was happening on some of these other boards, like for example Appy's getting the 7 innovator online with the Aurelia and the Knife's Edge and everything that was going on was a huge turn of events for his game and gave him clear direction to build a composition that would ultimately get to the top 2.
And Frodan, I know the casters were kind of worried about Spicy Appy's choice on the Knife's Edge because of just a lot of players like the flexibility of taking their comp wherever, but Knife's Edge, not only does it sort of lock you in that 80-centric with the AD, but also the fact that you have to find someone who's going to fully utilize that front 2 rows. What's your take on Knife's Edge as a first augment?
I think it's okay. I think the fact that it gives you some significant power in the early game to win a lot of those skirmishes with just flat attack damage is actually valuable in itself. And I think that people aren't really considering what Knife's Edge can do, because in the past it was quite obvious when you played challengers with academy units. You would have Yone crash through the gates with Fiora and then be able to wipe the backline, or you had Urgot and you just put him in the second row, which ultimately he wanted to be a lot of time anyways. This set, it's a little bit less obvious, but with strikers being really powerful but also not necessarily played as often, I think people misunderstand that Knife's Edge is still pretty good just for straight up tempo. And also, you could always put assassins in there, right? Let's say you're playing like a Twitch reroll. Knife's Edge is really good for that. So just go ahead, try out Knife's Edge, and you'll be surprised that it's still pretty decent.
I think it takes a little bit more thought to play around than it used to, right? Dan's giving the obvious use cases from set 6, and it made Knife's Edge very powerful. Appies correctly identifies, hey, if I'm going to play Knife's Edge, and it's going to be a back row socialite, if I'm carrying Aurelia, I'm not going to get healing off of Aurelia because I want her to have Knife's Edge value. So what does he do? He slams 2 healing items on the Aurelia with a Bloodthirster and a Hand of Justice, and he relies on the Striker trait along with the extra AD he gets out of Knife Edge to make up that damage, and we saw that Aurelia popping off time and time again. Appies wins that lobby a lot of times if Malala doesn't wind up with that insanely cracked, full damage Senna 3 board. So you can't just pick the augment and then play the same way you would otherwise play, but if you play around the augment, you can find a lot of value there.
Yeah, and front end, speaking of being locked into things, the socialite conversation that we're revisiting. So we've seen yesterday, you can ignore the socialite 1 hex, and we've seen very often that happening in day 1. But when you get the socialite, the augment that gives you +2, yeah, it's socialite 3. Now you can't ignore it. You invested a lot of eggs in that basket. Were you expecting more players to be able to punish that? So is that really what's important for players to focus on today, is attacking that socialite 3 hex?
It depends, right? It depends on where the socialite hex is located. Being in the corner is a double-edged sword, right? On the one hand, it's the safest for any kind of ranged unit, but also that's within Blitzcrank range or other different types of ranges, right? People will throw Syndra to like the biggest clump of units in the back, and so you get your corner carry sometimes hit by that Syndra incident. It's pretty tricky, so you just have to play based on what the lobby is telling you and where the location of the hex is.
Well, speaking of that lobby, we had to reset it, but game 2 is ready, so casters, take it away.
All right, here we go. Game 2 of the finals of the Innovation Cup. It's day 3. We are hopping on board with the winner of the previous lobby in Malala, and getting to see if they can follow up that game 1 momentum with that Senna 3 carry. Now, Senna has gone under the radar for this patch. People are talking about the other 3 cost rerolls. They talk about Gangplank and Lucian and how twin shots are pretty insane. And ever since, Senna has taken a slight step backwards, but she still seems very reliable in the right condition.
Yeah, the right conditions being have her best in slot items and find her 3-star at the very beginning of stage 5. I'm being a little hyperbolic here. Senna is a very, very strong unit. She's an excellent AD item holder in the mid game. You can build boards around her very nicely with socialites. She attacks well with Yorls to build up the economy. You get to play Morgana, who's an incredibly strong tank in the mid game and in the late game as well. So I think Senna's a really cool unit, fun to play around, and definitely have not seen a ton of Senna here, but it feels like every time we are seeing people lean into Senna, they're really making it work for them.
All right, well, let's take a look at the first augment. It's a gold tier choice with Jeweled Lotus Spellblade and Luden's Echo. And Luden's Echo will be the selection of choice. A lot of people like this just for early game damage and tempo. Luden's is the strongest as the first augment you pick. What do you think about it, Bryce?
Yeah, I really like Luden's Echo, particularly when you have this early lean towards innovators with the Singed and the Ezreal. Ezreal is such a good user of Luden's Echo because with the extremely low mana pool of 40, Ezreal is going to be chain casting essentially every fight, particularly when you have a tier, and so you can put the tier on Ezreal. So you're getting so much additional damage from this Luden's Echo. I really like this as an early game pick in an aggressive meta where people need to get as much power on their boards as they can as early as they can.
Yep, very much so. Oh, interesting. Gets offered a Nikos, picks up the Yordle, hits the Ziggs too. This is a pretty close to ideal setup here. The only thing is that Malala is 1 gold short of being able to level and play this Ezreal for maximum tempo and value to be able to continue to press in here. Do you slam anything, or are you just going to wait after that first fight or two here?
I think it totally depends on your style. I think there are a lot of players in this field that would not slam anything here. I do think both Shojin, if you're willing to come into the AP tree and with the rework, or not rework, but the changes, Ari can use Shojin a lot better than she used to be able to. Or Chalice, if you're someone that plays a style like Goobums that just slams essentially all of the aura-based items and plays around them for tempo. With that said, Malala unable to level here, playing a 3 Yorls board, so it's very unlikely that he's going to be able to win a fight unless he's playing someone, full open fording, also playing Yorls but weaker, or maybe playing Mercenaries all 1-star board. And so in this situation, I agree with Malala's decision to hold on to the items and have maximum flexibility moving forward. As we hop in with Kevchin, who also has Yorls opening, choosing not to slam a Morello here, which is very interesting.
Yeah, because he wants to carry the Corki. Morello on Corki is actually quite good, but usually as an item holder setup. In this case, he has Sharpshooter, the augment, which is a powerful, powerful augment for twin shots in particular. You're talking about ways to increase your DPS, twin shot being one of them. Now you get to actually bounce them, which is a callback to TFT Fates in set 4 when Sharpshooters were around back then. With Jin and Jinx builds, if you can recall. Very, very fun stuff when they're bouncing around and you used your Seer soldiers to wall your champions into the back.
Yeah,
those were the days.
Never forget. So fun. So Kevchin takes another loss. Malala goes loss, then win. 2 players playing Yorls. Kevchin in a perfectly fine spot. No issues with loose streaking while building up maximum economy with Yorls. And the Sharpshooter augment is one of the strongest Tier 2 augments in the game. Also prints a Vex, so gets 3 gold from Euros, and a Lucian and another Vex in the shop. Everything is coming up Kevchin right now.
Yeah, no kidding. This is a good start. Now, the only thing is whether or not the items can line up. We have seen situations where people can get one good item on their twin shot, but then struggle to get anything else going. And Corki does want a very specific set of items. He wants a blue buff so that he can cast as frequently as he can, but he doesn't even have a single tier. So I wonder if he's just going to, say, complete a death cap and leave it at that, or wants to go to start building a tier and says, hey, I'm loose streaking anyways. I want to make sure I can get one of these crucial items.
Yeah, I don't hate picking for a component here and saying I'm not going to slam an item until I see what happens from Krugs. I also think maintaining the flexibility with Sharpshooters is valuable because we know this is a board that is destined to roll down in Stage 3. You cannot afford to play full Lost Streak Yorls through Stage 4 in the way that you used to in previous metas. And so there's a chance that you're going to want Lucian as an item holder. If you're able to find Lucian too, is probably the strongest mid-game carry in the game right now. And so Malala's going to take a little bit of extra damage by not slamming the items, but maintaining a lot of flexibility. And by Malala, I mean Kevchin.
I mean what you know. Spicy Appies, by the way, took Chemtech Overload, or rather Chemtech Explosion, which is when your Chemtech units die, they have the Silco effect. They explode and deal some area effect damage to those nearby. It's a very highly rated augment in terms of data, but it's something that's seldomly picked because it has to be under the right circumstances. I'm curious to see what Appies can do with that. On the other side of things, I also want to call out that on the carousel, I saw Trick take a tier while having a Debonair emblem, which is particularly interesting. Most people who have Debonair emblems want to start thinking about how they can go vertical Debonair with some of those rerolls, but tier is not exactly like a talent setup, so we'll see. Take a look at Goobums and how his board with the treasure trove starts going to fare off against Malala.
Goobums is incredibly rich already, has the ability to make 20 gold this turn if he chooses to go that path, has some good, interesting choosing not to play the Innovators here, playing kind of an amalgamated board as opposed to going with Innovators. I think a lot of people would just kind of jam in the Innovator units. Sells a Corki, sort of blasphemy in this meta, but I see where he's coming from. He doesn't intend to lean into Yorls from this spot. He definitely wants to go Innovators. If he's able to upgrade this Singe, it's immediately better onto the board, and I just don't think that Corki is as valuable in this situation as it is on most other boards. With this Ezreal too, with this Shiv slammed, Goobums wants to play around this Ezreal, not necessarily a Yordle opening. And this is just case in point for why Goobums is such a strong player in the early game. He really thinks through every decision. He levels to 6 here. There's 2 players win streaking, Goobums and Spicy Appies. The only thing I kind of disagree with here is if you're going to do this, surprise him, Goobums. Don't let Appies know and plan around it. And will it pay dividends, Dan, as he gets to go against Appies? One of them is going to have their win streak snapped heading into the Crux.
That's right. Ezreal doesn't get a damage item off his scrapped component. The Sunfire keeps actually doing a lot of work. The longer he can survive, the better. And now we get to see a couple of the explosions. Does eliminate one unit in the back. Twitch now dies. Very minimal amount. I think the level 6 has done it here for Goobums. Ezreal has just rammed up a little bit too much attack speed, a little bit too many shivs, and has shocked his way to a nice 5 streak here at the end of stage 2. And with the nerf to the flat AD of Ezreal, which has made his critical damage a lot worse in terms of item holding, I can see Shiv maybe slowly but surely make its way back into the metagame onto Ezreal, assuming we have good Shiv holders. I'm not entirely sure what Goobums wants to do in the mid to late stages of the game so far, but I'm sure he also actually thinks the same thing. He's pretty open to anything.
Yeah, that's the thing about Goobums, is he's just such an open player that he doesn't have one plan, he has 10 plans right now, and he can go in so many different directions. So we'll have to check back in with him later and see what's going on. Hopping aboard with Tricked, who is in an incredibly powerful position to play Syndra reroll in every way but the items. So far has that early spat from the Debonair crest, which is so powerful. Does have a tier on this Lucian, which is really, really nice. Has an IE already slammed, so if he can find his way into a jeweled gauntlet as well, he's missing both the rod and the glove, he would have incredibly powerful items on this Syndra. Ultimately slams the Shojin, so this Lucian is sort of holding for Syndra right now, but also just needs something that can hold these items, since the Infinity Edge is not going to do any work on a caster until you can pair it along with that jeweled gauntlet.
Yeah, exactly. Infinity Edge is often seen as just like a straight damage item, but it's also primarily used as a combo item. You want to have Infinity Edge in tandem with Last Whisper or Jewel Gauntlet to maximize its efficiency. Going up against Malala, who seems to be going up against the Ringer. Every POV we switch to ends up facing Malala and getting the win right afterwards, so potentially a bad omen for our previous lobby winner. Goobum's still on a streak. Taking a look at Iniko, who is on the lose streak and likely to roll it down on 3-2. Takes another loss at the hand of Ramkev, who does have the Syndicate and Snipers ready to go. Ramkev actually kept 2 of his items on the bench, surprisingly enough. I think he didn't want to win.
Yeah, didn't want to win.
Does end up matching against Iniko.
Yeah, and I think that they might be contesting each other because Iniko also has a Syndicate board, and it looks like they're both committed to this line. And Iniko can pivot. These items are not exactly best in slot Ashe, but with the early Ashe 2, 6 Ashes now. This is such a feels bad situation for Ramkev, who starts off the day with a very difficult 6th place and now is getting contested on Ashe reroll. Will he be able to pivot? He's not nearly as low as Iniko is in HP, but it's a tough situation because he did take that sniper crest, and we have not seen a lot of success in playing around Jhin carry, which would be the way if you wanted to pivot out of playing Ashe reroll, you would probably have to go if you are Ramkev.
All right, hold the phone. We clearly can see the bias in Bryce's tone here. The first thing he sees is when the person's POV is, oh, this feels so bad for Ramkev. This feels great for Iniko, right? Does it not?
It feels great for Iniko, absolutely. Iniko's got 6 copies of Ashe already. He's in a spot where he could theoretically stabilize. He goes up against Goobums, who is level 7 on 3-2. Goobums continuing to play such aggressive tempo. Really, really nicely played games from Goobums so far. And Iniko opts into double trouble right away. Such an interesting selection. He does get immediate board state value because he has 2 Ashes and 2 Morganas on this board.
Yeah, so... You know, I wonder if there's a little bit of augment logic being manipulated here from Iniko that he can lean into it and get double trouble. Either way, his board all of a sudden became that much more powerful, being able to gain effectively like a Titans on all these units that are able to be duplicated with double trouble. And yes, double trouble has gotten nerfed, but still kind of insane. His front line is pretty weak though, just 2 1-star Morganas, hoping that that will be enough to tank. We'll see whether or not that Iniko can stop the losing streak. But I think what's nice is that he's on a full loss streak, so his economy is actually in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, on that 6 loss streak, it's one of those weird situations in TFT where, he doesn't want to lose by 100 units right now. But if he loses by 1 unit each fight, he's fine with that. The tough thing when you're Iniko is the second you win, you really need to start a winning streak. So I like that he's not getting too aggressive with his gold here. He's going to make a bunch of interest gold on this turn. If he wins, I expect him to commit to further roll down on 3-5. If he loses again, he can continue to greed as long as he feels like his board is capable of being competitive, which so far it has been.
Yeah, Yeah, that's right. And does end up getting the win. Spicy Appy's not able to convert off the chemical overload just yet. Picked the phalanx as well with it, so very tanky. Backlining his bruisers. It's going to be kind of interesting to see how that continues to pan out here. Taking a look at the rest of the augments as well. So you mentioned Ramkev. He picked component grab bag, it looks like, which gives you 3 item components. Malala choosing trade sector. It's always kind of a dicey situation when you're picking trade sector in the mid stages of the game because you have lost out on the early game value, which is often what trade sector is most powerful. And then some just straight up tempo, right? Goobum's having the handshake, the stand united, and also leveling the 7 in the beginning of stage 3. So very powerful stuff across the conversions here. And I want to see how a player like Ramkev can pull himself out from a situation that looks awkward. The first thing that I can't help but notice, though, is we might see a Darius 3 for the first time in a competitive TFT for 6.5. I haven't really seen a Darius 3 in tournament yet.
Yeah, I guess he was just buying the Dariuses while he's doing his level 6 roll down, because why not? And then if you happen to hit this mini Darius, why not, right? It's, the 3-star version of the unit has to be better than the 2-star version of the unit. It's a solid additional front line, especially for a board that seems to be a little bit on the lacking its side, considering he's only playing Morgana 1. Repositions this Blitzcrank at the last second and gets a huge pull onto Malala's Lucian 2. It's very interesting board composition for Malala as well. We see Malala playing around the twin shots. He has Corki 2 and a Lucian 2 with items onto the Corki. He also has 2 Aries on his bench and a Nico that he is greeting. I'm not really sure what's going through Malala's game. I'm dizzy looking at his board, so I have to imagine he's dizzy playing it.
Yeah, also, I want to call to attention that we have a sniper emblem on the Blitzcrank, which, if he puts in the back row, should theoretically increase its damage with every hex. So this is something that's quite unusual, and I haven't really thought about it very much, but it's quite genius to use Blitzcrank as a corner sniper.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if he consistently moves it back for the extra damage or if he values the extra frontline, because there is a real trade-off there. His board is lacking frontline at this stage. Chooses to keep it frontline for this fight, going up against Goobums, who is playing around this Innovator. Goobums is level 7, 50 gold on 3-6 while playing tempo. He has lost a couple of fights now, so down to 78 HP, and he's going up against this Ashe 2 with 3 items, very, very strong. Is the Ashe going to be able to do enough damage? The Ezreal is finally onto the Ashe, and there comes the Shift proc. It's not enough. Ziggs Bomb should not be able to kill this 3 Syndicate on the Ashe. Makes it a little bit on the tanky side, and let's be honest, Ziggs is a little bit of a wet noodle anyway, so even without the Syndicate, probably not enough to get the job done. Ramkev ends this stage with 3 crucial wins in a row. Speaking of wins in a row, Tricked and KevChin both full streaking as we head into Wolves.
Yeah, that's right. Goobums also is super rich. Yes, he lost, but he leveled to 7 and now has 50 gold even going into the Wolves. So he's going to be in a pretty dominant economic position and still has a bunch of health to boot. Go ahead and check on Malala, who we seem to have the broadcast curse where every time Malala was on screen was taking some losses. Has an Ari pair and a Nico's help. Oh my goodness, some real explosive potential coming out here with the trade sector. So let's see how much Malala can convert off this roll down.
It's a big hit. The Vex, too, gives him some much-needed front line. I'm a little surprised that we're going to keep rolling here. Some part of me wants to just rip this Nico onto the Ahri and think about pushing levels. His board is entirely upgraded except for this Ahri, and I just don't know why we would greed this Nico to that level unless he's thinking the only way I do well this game is with an Ahri 3, but rolling that much gold for a specific 4-cost unit when you're rolling on level 7 is very questionable from where I'm sitting.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree because Nico's is worth gold, right, in itself, because there's an expected number of rolls that you get on average to get to that 4-cost. But at the same time, maybe Malala was saying, hey, I'm also rolling for other things, and maybe I just hit that RE2 on my roll down. I'm pretty likely when I have the pair already. That being said, it does cost HP, and also another thing to consider was Malala didn't slam any items.
Yeah.
Only has one complete item. It's a Shojin. Greeting for what looks like to be a Gunblade. Hexagon Blade is one of Ari's best items, but sometimes you don't get the luxury of being able to greed. Continuing to roll down, finds the Ahri, and that's got to sting.
I honestly don't fully understand what we're rolling for in this situation. His entire board is upgraded except for this Morgana, which is a relatively low impact unit on the board. He does lose a fight, but I don't think you need to overreact to a single fight loss in that position. Pawnup had rolled all the way to 20 gold, had a very strong board, and the backline already just didn't get access to the Senna, and so he winds up losing this fight. So, I do think that Malala is quite strong, and if he's not able to win fights with an RE2 6 Arcanist in this spot, then he's kind of just doomed either way. So this is a spot that I think he could have played a lot differently, and quite frankly, a lot better.
Yeah, my first instinct is to agree with you. I think that the additional roles, from my perspective, was to try and aim for a Syndicate, because Ari is really strong when she gets the 3 Syndicate on, because she could heal herself and theoretically go infinite, which gets a lot of those Redders' eyes, bulging at that point, because that's exactly what everyone always thinks about. To try to have Ari constantly chain casting her Orbs of Deception in order to eliminate the entire army. That being said, we stopped before getting to that point. We nuked our economy. We didn't even make our board stronger during those extra 20 gold of rolling. It's a difficult position for Malala, and I think a lot of it has to do with the panic, just being low HP, and there's just a lot of pressure. And when we look at a player like Pawnup's board, who does have that 2-star carry in the form of Senna, doesn't have to roll that much more and can start to make his way over to level 8. Now facing off against Ramkev, who does have that 3-star Darius.
Yeah.
Syra with the Grasping Vines doing a great job. No Last Whisper means that this Darius can tank a lot, especially with these Syndicate resistances adding on top of it. So while Ramkev doesn't have the ability to finish off this fight, ends up cleaning up a little bit more thanks to that tanky Darius.
Yeah, he does. Not a great loss for Ramkev. A really interesting board for Pawnup that I'm so excited to take another look at and talk about. It's like the new version of Vanguard Mystics, but it's leaning into the first ever, quote-unquote Mystic, right, Enchanters this set, that has AD carry potential. Senna, as we saw last lobby, is very capable of carrying a game, especially if you're able to get her to 3-star. He has 4 copies of Senna already. He has a Nico's help on the bench. He's able to econ up after a couple of nice wins in this stage. He loses his 4-2 fight, but I really like the line Pawnup is taking on this game. He's going to have so much tankiness against every type of board. He's playing 4 Bodyguard with that Bodyguard crest. He's playing 3 Enchanters as well, so such a nice spot. Speaking of nice spots, we're on board with Tricked, who has a Syndra 2 best in slot items and a Talon 2 to boot.
That's right. We could even put the Giant Slayer on the Talon. We could also just wait and see if we somehow get a bow and a glove, and all of a sudden you have 2 very oppressive carries at this stage of the game. Not to mention that this Cassidon 2 with the Debonair emblem is pretty strong. Yes, it looks just like a 3 gold investment for a solo frontliner, but this Cassidon with the Debonair emblem can tank for what feels like the entirety of the fight. And just look at the Talon and the Syndra work. The Force of Will able to destroy things in a big AoE clump. Cassidon still alive. And Kev Chen takes big time damage from Tricked, who looks primed for a top 4 finish.
Yeah, it does not feel like the entire fight. It is the entire fight. We've been talking about Cassidon each step of the way. Robovan was one of the players that was leaning into Cassidon tank basically whenever he could, and it looks like we've taken a page out of the Robovan playbook, because this Cassidon is tanking so much for a 1-cost unit, by far the best 1-cost tank in the game, and when you put items on him, as we are seeing, it's very capable of serving the role of a main tank all the way into stage 5. It's crazy to say, but it's the case. By the way, Kevchin just coming up with big hits on the right-hand side of the screen. We see both a Lucian 3 and a Corki 3 for Kevchin, so nice time for Trick to be facing that board. Not going to have to go up against that very scary, dual 3-star along with the Sharpshooter buff. So Kevchin also looking really good, and we have some early big reroll hitters that are very well poised to get into our top 4 and compete for top 1.
Yeah, on the other side of the reroll equation, Ramkev and Iniko are 6th and 8th place respectively. Lala hits a Swain 3, but I also noticed there's an Ashe on the bench of Tricked as well, which is very nasty. But of course, the most important thing to do, which is to deny the other players, especially if multiple players are going for it. Ramkev is one of them. The match versus the Syndicate board is going to be very easy with just 1 stars on the other side here. A 2-star Ashe and a 3-star Darius. Ramkev's best units are holding as long as they can. But it's not going to be for very long, it feels like, unless this Ashe can all of a sudden crit for the ages. Does kill 2 more. Okay,
Not bad.
Good loss here for Ramkev.
Yeah, we take those. Under the circumstances, it looked like it was going to be a lot worse. A double Senna shop, getting the units that Pawn Up is desperately looking for here. And this is going to be a very brutal stage 5 for the boards that haven't spiked yet, because with both of these rerolls coming online, with players like Goobums that are going to be looking at a major transition. Actually, I take it back. Goobums is already transitioned and has a Jinx 2 online already. So the strong boards in this lobby are very strong. So if you're trying to kind of eke your way into a top 4 here, it's not going to happen. You're going to have to eke your way into a 5th or 6th, get as many points as you can from this lobby, and go next.
There are 5 players with backline augments, either Phalanx or Backfoot. So there's going to be a lot of people who fully backline their compositions, which will make engagements quite interesting for how they position if they choose to give up any of that value, or everyone just chooses to delay their fight by a few seconds. Hopping up over Spicy Appies, who does have that Chemtech overload, but still has not really gotten into the 3 stars. Went to 8 instead of rolling at 7. And has a Zonios Paradox, which has been buffed fairly recently, on a Renata. So a lot of unusual stuff. Unusual augments, unusual comp choice, unusual carry, unusual itemization choice off the Ornn item. This man is crazy.
The only thing usual about this board is that it's Spicy Appies playing it. This man is such a joy to watch play TFT. He takes different lines every game. He is not afraid to do it in a tournament setting. He just intuits what makes a board work. Now, with that said, he is playing around a Tryndamere carry and a Renata carry. It is a Tryndamere 2. It doesn't have healing, so this Tryndamere is not going to get that much work done. And Renata definitely feels like one of the weaker 4 costs in the game right now. Does not have BIS on that unit. No Morello. So I think that Appies is going to be in for a world of pain as the rest of this lobby plays out, because there are so many rerollers that have hit so strong. Even Malala, who came up with both a Swain 3 and a Malzahar 3, is down on 3 HP, 1 life. So Appies is just in a, if he can bleed out to top 4, all the better. It's very hard to envision that board standing up strong against some of the boards we've seen.
It's really a question of who doesn't have a 3-star unit. This might be one of them. Goobums, who has a 2-star Jinx, and has also a Jace to go with it with the 5 Innovators, so trying to utilize this bear to potentially support the rest of the army. Irelia also chasing down as well. What a deadly combination attack here from Goobums' Innovator Irelia Jinx composition. Goobums is now on a streak. I believe one of 2 or 3 players that do not have 3 stars on his current bench, or on his board rather. Malala takes 8th place. Pawn Up also taking a pretty nasty loss with Iniko right behind him. And honestly, if this is one of the situations where if you're Ramkev and Kev Chen, who just feels like they're caught in between all the madness and the griefing and the contesting of their units, it just feels like they're just trying to survive as long as they can. Iniko hits Morgana 3, and with the double triple build, that should be really powerful as well.
Yeah, and it is actually crazy the number of 3 stars that we have seen in this lobby. It feels like everyone is hitting, and so if you're one of the players that's re-rolling and not hitting, so if you're Ramkev or if you are Pawn Up, who's been really desperately trying to find that Senna 3, and we haven't seen that flash across the screen yet, it feels really bad. Because you scout around the lobby and you see, 1, everyone is hitting and I am not, and 2, there are no 2 and 3 cost units left in the pool. Like, how can you not find the Sennas required in order to get the job done? So it's a total feels bad situation. Kevchin with this incredibly powerful board that has the 2 3-stars in the carry positions just isn't able to get it done as he loses back-to-back fights, one to the Jinx 2 and one to this incredibly capped out version of the Debonair reroll. Kevchin may be suffering from just not having the best items onto his carries. Hopefully it's enough to eke out a top 4. Ramkev down at 9 HP and Nico down at 10 HP, so Nico was able to win a fight there.
Woof.
Whew, is
Oh,
right.
man,
This lobby's been wild.
It's been pretty fast and furious as Ramkevin's taking a Shojin. He had the first pick. Iniko took the Dragon's Claw and was a little bit floundering on what he wanted to pick afterwards. No one taking up a Frozen Heart. A lot of AP is represented in the lobby currently. You don't often see people beelining for a Dragon's Claw. But it ends up being relevant. Taking a look at the rest of Ramkev and how his board is looking right now. He's went to 8. He's clearly giving up on the Ash 3. Gonna just utilize the Jin, and hopefully he can find Jin 2. Has the Sniper emblem now moved to Zyra instead. And from this point, Ramkev is just praying for a 5th, maybe a 4th, seeing how his matchups could potentially influence how his position is going to go. He's now matched up against Kev Chen, who does have those 3-star twin shots, and we'll see if it's enough. Who's going to be able to survive and play for top 4?
Yeah, this fight is going to be whether or not the Ashe is able to get access to the backline early enough. The front line is down for Kevchin, and a huge Zyra ultimate with the sniper buff and the Spear of Shojin comes out. It's just Lucian versus the world. Lucian's able to dodge out on that Zyra. Such a big dash from Lucian. This Lucian is Challenger and winds up killing Ramkev's final unit, but not killing Ramkev's hopes. Ramkev survives at 2 HP because that Lucian perfectly dodges the final Zyra ultimate. Such a feels-good situation for Kevchin, such a feels-bad situation for Ramkev. And you know, that's really tough because that's maybe the only board in this lobby that Ramkev can beat aside from Spicy Appies. We have not seen whether or not Spicy Appies is in Ramkev's pool, but that is the only board that we have seen that I think is weak enough that theoretically Ramkev's board could get the job done.
That's right. On the other side of things, I couldn't help but notice but Trick's win streak was snapped. I wonder who was the culprit of doing that. My first instinct was Iniko, given that he has a Morgana 3.
Oh god.
At that front line, speaking of Tricked, another matchup for Ramkev that is going to be extremely difficult. Assassin Brand in the face of the Ashe. Not something I was expecting to see on my bingo sheet for today. Oh my goodness, the Force of Will not be denied. There's just no more damage left here for Ramkev and no more life, as he will suffer a loss here in 6th place. A valiant effort indeed. But with people contesting his units, I think Ramkev made the best of a bad situation. I think it could have been 8th place easily in this spot. So 6th place, honestly, isn't that bad.
Yeah, I completely agree with that sentiment. And if he was able to play Spicy Appies here, he could have beat... I think Ramkev does, in fact, beat this board. So if he was able to play it, maybe he ekes out of 5th place. 6 is about as well as you can do from that situation. And hey, that's what TFT is. It's a game of variance. Sometimes you're going to be on the bottom side of that. And sometimes the best thing you can do in TFT is turn an 8th into a 6th. Get as many points as you can. There's still 4 games left today. Yes, Ramkev has had a tough start, but he is very capable of bouncing back. Appy is trying to find his way into a top 4 somehow, some way, figuring out if there's anything he can do to improve his board. Everything is upgraded except for this Rek'Sai, which is, you know, not something that's going to be a big power spike. The Rek'Sai 2 is probably not going to add that much value to his board. Able to get a jeweled gauntlet for Vi. I'm not sure there's a single board we've seen that Spicy Appies is capable of beating, but, you know, he's got a board, he's got a dream.
Yeah, so it's really not about beating boards. It's about losing by fewer champions, if possible. Ends up frontlining.
You love to see it.
Do we?
I don't know.
Are you sure?
Why not?
I kind of hate it against this matchup. Wait, all of a sudden, Corgi and Lucian not targeting the Renata. Somehow every unit but Renata has died before this point. Alright, it's a 5th.
Yeah.
Not bad.
I think that's more meme than outplay, but I do respect the hustle, and you were right that it was about killing units. He winds up getting a bot 4 here by 2 HP, which means that if he kept that Renata in the backline, was able to kill 1 more unit on Kevchin's board, he actually would have been able to top 4 this game. So I don't know if he's positioning for someone else or what was going on there. I don't know if backlining the Renata actually does kill another unit, but it's possible that Appies just threw away a top 4 there. Aniko rounds out our top 4 in 4th place with that double trouble fun variant of the Ashe reroll. So we have our final 3 players. We have Goobens playing Jinx, we have Kevchin on this twin shot reroll, and we have Tricked with the insanely capped Debonair Syndra carry. Not matchups that we get to see every day as we hop on board with the 2 people who are in position to actually win this lobby. Jinx versus Syndra. Where's this Jinx going to land?
She lands kind of in the middle of a bunch of stuff, and the Syndra can immediately force a will her away. But did she use up all of her ammo? Here comes more damage. Welcome to the trampoline. Oriana's Shockwave does provide some valuable shielding. There's just not enough DPS from Jace 1 with no items. So Goobens takes a loss. Kevchen just trying to orbit and hang out. Doesn't want to leave the party just yet. Clearly the guests have all cleared out, and Kevchen is just lingering, loitering, hoping someone notices.
I wonder if Ramkev or if Goobens is going to put this assassin spat on the Victor and try to get it away from the Syndra. It would certainly be some amount of damage amplification for Victor, although not the biggest spike in the world. This Assassin Spat was a reforged Debonair Spat, by the way. Goobums denied a Debonair Spat to Tricked earlier in the game, which is a very heads-up play when you think about the reality. These two were almost destined to be the final two players. Goobums trying to take every edge he can get, because if he gives up that Debonair Spat, there's probably no way he's ultimately going to be able to beat that capped-out Tricked board. So very, very heads-up play from Goobums going into this twin shot board, and the Aurelia is now onto the Corki. It is able to heal up. The Victor cast comes through, and we have what felt like a faded final two, essentially from the mid-game. These two players were just so far ahead of the lobby. We have Tricked back on a winning streak. Tricked's board does feel a little on the unbeatable side. Is there anything Goobums can do to make the magic happen?
Shroud is really big here for Goobums.
It's a good starting point. For it. Yeah.
Then on the other side, Trick has a Banshee's Claw that I'm eyeing. Could also just straight up take... Oh, it takes a Zeri.
Yeah, it doesn't have Zeri yet. He's going to level 9, so he's thinking maybe this is a Zeri 2 situation. He could also put the Last Whisper onto his Draven. Wow, Trick has so much left to do to cap out his board. If he's able to hit a Draven 2, if he's able to hit a Zeri 2, then the power level of this board is going to get to another level. Meanwhile, Goobums doesn't really have anything left to roll, and not a lot left to roll for. I mean, he would love to get this Jace 2, though that's an uphill battle to say the least. Tricked repositioning, gets that Leona 2 into the front line. Does have the 7 Debonair fully online at this point, and here comes Goobums' Shroud. It should land across the bulk of the team.
Does have a Zephyr that lands onto the brand. Not really inconsequential. We have an Assassin Seraphine in the face of the entire army.
There we go.
So much pressure. Unit quality, pound for pound.
Oh, Thrill?
Very high. And that's going to be a win for Goobums. We still have a lot to go. Trick just crushed the halfway point between him and 0. So we're definitely going to stage 7 here as we take a look at how the matchups were going. I was kind of wondering how we're going to utilize this Assassin emblem. I had one really stupid idea, Bryce. One of my ideas was to give Assassin to Zillion so that he time bombs the back line so you can target Syndra.
An inverse version of Time Flies. I'm really sad that we didn't get a chance to see that. I'm also sad that Tricked is getting a Silco from Arcane in every single shop and passing it. The disrespect is real. Just doesn't think the Silco is needed for this board. Winds up dodging the Shroud for the most part on all the key units as Goobums just kind of leaves that Shroud in the middle of the fight. The Echo is frozen harding onto the Syndra, so Syndra is struggling to kind of ramp up and get its cast. And the Syndra is already down. The Zeri as a secondary carry is doing a lot of work here for this Debonair board. The Jinx is onto the Zeri. The Zeri with the Thrill procs is able to stay alive, and this is what we were talking about. Goobums wins a fight against the non-capped out version of Trick's board. Now Trick has a legitimate secondary carry in this Zeri, and Zeri's items are a little scuffed, but they do work. Zeri makes good use of the Ginsus. The Last Whisper's fine, and will stack up that Titan certainly by auto-attacking, a billion times over the course of the fight. The Gunblade is an okay item for Talon, and a Locket for a little bit of extra shielding for Goobums. I'm not sure either of these items are really making or breaking anyone's game.
Yeah, nice support and utility, but we're way past the point where Talon without VIP, Hextech Gunblade is going to make the biggest of differences, but definitely helps. Same thing with the Locket. Could use it on the back line, help Victor, for example, hit that much harder. I was looking for Jace 2. That is a significant power spike. Continuing to pick up copies of Seraphine, and there's a couple of 2-star innovators, which also helps the mechanical bear. How does the positioning also work out? Goobums was positioning things as if he could utilize some of the Shrouds and the Scrap components. Okay. Swap from both of these players here as the Echo does jump to the back line and try to see if he can stall out.
Yeah, it's a great Shroud from the Echo. It lands onto the key units as Braum CC is going to come out late. The Syndra still hasn't casted 8 seconds in the fight. The Zeri is popping off on the other side of things. So Jinx is in the middle of the action, rolls a Giant Slayer off of the Scrap, such a big item in this fight, and able to take care of business. That Giant Slayer roll was absolutely massive against 7 Debonair. Basically everything is going to be above the Giant Slayer cap. So really, really good value on that item for Goobums. And another win. This is such a fun back and forth as we head into 7-2.
Yeah, and it really kind of depends on whether or not we can find a way to cap even higher. Are there different things that players can break apart? And one of them does tend to be these legendaries that can be stronger. So do you value the synergies or do you value the unit quality? And we don't have any more gold to roll, so this could be the last fight here to take a look at what's going to happen. Goobums
reads the swap.
Let's get the Shroud onto all of the carries that needs that mana. And we'll see if that's going to make a difference maker and how long this front line can hold. The Syndra, the force of will, throws everything in the back line. Jinx has entered the chat, but she gets thrown away as well. Can anyone catch this Zeri? Not enough in the time bomb. Zillion clutches it. Goobumps is going to take game number 2 of the finals with the Jinx, Irelia, Jace trio carry innovator comp.
Goobums is just so good at building those legendary boards. He has so much experience playing tempo this set. He tacks in a Victor without synergies, which is adding an additional damage that he really needs. He perfectly predicts the swap in the final fight, and he doesn't just predict the swap with the Echo. He gets the Echo on the outside of the Syndra, and then he puts this meaningless assassin Seraphine to jump, so when Syndra finally does get her first cast off, she's just throwing away the meaningless Seraphine, which means that that Echo with that Frozen Heart is just sitting on the back line the whole time. That is a positioning diff. I think he won the fight before because of the Giant Slayer role. I think he won this fight because he straight up outplayed his opponent. Very nice first place from Goobums.
That was so back and forth. Yeah, big congratulations to Goobums, and of course Trig. That was as tight as it could be, as we'll show you the graphic of who ended up on top. But Bryce, you read my mind about what my question was gonna be, of what were the important considerations for Goobums to take down Trig's Debonair and mostly Syndra Power Puncher Frodan. Do you have anything to add to what Bryce just said?
Yeah, I think this is one of the most dangerous aspects of Innovator in general, which is that you can continue to stack on the power, but when you're playing a reroll composition, you don't have many levers you can pull beyond it, because how do you usually get stronger? You just level and add more of the trait that you're trying to build around your carry. When you're playing Debonairs, you just add more Debonairs, but once you hit 7 Debonair, what else can you really do? It's a very tough spot for Trick to be in outside of just replacing some core units and then trying to play Legendary. So Goobums recognized this, good positioning, and what a clutch time bomb from Zillion. That is a buzzer beater if I have seen one. You know how at the very end of the NBA Finals, one person hits that big 3 from a role player? That was the big thrill Zill coming up huge.
Yeah, the big 3-pointer at the end by a 2 cost of all things. But take a look at our board to see how the points have tallied up. That was such an important second place, by the way, by Tricked. He had such a bad 8th place in game 1 that he didn't even see the 3rd augment. And look how he stayed resilient mentally after that. And Malala, who went first, ended up in 8th. But one unique augment that I want to ask quickly about, Bryce, was the chemical overload by Spicy Appies. We know he's an innovator and he's in the right tournament to do so, but that was his first augment. You know, explodes is a flat amount of damage, great early, maybe mid-game, but going full Chemtech isn't really popular in the meta. So is this something you ever pick up?
I'm not going to say never. Every time we
never say never.
Yeah, never say never, because in TFT in particular, if you're looking at very many augments and saying these are never picks, then you're probably not thinking wide enough. And Appies is a great example of a player who always thinks wide, picks augments that people would not necessarily make work for them, and finds a way to make them work. With that said, I did not find a lot of chemical overload value on Appy's board this game. It felt like when we were watching it, it was kind of underwhelming. There was like an early fight where there was a Twitch 2 in the backline. It was like, oh, this is going to explode and maybe swing the fight, and then it exploded into like 2 damage. So I don't know about that one. We didn't see his augments. We didn't see his spot. Maybe it made sense. It's worth noting that in a lobby filled with everyone hitting their 3 stars, Appy's just did not find enough copies of Trendemir and Zac and Woolrick to be able to play around. So maybe this is just a good fit from Appy as we move forward. I'm not prepared to lay it at the feet of the augment choice, but I didn't feel the augment in that game.
I know, and we even saw the Zonia's Paradox on a Renata, so I know that Spicy Appies, he's trying the field. It's good to do early when we have 6 games to go. Frodan, when Kevchan, we saw that he actually built a lot of AP items on Corki and ended up with the Thief's Gloves on Lucian. So in what cases does, because we haven't seen a lot of Corki as a primary or at least big item holder, so in what cases would Corki be your primary AP holder over Lucian, and how does that translate into the late game?
Yeah, I think the main concern is who are you hitting and at what part of the curve are you at? So in this case, Kevchen had a lot of Corkies early and was able to 2-star it. He should hold the items, and if you do end up finding a lot of Lucians later on, you can choose to itemize Lucian as well. A lot of times it's even inverted, right? You get dropped an early Lucian, he's holding your items, you have some support Corki, but then you still find Lucian too, then you just lean into Lucian as your item carrier. And that's what makes TFT pretty interesting. Every game should theoretically feel completely different. Even if you're trying to play similar comps and similar trees, you end up having to be a little bit more dynamic with how you itemize your carries. The big problem is exactly what we identified, which is that Kevchen has great augments, great champions, great build. But the itemization was going to be something that I worry about. And when he went for that rod on Carousel, immediately I was thinking, oh my goodness, if you don't get the right stuff, you're just going to end up not having the powerful combinations in your twin shots. Twin shots really want to win fast because part of what they do is high burst, right? And in these kinds of compositions, you want to end the fight quickly by eliminating carries, especially with the sharpshooter augment. That didn't exactly work out the way Kevchen wanted to, but ultimately it's not a wrong macro decision. And we'll see if he's able to at least pick it up for the next few games.
Yeah, with Kevchen with the 3rd place just then proved that, well, obviously wasn't a bad decision. And the 5th place, he's at the middle of the pack. So that was game 2. And it, like Frodan said, it's all about what you get dropped and at what moment. Speaking of drops, do you guys like little legend eggs? So do I. FantasyTFT.com will be giving out those if you're able to invest your money and your brain for the right players. Are you able to predict 1st? Are you able to predict 8th? And can you sell at the right moments? Go check out Ball Street's Fantasy TFT app to find out more. And also FantasyTFT.com for a how-to video. That was game 2. After this break, we'll go into game 3. So we'll see you shortly. Welcome back, everyone, to the Innovation Cup. We have our Game 3 around the corner, and I'm back with Mortdog and Doa, where we had some... Well, we had some reroll, of course, but we had a very interesting board by Spicy Appies that honestly we could spend a whole podcast talking about. But Doa, his was very unique. You know, the chemical overload first augment. We had a Zhonya's Paradox on a Renata carry. So what did you think of everything that Spicy Appies did that game?
I mean, it was a very spicy Appies game. What more can you say about it than that? I feel like sometimes when he goes into a game, he sees his first augments and he's like, I'm just going to give myself a puzzle to solve this game, you know? And to be fair, he's got enough qualifier points where I believe he should already be through to the regionals anyway. So he is just kind of playing for the cash, playing for the pride here too. But he really does seem to be willing to try anything. And he's very good at sort of sussing out as the game goes on what's going to work with that. Now, we didn't see a top 4 this time, but it's little things, right? Where it's like the Zhonya's on the Renata lets you play it more frontline, which lets her hit the back line, which even though the items weren't great, maximizes the damage she can do. And if you have her in the front line, at least she's going to be able to explode and do that little bit of damage with the Chemtech augment as well. But it's interesting seeing the players make these choices between very specific augments and very general augments in the early parts of the game, because obviously it's safer to pick something more broad, but you know, it is fun. I will say, like, I have the most fun playing TFT this set when I pick something very specific and do what we saw Appies do, which is try to sort of like figure it out as you go, you know. And I think that's when on the fun category, the fun side of things, that's where TFT is best right now. So don't be afraid to do it. You know, it's only LP.
It's only LP. It's only, you know, thousands of dollars on the line for this tournament. But
Tournaments are different. On the ladder, it's only LP.
Yeah, right? I know Frodan, our stats guy in the back room, was actually talking about how high of a win percentage or just how high people place picking chemical overload. So it was interesting to get some of the results, and I'm sure Mortdog, you know a lot about that. And we got to see, you know, the reroll meta again. And Nico, a very consistent top 4 player. Mortdog getting to the top with an Ashe reroll, and we even saw kind of that niche RFC item on the Ashe, which I know is something you were looking forward to seeing more of. So what did you think of Nico that game?
Yeah, I wish we got to see more of his endgame comp there, because he had the double trouble augment as well, which was really cool, because that allows him to run the 3-star Morgana and a 2-star Morgana, as well as the 3-star Ashe and the 2-star Ashe. I think if he'd been uncontested, we would have seen a much stronger version. It took him a long time to hit that Ashe, unfortunately, since he was contested. But once he finally hit it, at that point, everyone else had kind of come online, and that's when the Ashe can start to really fall off. The other thing to note here is, while the RFC is really good at spreading the extra range, Ashe right now, as people are figuring out, is very multiplicative when you get that Infinity Edge, the Giant Slayer, and the Last Whisper, and that can do a lot of damage. Switching to RFC, you lose some of that multiplicative power, so your shots aren't hitting as hard, even though you are able to hit the backline. And that's a trade-off you have to decide on. And so with the extra AD from Double Trouble, I think that is a correct trade-off. But without that, that becomes a lot more risky. But overall, yeah, that was very much, I think, that was the kind of reroll game I think maybe your Reddit kind of expects, where it was like there were a lot of 3-star 2 costs and 3 costs. That Syndra doing very well in the end game. But in the end, we actually saw another Innovator 5 cost do well, so yeah.
Yeah, the fact that the Syndra slam dunk, I know, Doa, that's one of your favorites even from previous sets. Anything where you can throw and say go to your room is obviously one of our favorite comps, and even having Zeri 2-star becoming the secondary carry in that case. So sounds like Game 3 is ready to go, so Mortdog and Doa, take us through it.
All right, I'm hyped to get into Game 3. Thanks, Lemonkiwi. Here we go, Game 3 of the Innovation Cup on our final day. The lobby, you know, still wide open. You know, more in that last game, we almost had the 1st and 8th swap. We almost had Trick take first after taking an 8th, and we almost had the opposite as well. So we were denied it by Goobums, but, you know, it's only one storyline. We've got so many others to choose from, don't we?
For sure, for sure. Looking at Mutant, it's going to be the Cybernetic Enhancement. This is the one that if you put an item on the character, they get a bunch of HP and AD. Can be very good in the early game, especially with an emblem that allows you to get the extra stats just by placing the emblem. We haven't seen this one really be that strong except with the Kha'Zix carry.
Right.
But otherwise, look at that. 3 Twitch in the shop already.
You know, I think the temptation is there. You've got a glove already. I mean, that's half an Infinity Edge, right? It's half of a Last Whisper. So maybe you do go for this Twitch reroll into, the Innovators a little bit later. He's already got the Ezreal too, or the Ezreal as in also, not a 2-star Ezreal, but you know what I'm saying. Either way, it's a tempting way to go early for sure for Pano.
Yeah, he's got the option here of the Chemtech, the Innovator, looks at his augments, gets the Scrap Heart, which isn't too bad.
Yeah.
The Runic Shield, probably not going to be something he's interested in looking at this situation. And then Keepers is sort of your generic output here. It feels like he could take Scrap Heart for some early power, but Keepers is probably where I would also lean, just for that generic out.
There's definitely good reasons to pick both of them. And you can see Pawn Up really taking a while to make that decision. And it looks like it is going to be Scrap Heart. Okay, so the Blitzcrank can be good early, and then that Scrap value is going to just be there all game. Keepers, if you get into a position where it's harder to attach the Twitch to that, ball of champions, you're worried about things like Shroud and things like that for the other members of your team down the line. So probably Scrap is going to be the safest choice. And he does get 4 Scrap, of course, too, right now, because he has the Ezreal and the Ziggs. So 4 Scrap early on, with the item components can give you a good amount of durability.
Yeah, it can. 4 Scrap can also kind of bait you into situations you don't necessarily want to be in, because you're not really getting a ton of value from the shield increase. It's just a little bit extra. 3 item components is going to increase you from a 60 shield to a 120 shield. And if you compare that to Keepers right off the bat, early on we were talking about how that was like 300, 450.
Yeah, true.
So Keepers would definitely be stronger in the early game, but this does lead into more options. And say he ends up in somewhere like, the Innovator Scrap we've been seeing before, all of a sudden he can take out one of those Scrap champions and allow him to play something stronger, in the late game, like, one of those 5-cost carries we've been seeing. So it does open up some options in the late game.
I do like that with 4 Scrap you can slam all the components and get 3, full items now and not have to really commit to anything yet. Might make things a little bit awkward later on, but it's like you're saying, that shield didn't really end up making much of a difference against the strong board from Malala. Having Innovators going early on, that's going to be some HP loss for Pawn Up. Interesting position to be in at 2-1. You don't see a lot of 4 Scrap 2-1 players.
Yeah, for sure. And again, we've been noticing that, Innovator has definitely been the hotly contested comp of the day. Scrap is that comp that really synergizes very well with it. So if you can get, that Singe 2, maybe find that Echo, that can put you in a good spot. But until then, you're going to kind of be struggling a bit.
Oh, so Tricked does find the VIP Syndra. Doesn't have Debonair online just yet, waiting for like a Leona or a Talon possibly to get it going. But we just saw how strong that Syndra can be, especially for Tricked. He used it to pretty decent success in game number 2 here. So if you can find the items, if you can find the Debonairs, might be a way to go again. The first augment, though, definitely a little bit awkward. Not going to get a lot of value out of Knife's Edge right now.
Yeah, Knife's Edge is an augment that does not go well into the Debonair comp at all. You want your Draven on the back line. You want your Talon not really benefiting from that. Draven's really the only strong AD champion in the tree. And so this is kind of a rough situation. And he's already locked in the Shojins.
Yeah.
Which makes me think, he might just commit to it and just be okay with that. But again, if he can get that IE Jeweled Gauntlet, we saw IE Jeweled Gauntlet plus the AP from Debonair just leads to those massive AoE explosions. But as we've seen with reroll comps before, if you're not strong enough, you can bleed out too fast before you can hit. So we'll have to see how that plays out the rest of the game.
Yeah, I do think there is something to be said for just accepting that you're going to be 1 augment down if you find something else that might be better handed to you on a silver platter. But it's still such a hard decision to make. Let's check out the augments across the board here. Got some interesting ones. Sniper Heart for Spicy Appies. Yet another wild change from the builds he's done earlier today. Likes to commit early today, it seems like.
Yeah, looking at these augments, the big powerhouse you have to look at here is Goobums with that Irresistible Charm.
Right.
Irresistible Charm is one that really cascades Debonair into a much stronger position, getting 20% less damage taken. And the way the mana generation system works, as they're taking that damage, they'll generate even more mana. So he's got to feel really good about that augment. That being said, we are already seeing Debonair being very contested. Tricked here running that despite not hitting the augment for it. So it's really going to come down to, can Goobums get the champions to make that augment work?
Right. My mind has to go back to Void Sins yesterday, getting great Syndicate augments, but then just being contested and not able to make it work regardless. Kevin Chatton going to deal some damage to Tricked here. Got a couple 2-stars early, and that VIP brand, if he gets a Debonair online, could be pretty strong. But again, that's just yet another player looking at maybe Debonair. I think there's just a lot of good Debonair champions early too. So you're going to see it be contested, and then people are going to kind of move out of it when they find better things.
Yeah, what was it Froden said earlier? Green unit good? So
I
seems
mean,
like
yeah,
a lot of
pretty much.
green unit good right now.
Yep, absolutely. That also applies to Zach, by the way. He is also green and quite a good unit early. It's not that
Spatula here, again, we're seeing the popularity of Debonair. That Spatula could be really good. If you look at Ramkev's augment, he has Disintegrator, so could be something crazy out of left field here with maybe like a Challenger comp possibly. But we'll have to see how the rest of his units work out with that Spatula.
Yeah, it feels like something like Twin Shot that we've seen a bit could work out as well. Let's check out Goobum's board for now, though. It's going to be, like we said, that Debonair Irresistible Charm augment. He's got the Locket as well, so going to be able to give the team a little bit of extra shield early on. Maybe find some enchanters later. Already has the Leona, just kind of waiting for, a direction with this Debonair-wise. Is it going to be Talon? Is it going to be Syndra? Is he going to find the Draven early? There's still a few different ways this could go.
Yeah, this is interesting because Goobums has been one of the pioneers of the Locket tech early game. Ever since it got that buff where instead of the shield only lasting 8 seconds, it lasts 15 seconds. That gives your team a lot of power in the early game. And we've seen Goobums play that a lot, allowing him to get through the early game at pretty high health here,
Right.
making quite a bit of difference. Unfortunately, in this case, he just has too many 1-star units, not enough damage, and going up against these scrap units with the Shiv, with the Last Whisper, it's just not going to be enough. Does get 3 unit kills, and so even then the Locket is saving him HP, even though he can't preserve the streak. Does find the VIP Leona, and this is one of the rare cases where you've got that Irresistible Charm, that she can generate a lot of health regen and not take the extra damage. This can be very good. It's pretty hard to play around, but if you can pull it off, it ends up being really strong.
I feel like I've heard players start to talk a little bit more about VIP Leona, because that's one of those situations where you're, probably looking for like a Draven or something, but the Draven gets to do the damage, not because it's VIP, but because you've got a VIP Leona in the front that just does not die. So you just have so much time with the Draven. So I wonder if he's going to stick with this. I wouldn't be opposed to it. I think it's something that's kind of underexplored in terms of Debonair comps. And like you said, he's got the perfect augment for it.
Yeah, judging from this position, what I kind of expect him to do is stick with the Leona until right around level 7, maybe level 8, and then sell it off and try to hit that VIP Draven,
right,
and then shift back. Because again, Draven with that Irresistible Charm becomes really hard to kill, especially with a Bloodthirster. And so my expectation is we'll see those items slowly shift over.
Speaking of shifting over, we're going to shift over to Ramkev's board right now. 3 Chemtech. The Twitch is coming along quite nicely. 5 Singe, 4 Twitch, a 2-7. He's got the Deathblade on the Twitch as well, and the Chemtech emblem for just an easier, Chemtech 5 later on down the line if he wants to go that far. 5 Twitches, by the way, not 4.
Yeah, we were talking about what he was going to do with that spatula he got, and he uses it to make a Chemtech emblem. And this is interesting because, again, Chemtech has definitely not been at the forefront of this tournament.
Right.
We haven't seen a ton of success with it, but, getting an extra emblem can allow you to open up some really unique possibilities here. Something like Chemtech Draven with that Disintegrator can be really good. I don't expect him to play reroll Twitch here, even though he's got the 5 Twitches. If anything, this will allow him... I still don't see it, but
Okay.
we'll see. But I think, if anything, this allows him to play the Twitches, work his way, level up quickly, and then move the items off of the Twitch onto something a little stronger in the late game. So we'll see what he ends up going with, but pretty skeptical because everyone's been playing the Twitch reroll comp with a lot of the innovators, and that's just not what we're seeing here.
Yeah, I mean, we have a really interesting use case for the Twitch reroll from the tournament in Spencer TFT, who basically just 20 out of 20. He played it every single game, and it ended up doing okay. It didn't do good enough to get him to the final day, but I'm looking at the stats right now. Yeah, it let's see. It did have a 60% top 4 rate in the 5 games we saw it played by him. So it's one of those things where if it's uncontested, if you can hit it quickly, you can do well, but it's just not going to be consistent enough to net you enough points to, top 4, it seems like.
The other thing I'll call out is that if we saw Spencer play it yesterday, he would commonly do the roll down right about here, down to about 30 gold to try to hit it.
Right.
And Ramkev, we didn't see that. We saw him stay at that 50 gold. So we'll keep an eye on Ramkev and see if he rolls down for it, but definitely playing it differently than we saw Spencer play it yesterday, for sure.
Yeah, I was wondering if he was going to have a situation where he just kind of gets to organically hit it. But wow, speaking of organically hitting things, a lot of 2-star upgrades now for Spicy Appies. And if you're going for the Syndicate Ash, this is exactly what you want to happen. 3-2, you've got your Ash 2 online. You've got, 4 Syndicate, not quite 5 yet, it seems like, but you've got a couple good items on the Ash. So not a bad start for Appies going for this if he decides to stick with the Ash reroll.
Yeah, hitting the Braum early here is big. Braum sort of being the linchpin of being able to go 5 Syndicate, so now he just needs a Morgana. I will say when we talk about Ash items, the Last Whisper here is great. The Hand of Justice feels like the B tier item that's like much more flexible, but not what you're looking for as far as like S tier, multiplicative outputs. And so this feels, again, we've seen this a lot today where the Ash is in this situation right about now, last in the lobby, really kind of struggling, and only at 3 Ashes, isn't going to get much help from his augments here. Underdogs is goes with Ascension, which can be good. Ascension can be good because you've got the defenses from Syndicate, which can allow the fight to last a little longer. But I'm just really nervous here, again, only being at 3 Ashes. Needs to find that Morgana. The items are a little rough. I do like the Sniper Heart. That allows him to be much more flexible into that 5 Syndicate as soon as he finds that Morgana. But overall, this, again, continues to be that unless you get those Ashes really quickly, this is a pretty nerve-wracking situation to be in.
Yeah, I mean, I think the gold is such a big story behind that, too, because, like, in theory, you would want to be slow-rolling right now. You'd want to be over 50 gold, and you'd want to pick up the Morgana along the way. So it seemed like there had to be a little bit of a roll-down for Spicy Appies just to sort of stabilize, and that prevents you at this point in the game from searching for Ashes, searching for other things the way you'd want to. So it's a little bit of like a rock versus hard place scenario. I mean, choosing to stabilize is probably always going to be the better choice there, but it does kind of make you think, all right, we might need to seriously think about not doing the reroll, moving on, seeing what we can find at 7.
Yeah, so Pawn Up here now running that, we saw that Scrap Heart from earlier, is now running that 4 Scrap, 3 Innovator. Definitely seeing something good here, but overall his champions look pretty weak. So it looks like he's kind of investing in going into the late game, sticking at 40 gold. Not seeing that sort of aggressive level 6 roll down we've been seeing in the rest of the lobby.
Right.
Interesting. And Nico had 6 Ezreals there, by the way, so that was very interesting to look at. Looking at the augments overall, Goobums gets another Debonair one. So Debonair Heart into the Irresistible Charm is going to be really strong there. Malala gets the Innovator Heart. That's another great one. Ramkev gets Chemtech Explosion. We know he's going pretty deep Chemtech. So those are kind of the big hits here. Otherwise, looking some pretty generic stuff. Nico with the Bodyguard Heart, Pawn Up with the Thrill of the Hunt, Spicy Appies with that Ascension, and Tricked with the Blue Battery 1.
I feel like last game we saw the gold Chemtech Explosion, not do a ton. So the silver one on top of that this game, I don't know. I'm not convinced with that augment. You and I were talking about that a little bit with the, between games where if it's too strong, suddenly it's a must pick and it's like the bane of the lobby. But at this point, it seems like it's tough to really kind of make it be worth it. That said, Singe 3 hit,
okay.
Twitch 3 hit by Ramkev. All right, things are getting spicy now.
Yeah, so he did decide to go with the reroll version. We do see the Twitch reroll, the Singed reroll. And the nice thing is the Chemtech Explosion is based off the amount of health they have. So having those 3-star units will get you those bigger Chemtech Explosions, and that can be quite good. On the other side here, we get a good look at Goobum's board. Has that Leona. Otherwise, I do see a Draven on the board, so he's got that first Draven. Items are looking a little sketch, though, so we'll have to see if he can turn that into... But these augments are so good for the Debonair board.
Yeah, the augments in this particular case make the rest of it very forgiving. It does make it easier to have subpar items, to have 1 stars instead of 2 stars. Late game, that might not be as good, but it might be good enough to just kind of hold on and then go into a solid top 4 finish.
Yeah, Goobums has got to be happy with this position here. We talked about that Irresistible Charm. The Debonair Heart already has a Draven at 3/6. That's got to be good. Malala, on the other hand, playing this 4 Scrap 4 Innovator, is going to be really looking for that Seraphine as quickly as possible to get that sort of 5 Innovator that we've been seeing throughout the tournament. Aurelia likely to be a really good carry, but as we've seen, lots of alternatives. At this point, though, we're probably not going to see something like the Senna we saw in Game 1. So definitely looking much more of a late game comp going on here.
Yeah. Iniko with that multitude of Ezreals on the other side, but not doing a ton of damage with it just yet. That said, everything else does kind of get back there. But with the Echo going down, it might be tough to finish this one off. And yeah, it looks like it's going to be a win for Iniko. We talked about Ezreal doing a little bit less damage, but when you can combine it with all those other 2 stars, you know, give Ezreal the time, that'll do it. It'll carry you for the moment anyway. Oh, there's the Aurelia.
Yep.
Big hit.
Yeah, the Aurelia is really nice here, so now just hoping to find that Seraphine as quickly as possible.
Right. See what the Wolves bring as far as items go. Pretty good itemization for Echo right now, so you're really kind of looking for things for the Aurelia at this point.
Yeah, it has the Infinity Edge, also has the Cloak if he wants to go BT, so if we see a lot of swords and bows here, that'll be sort of best case scenario. Instead gets a Spatula, which does allow for the Assassin Aurelia here. We could see Assassin Aurelia with a BT. That's probably what I would do in this situation. And there's the Seraphine. Hits it really early. And so I kind of... Oh, and it's a really good spot for something like an Assassin Aurelia to use that Socialite Hex up in the front.
Yeah.
So that's kind of where my head goes. But no, instead goes with the Infinity Edge. So we'll have to see how he decides to use that Spatula instead.
I am a little bit surprised, yeah, because otherwise you're not really going to get much utilization of that that Socialite Hex. I mean, I guess you can just kind of hold on to it because it's early enough in the game. You know, maybe you get lucky and get like a Tactician's Crown or something later. Bloodthirster rolls with the scrap anyway, so that's good for the Leona, or the Aurelia rather, but we'll just have to see how this works out. I think Assassin Aurelia is one of the strongest users of that spatula right now, so it is a bit surprising to see that passed up. But man, 5 innovators this early with 4 scrap should be pretty good. But as I say that, this Ashe has kind of gone untouched in the back line, and that's going to be a win for Spicy Appies.
Yeah, again, we call it out there that was Spicy Appies kind of having a weaker backline than we see these Ashe comps normally have, but a pretty strong version of the front line. And so hopefully that can give him enough to stabilize. And he's got enough gold that he can roll down and hopefully find that Ashe that he's looking for.
Mm-hmm. Orianna. Pick up Braum is available as well, though he doesn't really fit into this comp for Iniko quite as well.
Okay, so Iniko's plan looks pretty clear to me here. These items are basically Aurelia or Jinx items.
Yeah.
So this is a pretty standard 4 scrap, Innovator into either Jinx or Aurelia. Has that extra... He got rid of the, the other 2-star Ezreal. Is holding this Ezreal so that he can keep the Innovator scrap once he hits one of those better carries. But for now, he's just riding this into the late game. The big thing will be not having that 5 Innovator. We've seen that extra tank just be so valuable throughout this tournament. And is going to get slowed by the Echo here. That, again, we've seen it all day, that Frozen Heart Echo just being so powerful.
That is a 2-star Jhin on the other side for Pawn Up right now, and it is going to absolutely start tearing through this team. There's a Blitzcrank grab on the Ezreal, and I think we've definitely reached the point in the game where that Ezreal's not going to be doing anywhere near enough damage to keep up. I know there was the Echo involved there, but when you start to run into things like 2-star Jhins, it's time to start looking for the next evolution of that board.
Yeah, it's interesting because Jhin has definitely fallen out of favor. We have not seen a lot of Jhin in this tournament. But Jhin, if you hit a Jhin with those items, it's still a very good carry. Can do a lot of damage here. And so we get a look at KevChen's board here, going the Bodyguard Enchanter. These Ahri items are pretty rough. You can see him kind of slowly trying to maybe transition into an Ahri comp. Is going to level at 4-3, which is pretty uncommon. You usually either see a 4-2 or 4-5. And so does get that 5 Syndicate 4 Bodyguard. But right now, those Ahri items are really just unfortunate for him.
Yeah, the damage is going to be a real issue. I understand the level there. Just to try to get 5 Syndicate in, it's going to be definitely better than 3 Enchanter was at this point. But yeah, he's going to need to try to find some damage items. Maybe a sword off of Carousel for Giant Slayer or something like that. And then maybe you're hoping for like a rod for Jeweled Gauntlet later on. But it's going to be a little bit tough for now.
Yeah, really struggling to get through that bear there that's got the healing. The Aurelia gets on the back line, tears through everything. And despite having the 4 Bodyguard, Aurelia is just going to be too powerful. The bear not even below half health yet, showing the power of that 5 Innovator.
Right.
And so, yeah, this will definitely be a loss for KevChen.
The Poppy took a while to burn through, but eventually did do it. Tricked down at 32 health already, by the way. Definitely having a bit of an up and down day, but this game seems to be pretty down at the moment. See if he can turn it around. KevChen grabs the tier. All right.
Yeah, it's interesting when you compare these spots to where we've seen in previous lobbies. You know, we've seen people down at like 20, 10, or even 8 at this point. So right now, this is actually one of our more even lobbies. We're seeing our 8th place at 32 and first place all the way down at 67. So this is I expect the last augment to really kind of make or break this lobby. So we'll have to pay extra close attention because, again, this is where everyone's comps are really starting to come together. I'm glad we're looking at this. This is Goobum's board. He's still, let's see, who's the VIP? There he goes. He got the Draven. We talked about this earlier.
Wow.
That he was likely going to sell the Leona, try to hit the Draven. We see exactly that. But I will say, you look at this board, there are no good items for this Draven. So he's kind of pushed himself into this Debonair comp, has this Draven, but to what end? Because a Draven without items isn't really going to carry him. Hopefully this will get him to like a top 4, but he really needs something strong to get this Draven going.
Yeah, it doesn't get a lot of locket value. Having to move things around a little bit. The Talon gets Zephyr as well. That is his main item holder right now. So it's going to be a little bit rough. Yeah, Draven nowhere to be seen already here. On the other side, Malala coming in with that Gnar too. Going to be very hard to get rid of. The Malzahar is certainly doing a good amount of damage, and that Talon is still going through. It's actually got the Sunfire cape as well. So the burn is real. We'll see if it's enough. Silco may just blow everybody up before the end, but I think that Malzahar is going to do enough damage. Yeah, that will be enough. It looked close at first, but Goobum's managing to pull it out. Wow.
That was a fascinating fight because I think everyone's kind of looking at that VIP Draven, and in reality, that thing did nothing. Items-wise here, honestly, these are all okay options. Nothing particularly exciting, but getting the extra makeshift value on the Debonair with the Irresistible Charm can be a lot of multiplicative power. Cybernetic Shell, if he wants to spread out that value, can be really good. And then honestly, Keepers isn't even that bad either here. So this is 3 pretty decent options.
Yeah, I wonder what the plan is going to be. Makeshift seems like the most default as far as like just defensive options go. And yeah, that's the way that Goobums is going to roll with that. You can see that Keepers, with the arrangement, could have been good too, although if you need to spread out later in the game, then suddenly that augment doesn't do a lot for you. So I like the bonus stats from makeshift armor. Seems good.
Yeah, it's fascinating. You look at this board right now, though, and it's like there's not a lot going on here. He just took out the Talon. He's going to move those items. But overall, we have a Draven with no items. He's even leaving the items on the bench, I think, for makeshift value for this fight. Puts the Hodge on the Draven, which is okay. But otherwise, this might be a bit of a struggle.
Yeah, the other items end up on the Leona to try to make her as tanky as possible. The Draven, at least he's got that Hand of Justice buff one way or another. It's going to be the damage it looks like this time around, but yeah, just not doing a lot. Meanwhile, the Ahri on the other side, Static Shiv, and the Shojins, the knockup might be the key to victory. Yeah, that was close, but you can kind of tell. I feel like when Goobums gets a little bit more damage on that Draven, things might turn around, but a little bit rough at the moment. Trick does some damage to Spicy Appies. The lobby's starting to tighten up a little bit as some of these bottom players start to get a few wins.
We got a quick look at Trick there. Not the situation he wants to be in. Last game he had that Syndra 3. Right now he's only sitting on 5 Syndras, so that is not a great spot to be in. All right, we get a good look at the augments here. Aniko getting the 3rd Tiny Titans, shooting all the way back up to first place. This is a great augment if you're struggling. It can shoot you back up, give you enough placement to get a top 4.
Right.
Kev Chen with that Jeweled Lotus, that's another pretty good one. Pawn Up with the item component Grab Bag, getting 3 item components. Other than that, some pretty standard stuff. Malala gets that Stand United. Ramkev, Thrill of the Hunt. Tricked with that Cybernetic, and Spicy Appies with Backfoot. So, Aniko definitely looking like the strong winner here, getting that extra health, propelling him to the top of the lobby, and hopefully surviving to a top 4.
Yep, that is the plan anyway. So far.
So look at this setup. This is, again, the setup we've been seeing throughout the tournament do really well. This is the Innovator with the Scrap. He hit the Aurelia too. And look at these items. Last Whisper, BT, Giant Slayer. These are very good items on that Aurelia. 5 Innovator. He can level up, put in a 6 Scrap if he really wanted to. Just so much value here. This is a great comp for Aniko and could easily be a top 2 finish.
Yeah, for sure. I think you definitely want that 6 Scrap. Just too much benefit compared to really whatever else you could put in there. Maybe 2 Enchanter, but no, it's got to be 6 Scrap, right? That said, look at the durability on Goobum's side, actually, with this. Is he actually going to win? That was really close. The Draven with the Hand of Justice. Is it enough? There's the stun from the Zillion. One last parting gift before he goes down. Seraphine ult comes through. The Ezreal can't quite make it happen. Wow, that was really close. But that Leona just tanked just long enough for Draven to finally, to be healthy enough to get that job done.
Yeah, gotta call out Goobums here, who can't be happy with that Draven. We're at 5-1, so all the items are handed out, and all he has is a Hand of Justice on that Draven. That is not the situation you want to be in.
Just praying for a top 4. That's just what you're going for here, and you're probably just praying for 4th.
There it
really
is. Ooh, the Jinx
all
gives him
right.
the 6 scrap. This is a lot of value here.
Yeah, it's going to be a ton of durability. The bear is going to help everything. The Aurelia is going to be a threat, and we're going to see how it does against this Jhin. How quickly can the Aurelia get onto the back line? A little bit stuck on the Leona early on. But yeah, that scrap shield just gave everything plenty of time to get rolling. That said, Leona does get popped. The Jhin activates. That is a very high damage Jhin, actually, between the IE and the Last Whisper, and it looks like it's going to be enough. So despite 6 scrap, it was just that Leona buying enough time for Jhin to take everybody out.
I feel like I caster cursed to the Nico. We talked about how good his board was. He has that Aurelia, the 6 scrap, and then proceeds to lose the next 2 rounds. So a little unfortunate there. But yeah, we talked about, again, how this 5 Innovator can be played in so many different ways. PawnUp is opting to go with the Jhin version, which has definitely been the least popular one this tournament. But it's still a Jhin 2 with those amazing items. And so also has the Jace to help give it that extra attack speed, which gets converted into AD for Jhin, making him hit even harder. So pretty cool to see.
I think the debate is still out as far as like if you can cast or curse people or developer bless them yet. Because I've seen both in your casting history. It just seems like it depends on the day. Maybe today's a cast or curse day.
True. Speaking of which, you do have to call out Tricked. We saw him trying to play that Syndra reroll again.
Yeah.
And as we've seen with these reroll comps, when you don't hit, you hit 8th place. And so Tricked in 8th. On the other side, Spicy Appies is going to be the Ashe player today. And he does have the Ashe 3, but these items are a little rough. These are definitely not your best Ashe items possible. Is going to be able to get the win, though. Syndicate proving powerful, and that Ascension doing a lot of work here.
The funny thing is, I feel like every time we see Appy's board, we start out by saying, like, things aren't going great for him, and then he wins the fight. Like, it's not ideal for sure, but it's a very Spicy Appy's thing, where he's kind of just making it work. He's taking something you wouldn't expect, and he's getting, if not top-tier results, like, decent enough results.
Yeah, for sure. He definitely can make something work. And again, even though those Ashe items aren't particularly perfect, he's got those good augments, the Sniper Heart, the Back Foot, and the Ascension, all multiplying that Ashe in a really good way. So that's got to feel good, at least, when you look at your augments, compared to someone like a Nico's board that we talked about. But right now, he's down a gold combat augment. You have to remember that he's down a lot of power compared to everybody else. Got that health to survive, but will it keep him alive long enough is the big question.
Yeah. I think looking at this board really makes you think more about what makes a board good in 6.5. And you've got all these kind of cushions, right? Where if your items aren't great, then you really want to try to focus on augments that do what the items aren't doing for you, and kind of vice versa, right? So you can kind of balance things out. If one side of those two are rough, if both sides are going great, then you just top 4 easy, right? But if it's not, you can get a little bit creative here. Here comes the Twitch 3.
Yeah, we get a good view of Ramkev's board finally, going that Chemtech with the explosion, the singed, and you can kind of see the power here. The Twitch is getting kind of tossed around a bit.
Yeah.
And so now the Ashe is able to kind of cut loose. I do like this Chemtech Kha'Zix. That's really cool. Gives him that backline assassin. It's going to be really close here. Ashe versus Twitch, though. Kind of expect that to go Ashe's way. And sure enough, by 1. Interestingly enough, it's slowing down the pace of the lobby because we're seeing a lot of these very close combats, which means very little player damage is being taken, allow people to scale up even more. And so, unfortunately, that does knock out Kev Chen. Malala looking to be on the back foot as well.
Yep. Just the prescience of Spicy Appies knowing Ascension would be good in this lobby, apparently. But yeah, still some work to do if he wants the top 4. There's still a bit of a gap between him and Nico. Going to take a look at Ramkev's board. We just saw him take a loss to Appies, but it's still a strong board. 7 Chemtech. Of course.
That's a shot.
Wow. All right. Yeah, there's some Trindamirs. And some Warwicks. If he can 3-star some of these, can help solidify the top 4 possibilities. But he got to go up against this Jhin now. Question is, will the Twitch get those great shots across the back line that he's looking for? It's looking pretty good at the moment. That said, that Jin just has to basically look the Twitch's way. Not gonna hit it in the first cast. Oh, it got pulled in! Oh, that's big. That Twitch is in big trouble now. Jin casts again.
Nope.
Oh, no, but the Kha'Zix comes in and saves the day. Got Twitch's back, apparently, and that's going to be a win for Ramkev.
Yeah, that was definitely a thrill of the hunt difference here.
Yeah.
One really interesting thing to call out here right now is that it is possible if Ramkev can somehow hit level 9, he can get 9 Chemtech in. And 9 Chemtech is a very, very powerful chase trait. You can see him kind of trying to set up for it, but he doesn't quite have the health to make it there. So this is going to be really close. If he can pull it off, though, 9 Chemtech, again, very, very strong, especially with this Twitch 3 and the Singe going on here. So we'll have to see if he can slowly make it, but he's going to have to survive 3, maybe 4 turns to make it happen, and that's a lot of player damage. So cross your fingers.
I mean, shout out to Ramkev, if nothing else, for showing us how Kha'Zix can be used again. And now I feel like we're going to start to see Kha'Zix used more and more in these non-mutant situations, right? Where it's another game where Kha'Zix is just being played for Kha'Zix. He's essentially like bouncy Shaco, I think, this patch, where he goes in, does that big hit. Shaco would, shrug off the attention, whereas Kha'Zix just leaps away. So they do similar things, and I think people need to start thinking of Kha'Zix kind of more along that line.
Yeah, for sure. Kha'Zix is definitely proving to be very flexible. Again, we talked about that Innovator comp. We've even seen him be the backbone of that Innovator version. So a lot of different ways to be played here. Goobums is on here, but this is definitely an irresistible charm difference. Going to be very close. Ramkev only taking a little bit of damage, though, so he's still got some hope of getting level 9 here. So we'll have to see again if he can hit level 9.
This is exactly what you want to do if you just want to top 4, if you just want to try to survive, right? To be in the top 4 of the lobby at the end of the day, you just play these comps, right? Where if you're not going to win, you're at least going to lose close. Look at this for Iniko, though. Just 2 Aurelias off, finding that Aurelia 3. And that might be the key. We've seen a big shift in this board from what we saw before, but man, if he hits that Aurelia 3, I'm feeling pretty good for it.
Yeah, he was in this position earlier today with the 6 Aries and unfortunately wasn't able to hit. Right. Now he's in this position with 7 Aurelias. Aurelia not currently contested that often, so if he can pull it off, that'll definitely be a big spike. Aurelia 3 just goes around kind of one-shotting everything. Definitely one of the harder matchups here. He's up against the Syndicate player. Syndicate is a really hard matchup because when you first dash in, you don't get the benefit of that last whisper. And so, unfortunately, it makes it so that you have to do the second ult to really get it, which can slow down those resets.
Yeah.
And so, now we see on the side here, Pawn Up looking like on the back foot, Spicy Appies. Goobum's kind of dominating the lobby right now with that Irresistible Charm and that Draven, though. So, well, again, and Ramkev did look like he pulled out the win here, so we might see our 9 Chemtech.
That'd be pretty sick. Another small thing to think about for Iniko is that, when/if he finds that Aurelia 3, to make sure that he's got the right ones on the bench and the right one on the field so that he doesn't mess up the items either. He'd prefer to have the items on the right side Aurelia. Okay, now the left side Aurelia. Switching it on me as I'm talking about it. But yeah, you got to be a little bit careful when you're doing that.
Yeah, for sure. Ooh, Chemtech Silco from Arcane.
Huh.
That's pretty cool to see.
I mean, I think it's kind of lore appropriate, He was dabbling in the Chemtech. He was dabbling in the Shimmer,
Yeah, for sure. The Twitch doing a lot of damage on the backline, the Kha'Zix as well. We get the big hits, and yeah, Ramkev winning, which is great for him, because that's going to keep him alive and possibly allow him to get to that 9 Chemtech. I'm really hoping we see that here.
I think we very well might, and if he does hit it, that's going to be the thing that might be able to contest Goobums more than anyone else in the lobby here. Take another quick look at the augments as we go to the carousel here. Pawn Up running over to find the Morellos. It's on the Zeri, so it's 5 gold as well. Don't know if he needs a Zeri per se. Spicy Appies just grabs the tier. Interesting. Okay.
This is really close, because right now we've got Spicy Appies, Pawn Up, and Iniko all fighting for that last spot here. And so we'll have to see if this spot can really give them what they need to top 4. So,
right.
All right, is this it? Is this the 9 Chemtech? There it is, 9 Chemtech. So this is a massive amount of attack speed and healing. The one weakness of this comp is that they're still pretty susceptible to burst. It doesn't give them any extra tankiness. So if you get bursted down before the health regen can really kick in, this can still lose and still get its butt kicked. But if you can survive, again, that health regen is a lot. And I think it's like 150% attack speed. So this Twitch is going to go crazy.
All right, we're going to see a fast cast from the Victor as well because he's standing in front of Silco, getting that Mastermind buff. Silco does get grabbed, but that's okay because maybe you don't want him casting, honestly. You just want the damage coming in.
Look at that Kha'Zix go.
Yeah, that's right. Kha'Zix is going to be able to benefit from that after taking a little bit of damage early. Twitch has not activated it yet because he never ended up taking the damage, but that was a resounding victory. Now we get to see who gets knocked out. There was 3 players at sub 10 HP. Pawn Up goes out in 5th. It looks like Iniko is actually going to go out in 5th instead. He's going to take a little bit more damage. So Pawn Up sneaks into 4th place by virtue of losing his round just a little bit less.
Yeah, so now it looks like we've got the 9 Chemtech versus the Irresistible Charm Debonair Draven that kind of had some weaker items. But yeah, again, the power of this 9 Chemtech. This is a very difficult comp to hit nowadays. You've got to have those emblems. You've got to hit level 9 to get it all in without a heart. So this is pretty cool to see. And I do like that he has the extra healing with the Thrill. So as long as he can get a few kills, this should be good. So let's see how this goes.
Yeah, all right. Going up against the Ghost Ash board, it looks like. On the other side, that Ash is doing a ton of damage. Oh, we're going to swap, I guess. Okay. No. Goobums, meanwhile. Well, I guess we're going to still see how this one works out. Focusing on the players who are actually there in the battle anyway.
Yep.
Draven, is he going to live? Silco can't get it done. He was going to blow himself up anyway, and that's another win for Goobums. It's going to be Spicy Appies going out in 3rd. So another decent finish for Spicy Appies here today.
Yep, so yeah, this feels like 2 very high roll comps. And honestly, if you look at this Draven now, remember how we were talking about it was struggling with items with just the Hand of Justice? Look at these Draven items now. These are very good items. So this is a 7 Debonair VIP Draven with a Locket and a Zeke's and Irresistible Charm. So this is a great spot to be in. Definitely one of the premier comps we've been seeing. How well can it do against a 9 Chemtech chase trait? And honestly, this feels like the kind of thing where it's going to come down to positioning. It's going to come down to a little bit of that targeting RNG we see at the end of the fights. And, can we hit like the 2-star Silco? These are going to be the things that really make the decision here.
Yeah. We saw the opportunity for
there it is.
There's a 2-star Silco. The 2-star Renata was also found by Ramkev as well. So this board is capped. Unless you're going to start 3-starring stuff, there's really not much more you're going to be looking at here. Looks like a fake swap. Yeah, he's going to swap the Silco back at the last moment. Now we take a look from this perspective of Goobums. We're going to have a couple rounds here. Nobody's going to win it right now, but we might get a good sense of who's going to take it after this one. There's a ton of damage coming for the Dragon. The Twitch gets tossed away. The Kha'Zix's going to try to go to work here, but now the Twitch is in the back line. The Victor ult comes through as well. Zach walking forward here, but nobody's quite on the Draven. The Draven needs to be taken out, and it looks like it's not going to be enough. Goobums gets the win, and so now the burden is on Ramkev to try to find some way for the positioning to work out a little bit better, but as long as that Syndra is next to the Draven, it's going to be really hard to get either of the assassins on the carry for Goobums.
Yeah, for sure. And again, the big thing I think we're looking at here is this Irresistible Charm, making everything take 20% less damage. That is just so much extra prevention, allowing this Draven time to heal back up. Now running 2 Dravens, that's pretty scary. So again, just a very powerful version of this Draven comp. So
right.
It does look like that's what's got the edge here. Maybe some good Silco hits can make the difference here. The Twitch is going to get hit with the Chemtech. A lot of power here. If he can get Silcoed, maybe there's a shot here.
Not quite. Yeah, I feel like
nope, it's Silcoed.
The Twitch. Oh, wow, we got it done. So one thing I want to call out there as well is that he put the Tryndamere in front of the Silco. And one of the things that did is it made the Tryndamere run to the back line, take some of the heat, and pave the way for the 2 assassins to get a little bit cleaner look at the back line and get the job done. So it's going to be ways about basically the focus for Ramkev has to be tricking the aggro into going after things that are not the assassins, it seems like. And that was pretty good. This is one of the closest 1v1s we've seen. It could go either way.
Yeah, the other big part here is where does the Silco ult hit? Because again, giving that Twitch 125% attack speed, I do like this positioning here. Keeping the Twitch far away seemed to be the secret last time. Let's see how it goes. Draven throwing those axes. Watch for those Silco ults. We've got a Silco ult on the Warwick. Not enough time to regen. Pay attention to that Twitch. Does it get Silcoed? Nope, no. It gets taken out, and that's going to be a win for the Draven. Goobums taking another victory. Second on the day, I believe.
Yeah, Goobum's won game 2, and now he's going to come back and win game 3 again for, it is the day of Goobums apparently today, at least so far, with half the games done. Wow, Lemonkiwi, that was kind of like the game of the chase trait duels at the end there, it seemed like.
Goobums is absolutely on fire. I hope everyone is buying and selling those fantasy TFT Goobum stocks, because holy cow, 2 firsts today. You called that exactly right. And I feel like, how early did you guys call that this guy was going to win? Because the Irresistible Charm into Debonair Heart, it was just the recipe for success. And he hit that Draven VIP at stage 3, 2 started at stage 4. So it's like all the stars aligned for him. But an interesting scenario. So I know Draven VIP is the recipe to success. We get it. But Mortdog, we saw 2 Chemtech spats. It was an interesting scenario for a Twitch reroll, where at the beginning you were like, he should ditch the Twitch reroll. He ended up full sending it. And that was about Ramkev. Can you elaborate further on what leads into the decision on whether you do want to full send into the Chemtech tree, or maybe make those some innovators into Chemtechs? Because usually you see that Twitch reroll with innovators.
Yeah, I think really it's going to come down to, and I think Ramkev is showing this well, of how well you can adapt to what you're hit, right? And so when you're doing those 1-cost roll downs, you're usually looking for your Ezreals, your Singed, your Camille's, and your Twitches. And so if you hit like the Ezreal and the Camille, you can kind of go more that innovator route. In this time, he had the 6 Twitches early. We saw that. Didn't look like he hit everything else, because we have seen innovator be very contested. And so because of that, opted into more the Chemtech route, which I think was very smart and played off really well. That being said, Twitch in the late game does fall off here. You're running 9 Chemtech, but you're still running a 1-cost carry. If those items had been on the Kha'Zix, for example, or if that had been a Chemtech spat on a much more deadly carry, I think we might have seen a very clear victory. Twitch is still a 1-cost, and that's the challenge there. And Goobum's positioned correctly. We talked about the Syndra. We talked about how he had the Irresistible Charm. That's just too much for that 1-cost to get through.
I know, it's just, I love watching these players play and just really decide, just see them, how they make those decisions based on what they hit. Because obviously it seems like the answer, it depends, as Dylan likes to say, especially on what you're hitting and at what time. So take a look at our winner, Goobums, and the winning composition, which was around the Draven VIP. I think the most popular composition when it comes to the Innovation Cup. Another popular composition, Doa, is Irelia carry, but there's 3 flavors around that, right? The Innovators, the Strikers, and from this lobby, and especially from Nico, was a Socialite 3, Scrap 4. Do you have any opinions on which one you prefer playing for? Nico ended up in 5th, and I'm just wondering if that was a Irelia flavor diff.
Yeah, I mean, it depends, too, because when you look at the lobby, too, on the other side, you had a lot of boards that were pretty good against Aurelia, just in general, as far as, like, carries that could take care of themselves with the healing from Draven. You've also got the Debonair Augment that makes it more durable, you know, or you've got other things that just make it a little bit tough for the Aurelia to get back there, right? So, for instance, the Chemtech board, things are just jumping past it, you know? So it's, the Aurelia can be good, and it's usually a strong, you know, solid top 4 type comp, as we can see. Not this game particularly, but it all depends on, you know, if you're able to get your Aurelia on the important members of the other team. And some lobbies that's easy, some lobbies like this one that's a little bit harder.
And here's how our 3 lobbies have shaped up. Goobums is clearly the player to beat with a 7-point advantage over everyone else. Almost seems pretty locked in to go to finals, but we have 3 more, or to the regional, sorry, as we have 3 more games to go. One more thing I want to talk about, Mortdog, is I always like to poke you about, is the meta. And Jhin, we got to see a bit of Jhin today, this time from Panup, and it's kind of here nor there. We saw, I think, day 1, somebody had a Jhin 3-star, MF 3-star that won the lobby, but here, Jhin ended up, I think it was in 4th for Panup. Yeah, he ended up in 4th. So why do you think Jhin has been less popular in the meta? Because it seems like people would rather invest more into Irelia if they can when it comes to innovators.
Yeah, I think if you look at the way Jhin operates, he does his primary damage even from his ult to the first target he hits, and then each target after that takes a little bit less damage. So when we talk about backline access, he's one of the lowest compared to all the other 4-cost carries. And so Aurelia, for example, can kill one target and then immediately hop onto the back. putting much more damage on the backline where it's important. The other thing to note about Jhin right now is that he takes a little while to get that first cast off. You can't really afford to put mana items on him. It's a lot harder to run Scholar without Janna in this set. And so he ends up taking a little too long to cast compared to Aurelia, who goes auto, here we go. And if you get the right chain, can start ulting immediately. So,
oh, look at you smiling. You look so happy about your answer. The rare Mortdog smile, but that was game 3,
Yearbook photo
everyone.
Mart.
Oh, he's back. Oh, no more smile, but it's okay. What I am smiling about is my stonks, my Goobub stonks going up on Fantasy TFT, and I am just farming those little legend eggs, and I hope you are too. Take advantage of the Fantasy TFT app by Ball Street so you can invest into your favorite players, and if they're not your favorites, at least you can invest on the ones that are winning and losing. So that was game 3. After this break, we'll see you for game 4. friends, we're halfway through the day of Innovation Cup, the final day to decide our top 4 going to regionals. Frodan and Bryce are back on the desk, and I know we're seeing more of the same comps, but we're also seeing some very creative uses, especially of the spatulas, and it creates a lot of important decision making on how deep you want to go in certain trees. But Frodan first, we gotta highlight that first place from Goobums has been a great player in Innovation Cup so far, and having a fire day in day 3 with 2 first places. So he's just destined to go to regionals at this point.
Pretty close. I think we're almost at that point where as long as Goobums can just avoid, going back-to-back 8th places, which he has done before in tournaments where he was
Why
in
you gotta
down
put that
position
out there? Come
and then
on.
closed out 8. I'm just reporting historical facts that can't be argued.
It's okay. Reverse caster jinx. I like
You
it.
decide. Yes. So as long as he just avoids that, he's going to be through. Can anybody join him? Because he has such a big point lead over second place that doesn't feel like anybody can catch him. Iniko's been definitely playing some very good TFT. Shout out to Spicy Appies again, showing off his skill set. But around that tier, right below Appies, it starts to get very close and dense. So I'm not entirely sure how it's going to shake out.
And that's how we're going to find out in the next 3 games. But yeah, Goobums, I felt like it was the easiest game of TFT I've seen. I know at least it looks easy to me when you have the Irresistible Charm, Debonair Hard, a stage 3 Draven VIP. It would have been hard to tank that. Goobums pulled it through at the end. But Bryce, an interesting board we saw was Ramkev's with a Chemtech 9 Twitch reroll double Chemtech spats. That was a first for Innovation Cup.
Yeah, first for Innovation Cup and really clever adaptation from Ramkev. He looks at his spot. One, he has the Chemtech Overload Augment, so there's extra value to him in putting more Chemtech units on the board. And he scouts around and he sees that Nico has 7 Ezreals in Stage 2. And so, normal version of Twitch reroll, you play into the Innovator tree and you reroll for units like Ezreal, Camille that complement the Chemtechs. And Ramkev says, I can take a left turn here and play a different version of this board that will work just as well. And but for Goobum's high rolling augments, getting the VIP Draven, and then winding up with amazing items at the end because he gets a Runin's Hurricane from Carousel and then an Infinity Edge from neutral. So the stars kind of align for Goobums put together the first, but Ramkev put himself in first place position in that game, takes a nice second, and puts himself very much back in contention to be one of our final 4 qualifiers.
Well, our game for Carousel is almost ready to go. The same 8 players going at it. Only 4 spots to regionals. And of course, 10 spots available for the top of the qualifier points. I'm excited to see how this will turn out. So Frodan and Bryce, take it away for game 4.
Here we go, game 4, the beginning of the second half of today. A tier glove bow sword carousel. No rods, no belts, no vest, no cloak. So we're starting with only half the available components. Really interesting start. We're gonna hop on board with Goobums, who's been putting on quite a clinic. And again, as we said, into the moments leading up to this game, Goobums just has to avoid 8th. He can play aggressive and make sure that he's not playing super greedy. And even if he gets 5th and 6th all the way down, he should be good to go.
Yeah, and that's a perfect compliment. There are some players in this tournament that are a little bit more 1st or 8th style. Goobums is the opposite of that. Goobums will slam items at all points in the game. He will roll at all points in the game. Goobums wants to play a board that is never weak. Sometimes he high rolls like he did last game and he can play it into a 1st, and then other times he winds up with kind of a mid-roll, low roll, but it's very, very rare that he takes 8th places. I also have to say, Synaptic Web, very interesting. Not a mutant trait that we've gotten to see very often on broadcast. It is generally considered to be the strongest mutant trait. There is so much value in this because Kha'Zix uses this incredibly well for the lower mana pool. Malzahar does as well. And if you can get a mutant spat and you've never had the opportunity to see Synaptic Web Ari, then you have not lived yet, and I hope we get to see it in action in this game.
I'm pretty sure we will. I think that Synaptic Web Ari has really caught the attention of a lot of top challenger players. I know that even right before this, when Bryce was queuing up, there were 3 people going for it the moment they saw that it was Synaptic Web. So it wouldn't be surprising to see. That being said, it does feel quite open-ended with how you want to get to that path. Because the most important aspect of Synaptic Web Ari is you need a mutant emblem. And if you don't get that, then how do you actually play it? And if so, then what's your backup plan? Do you just reroll Malzahar? Or are you trying to play Kha'Zix instead? So I think there's a lot of questions surrounding the details about how we get to that point.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And speaking of a lot of questions, I have a lot of questions about this spot for Goobums. He can go in a bunch of different directions here. He's got the VIP brand in the shop. He passes the VIP brand in the shop with a gunblade and a tier, and then he gets the Alawi in order to be able to commit to the mercenaries. Thank God that Alawi is there. That gives him the option to play the mercs early, which is such a powerful opening. If you know how to use this, getting mercs online from 2-1, playing a nice loss streak for a little while, and then just snowballing, getting so much additional power and gold from this trait.
I don't know why we passed that.
Yeah, I don't know either.
I think that's just an actual mistake. And I'm just going to go ahead and say that. If Goobums were to reevaluate it, I'm sure he would also say, you know what, I should have bought it. Because at least hold it. You don't have to play it. As you can see, he hit the Alawi anyways. He's going to start losing. I also said that Goobums doesn't have to play first or eighth. And he starts off with 2-1 mercs. I don't know about this.
He can't not. I mean, the thing... Okay, look, I agree to not leaning into mercs in general, but 2-1 mercs is so powerful. If you know how to play around this and you're starting to worry about your results because you're losing too much HP and you don't feel like you're setting up for a true cash out, you can always just kind of abandon ship and cash out in the middle of stage 3, and it's fine. It's not a big deal. So I completely agree with playing mercs. It is a more risky style, but if you're good, like Goobums is good, then you can absolutely consistently cash out. He doesn't need to play it full first or eighth.
Yep, that's totally fair, because these are the supercharged eco, no different than Yordles, that you just get the ability to slingshot back into the game with just fewer health than everybody else. As take a look at Goobums matching up against Appies. Does slam the Gunblade on the Misfortune. And taking a look at how he wants to approach it, doesn't seem like Misfortune will actually even kill any units.
No.
So a slam attempt to try to kill units ends up not working out. Goobums didn't make gold either. He's holding a ton of gold actually on his bench.
He also took Spellblade, so he is full committed into an Arcanist line. This is a comp that we have seen do extremely well in this tournament with narrow conditions, and I think this is going to be those narrow conditions. He has great AP items early. Ari will be able to hold that Gunblade later, or Malzahar can hold that Gunblade later. Goobums knows how to play around the highest capped versions of the board with Victor. We've seen him play Arcanist already, so I think he's in a great spot. Appy's choosing not to slam Locket is kind of surprising to me. Appy's is a player that typically slams items, and this is an item that is doing a lot of work in the early game, so I'm surprised to see him not opt into building an item here. Are you surprised as well, or do you think this makes sense?
I think that Appy's, well, one, he lost his first fight, so slamming on the second fight is not advisable because he's not able to get the streak going, and he also is 1.5 rounds at that point away from Carousel. I actually think it's okay. I think Locket, when you slam Locket, you have a specific game plan in mind. And right now, I feel like Appy's does not. Just kind of looking at how the way the board is constructed with 2 Zac Wands and a Morgana, it doesn't really feel like there's a lot of cohesion. So I think Spicy Appy's knows that, wants to stay open. He pre-levels in the hope that maybe he hits like a Zac 2, maybe even finds a spatula on the Carousel that can help give him some direction as well, because I know if there's one player who has played a lot of mutants in this lobby, it's Spicy Appy.
Yeah, Appy's has played a ton of mutants, understands the ins and outs, although I will say in Synaptic Web, that tree, like you said, starts to get very contested very quickly, and oh my god, a Malzahar with a tier on the Carousel. I expect to see Goobums beeline for it, and he drops an emote while he's at it. That is best unit, best item combination. Feels good, man.
And Spicy Appy's is beelining for the spatula? No, he actually stops. No one's going for it. Interesting.
It is on a 1 cost, but it's so
True.
strong in this meta, in this lobby specifically, because mutants are really good, and there are so many great holders.
Nobody wants the spatula. Okay's business.
In Synaptic Web, what am I witnessing? Maybe it's one of those situations where everyone thinks it's going to be so contested that no one wants to go for it, but man, is that surprising.
I can understand like a lot of the players who are loose streaking and need a specific component, right? Like Goobums with that tier to make blue buff. I get it, but to have everybody look at that and nobody pick up the spatula, I have to wonder if we're perhaps a little bit too close-minded. And on the other hand, maybe some players don't actually believe it's that strong, which I want to
Well, that's
reassure
wrong.
people it is very strong.
Yeah. If you're not picking it because you think you don't have the angle for it, you think it's gonna be too contested, fine. But if you don't think it's strong, maybe check profiles because it is really, really good.
Yeah, we'll see. Either way, that has very much clearly shown me that not many people are going to be playing that line. So, talking about what is in front of us, we have Tricked on a win streak, does slam the Infinity Edge, and has it on a Ziggs, which is kind of unusual. This was something we actually saw a lot in set 5 because Ziggs had really high attack speed, and therefore you could stack AD items on him, and Hellions were the trait that gave attack speed, so it actually worked out pretty well. This case, a lot different. Ziggs does not have any of that base attack speed with the Hellions. So I'm curious to see how long he wants to hold on to it. It is a 2-star unit, so in terms of quality, it's still good. Also had the ability to play 4 scrap, but choosing the Cassidon, this is kind of a tough spot.
It is a tough spot. Do you want more damage or do you want more frontline? Because the Ziggs is your 2-star backliner, so he's got some higher base AD and making use of this Infinity Edge. It also gives you 4 scrap and the ability to scrap the second component. The Cassidon is the objectively better unit, but I agree with this. On his board, I think this makes a lot of sense and is a good call. Going up against Spicy Appies, where he is very likely to be able to maintain his streak. He's got the extra items, he's got the extra shielding, he's got some more 2-stars, so it's a good spot for Trick to be able to take a win streak into neutrals.
Part of me, my brain started going into the meme territory
Uh-oh.
where some Korean players are known to go to 6 here.
Uh-oh.
Here, are we not going to win?
We're not.
And we took a pretty heavy loss as well. 3 out of 5 surviving for Spicy Appies. And we didn't make gold either, so a lot of really unfortunate things happened.
Yeah, I thought that the Luden's damage was going to be enough to get through the front line, but it just wasn't. That Morgana wound up casting a second time, and the Ziggs bomb just wasn't able to do enough damage. So correctly identifying that damage was the problem, but still not able to get it done. Very unfortunate loss. Sorry for the caster curse, my friend. Taking a broader stock of the lobby, we have Goobums actually already cashing out his mercs at 74 HP. Ramkev is the only player who's able to full complete the loss streak, and Kevchin the only player on a full win streak.
That's a good point as we take a look at how Iniko's board is shaping up, starting off with syndicates. However, the one thing that I really like about these syndicate setups is that you don't have to commit to it, because if you look at the item setup, it's really good for Draven in particular. So you could just have Ashe hold Draven items, have a very stable board, transition with Leona over to Darius, and find your way into the Debonair crossover. Syndicate and Debonair are 2 halves.
Oh, we're going back to the well.
Same coin.
We're going back to the well. There are 6 twitches on Ramkev's board. He's rolling a little bit, opting not to roll down here. Some players believe that it's correct to roll down to 33 gold here, which guarantees that you make 40 the following turn, and you get a bunch of extra rolls at level 4, where your odds of hitting 1 costs are still 55%. Ramkev last game electing not to do that and going with the more old school slow roll style, rolling his additional gold above 50. Did it last game, doing the same thing this game.
Yeah, and again, those kinds of situations where you follow like the math of rolling are done in a vacuum, and Ramkev always considers context plus what he's trying to accomplish in the mid to late stages of the game. If your goal is purely to hit Twitch at 3 stars as fast as you can, then yes, by all means, roll it down right there and then. Try to find as many copies of Twitch, especially when you have some. Oh, finds an Ezreal 2, finds an Echo. Looking pretty good so far. Promising first couple rolls. I know that he loves his Kha'Zix, but it's kind of too pricey to hold right now.
Yeah, and because of the double trouble opening augment, he is once again going to go with an unconventional version of this line. So because he has this incentive to play multiple copies of these Chemtech units, and so it's just going to be a board that's filled up with Chemtech units plus additional assassins, it looks like, as opposed to opting into the Innovator version. Once again, Ramkev displaying that just because you are playing reroll doesn't mean you have to turn off your brain and play the one version of the comp that you've seen in the guides or that the data suggests is the best. You need to make sure you're factoring in lobby context, like Dan was saying, factoring in your augments and making the best decisions you can with what you've got.
Yeah, the fact that we're holding on to this Kha'Zix and selling an Ezreal 2 speaks volumes of how Ramkev is very much critically thinking about how his late game pans out. Synaptic Web was touted as Kha'Zix's best trait as well. Finds an Assassin Heart opportunity.
Such a good augment for Ramkev, because when you're playing Double Trouble, you're going to run out of unit space a lot of time because you want to play 2 copies of your impactful units, and being able to get an extra assassin so he can play 4 assassins very easily on this board is so good. He's also re-rolling for Nocturne. He does win his last fight, so hopefully he's able to build a little bit of a win streak here, but a really interesting board for Ramkev, and I think a solid spot for reroll. I mean, he needs to hit more of these Twitches, but he's got 7 copies of Nocturne, 6 copies of Twitch, he has a Kha'Zix on the bench, and he's got 4 Warwicks as well, so not bad at all.
Not bad at all, and yes, he doesn't have a lot of synergies, but Double Trouble more than makes up for that with all of the attack damage, armor, magic resistance, and ability power that you get from it. Take a look at how Ramkev is going to be able to navigate. I like that he keeps the Twitches on the same side, kind of helps each other. Does end up rearranging at the last second and flipping.
Yeah, it's so hard to tell because we're not seeing who he's scouting for, so we don't see exactly what's going on, but it looks like he gets into a great position. This Twitch is immediately onto the Aurelia. Is he going to be able to kill the Aurelia? The Aurelia rolls Bloodthirster off of Scrap. Such a big roll for the Aurelia to stay alive, and look at that chain casting.
Wow.
The Bloodthirster saves the Aurelia's life and deals big damage to Ramkev. I'm not sure he was winning that fight either way because there's so much tankiness, so many upgraded units on Pontus' board that had rolled all the way down to 10 gold, but definitely takes extra damage there as a result of the Bloodthirster roll on the Scrap.
Well, taking a look at how this carousel is presenting certain options. Kha'Zix with a sword, that's very expensive and nice for some people to sell that immediately for gold. Spicy Happy beelines for it. You look at how the rest of the HP has also been shaping up. A lot of people kind of in that middle, around that mid-60s, high 50s, and then a big gap between Tricked all the way up to Malala, which is huge. From the macro perspective of what's happening in this tournament, the 3 players on top have a lot of ground to make up on the rest of the people who have more points on them. So that's a good start. We'll see if they're able to keep with that momentum as we check in on Ponup's board, who does have an early Jin and an early Kha'Zix. These 1-star 4 costs, including that Vi. What's your read on when to play them? It feels like the 4 costs are in such an awkward spot right now.
Yeah, they are in a little bit of an awkward spot. I mean, we saw Ponup get this really early Jin 2 last game and wasn't able to make it really work for him. Barely squeaks into a top 4 by 2 HP from what seemed to be a really excellent position. I do think Jin is one of the weaker 4 costs. I don't mind playing around 4 costs, but we are seeing it, generally speaking, get outperformed by reroll. So I think most of the players in this field are at least looking at some form of reroll availability, although, of course, Goobums has been playing some of the least reroll of anyone and having some of the most success of anyone. So you can absolutely make playing tempo work as long as you have enough mastery of the early to mid game to preserve a ton of HP, and then it's not enough to just play around these 4-cost carries. You have to cap it out and supplement with legendaries. There's so many good secondary carries in the legendary tree, Victor being one of them, Zeri being one of them, Jinx being one of them. You can build boards around those units, but they're really, really good as supportive carries as well. And so if you have the econ to play that way, you can find success leaning towards 4 costs.
Yeah, I agree. And we have seen a lot of 4-cost success, as you mentioned. Well, there's a Zac 2 in our shop, and Ponup is not buying it. I think this is a spot where I'd even be tempted to buy the Zac 2 and level and just play it. It's actually good to just have bruisers in, complement your Vive frontline. But maybe the matchups are very favorable for him. Oh, he's going against Malala, who is level 7, does have an Irelia, and the Scrap to keep himself very tanky, even having that Sivir as well, so a lot of damage in the form of the traits coming in. And the Kha'Zix is trying to get it done with the Void Assault, but not able to survive, and now it's just down to which backliners are able to survive. Just barely getting the win. A very calculated victory from Ponup. Losing here would have been quite nasty for his chances to continue to swing up his momentum, so a crucial victory.
Yeah, a crucial victory, and I completely agree with your analysis there. I think not making this Zac 2 is a little bit of a mistake. Yes, he prefers to play around the Innovator tree from this spot, but you know what? He has a Vi in, so it's a second Bruiser. He is lacking in frontline right now. It's just a Vi 1. That's just basically his only frontline unit. He's got this Scarab, which is adding a little bit of extra HP. Zac would solve a lot of his problems, and it's just a really good unit, so I would like to see him play a little bit more fluidly there. This is a situation where if he misses the units that he's looking for, it's very easy to say that he got Mortdog, but he just had the game kind of slap him in the face with a unit that I think solves a lot of his problems, and he opts not to go for it. So it'll be interesting to follow back and see if that winds up costing him. And oh my god, Kevchin playing around Debonaires and Arcanist and finds a Victor, moving on board with Malala, who's trying to play that kind of innovator flex, but without the innovators. He's got this random Singe in. Okay, now we've got the innovator rolling, and he wants to play around Aurelia, winds up slamming a Thief Gloves on Aurelia and carrying Sivir. Not something you see every day. He does have a pair of Sivers. How do you feel about this spot?
I like this. So I think 4 Striker in particular is quite underrated, and I think that Sivir just needs time. She actually has some incredible stats in terms of how much damage she can put out. But the problem is Hextech as a trait is just not impressive at the moment. So if you can surround her with enough support, she can actually pop off. And you can see, give us her a little bit of time, she's cleaning up a lot. We're almost stable. Almost. And we might be able to see some Sivir action. And it's not like Sivir can't do a lot of DPS. You just witnessed her clean up a pretty good amount at 1-star.
Yeah, absolutely. Just needs to get maybe a little bit more upgrades on his key units. It's tough to expect that you're going to 2-star 4 costs in stage 4, but if he's able to 2-star these units, then this board can start to sing, especially when he gets to level 8 and can fit a fourth striker in. You know, a 4 striker, 5 innovator version of this board perhaps eventually could be on the horizon. So able to tech in and get the 5 innovator trait online, the Seraphine, is a big deal. That Bear we've seen do a ton of work, particularly in the mid game.
Yeah, that's right. But now to go up against Ramkev, and this is kind of the big problem with playing around these 1-star 4 costs, is that a lot of these reroll players are going to get online quickly, and it is double trouble reroll Twitch, who's going to be able to annihilate the back line. That being said, the front line has stalled for a good amount, and this Twitch trying to get a job done. And for Malala, that's actually a perfect loss. I'm down to lose one more time just like that, and then we'll have the ability to go to 8 in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, Malala has plenty of HP to trade. He will take 1 unit losses for the rest of this stage all day long. So not a bad loss whatsoever. Moving over to Kevchen's board, we got to see a brief stint of the roll down, and we come back and we reverse Caster Curse, the exact unit that he is looking for, the RE2. And I note that he has a Nico's Help on the bench. We have had some very greedy Nico's Help play so far in this tournament today. A lot of people holding on to these Nico's for these kind of macro spikes, able to roll and hit this Morgana 2. This board is in a pretty good spot. The Morgana 2 should solve a lot of the frontline issues, and I think Kevchen has the green light to head to level 8.
Definitely seems to be the case. If this is not a board that can go to 8, I don't know what it is. Take a look at the matchup versus Nico, who does have that 2-star Ashe that we talked about, how he techs up in levels. Yes, he does have Payday to snowball it, but he's not going to commit to the Ashe 3 reroll at 6. At least not yet. We have seen some Ashe players roll at 7, because it works out okay with some of the things that you're looking for syndicate-wise. Is this actually able to get this done against an RE2? It's actually kind of close. It's unreasonably close. It's a victory for Nico. That is a thrill of the hunt gap.
That is a thrill of the hunt gap. This Ashe unit is kind of a crank. As the certified lawyer of the bunch, I'm just not sure that's legal. How does Ashe 2 win that fight against RE2 with those items? That is wild, but a big win for Nico, who is win streaking with this Ashe 2, maintaining a ton of HP and gold. 50 gold, level 7, stable spot. Very, very good game situation for Nico. What item does he want? It goes for the armor. We've got a tier and a belt left over. Malala, what do you want, friend?
Well, it's good to get defensive items onto Morgana. Yes, she's very tanky naturally, but give her some resistances, give her some healing like a redemption, and you'll just watch her do an incredible amount of tanking, even better than Braum and Darius, who are also bodyguards in their own right. They don't take nearly as well as Morgana currently. Look at how the rolling is going down here. Iniko's actually stopping at 30 gold, waiting to see if perhaps the augment influences things. I like this. I think a lot of people default to rolling after carousel a little bit too deep. Instead, focusing on positioning. Now matched up against Ramkev, who has been slowly but surely picking apart a lot of these boards. Can he take down this Ashe 2?
Oh, he can. Ashe 2 is plenty the equal to RE2 apparently, but to Twitch 3 with double trouble, 4 assassins, no thank you. This Twitch evaporates the Ashe, and Nico takes some big damage. And Nico kind of like you called out, holding onto his gold, trying to evaluate his current board state, taking a big loss, but no reason to panic. His board has been relatively stable so far, just getting a win streak snap, still plenty of HP. He's got a final augment and then a neutral round coming up, and a lot of opportunity to transition his board and make it even stronger. Getting offered a few big options here. Makeshift, a little duplicative of what Syndicate's already bringing to the table. Opts into the component grab bag. He has 2 shrouds if he wants to make it. Goes with the Bramble. Does he slam the Thieves' Gloves, or does he hold off for one more turn?
I like the hold. I like the hold because you can also set up a secondary carry. The big problem right now in Iniko's board is that he has all of his damage funneled into Ashe. So if you do find items for Jhin, this is a traditional setup where Jhin can actually shine. As we talked about many times throughout this weekend, Jin's not a bad carry, he just can't solo carry. In fact, very few ranged units can, and it's pretty much just Draven that can solo carry, and even then you want to have secondary form of damage like a Zeri in order to really complement him. So I like the hold, I like the no slam.
Yeah, I agree with that. I that makes a ton of sense to me. If he's able to get some AD-focused items here, then having a dual damage threat in this composition would pay a big deal. Last second switch going up against Goobums, who, God, did we curse him? We said just don't go 8th Goobums and it's all good, and he is by far in 8th place with 18 HP. He does have a very tanky Vex in this front line. The Anima Visage plus the Gargoyle Stone Plate and all of these units aggregate onto it. This Vex is not taking damage, Frodan.
Yeah, no anti-heal either to really go through that that Anima Visions that's just constantly healing. It feels like Goobums has somehow built his own Radiant Stoneplate Gargoyle. Just getting constant healing on the solo frontliner and just becoming completely immovable.
I like it. He has turned some items into, a gold augment plus an item into a prismatic augment 11-head Goobums once again. Checking back in with Malala, who's down to 43 HP on a 7-loss streak, but preserved a decent amount of HP, was able to actually natural the Sivir 2 along the way. 50 gold, level 8, a lot of opportunity to roll down and make this board stronger, but how does he do it?
Yeah, concussive blows as well. Oh my goodness. Spatula? Do we have any free swords? So we can go 6 striker potentially? Doesn't look like it, just some tears and vests. Rolling down right now to see if we can find anything. That's an Irelia too!
Wow, it's so big. Just has a couple of upgrades left. I guess he's got Orianna, Zillion, and Seraphine. He's going to be rolling for Sivir 3 this game for sure. That's going to be one of his outs, and as a result, I want to see him not roll to 0 here. He doesn't need to panic. He has spiked in a big way, and he needs to preserve gold because it's so unlikely that he's going to find the last 2 copies of Sivir from this spot. But if he's able to preserve gold and able to win a couple of fights here, then Sivir 3 is very much on the table, and that would be a way of making this relatively low damage offering, right? Just the Last Whisper and the Static Shiv plus a Thieves' Gloves on Irelia. So we know his composition will be hurting for damage, but a Sivir 3 could make up that gap.
Whew, definitely. I mean, you can just see he has a lot of damage right now. That Sivir is actually outputting so much damage from the back alongside Irelia, and then you have the anti-heal through the Morellonomicon. Also, worth noting that Hextech emblem is nice. It just gives a little bit extra survivability to that Sivir and that Echo to help get that Frozen Heart value. And, of course, the Static Shiv that can be amplified through the Hextech magic damage. Also, moving up the backline, I think Malala was very unhappy with the Zyra still targeting 3 of his units. Therefore, moving every unit besides Seraphine and Sivir to the 3rd row, which I agree with. Oh, he actually moved one back. Okay, we'll see how the Zyra chooses to go about this.
He's got 2 ranged units in this 3rd row, so it's a 50-50 on the last row and the front row. Oh my god, everything's stepping up. This Zyra's going to get a big cast on that 3rd row, but it doesn't matter because Nico's entire board is Dej, and Nico down to 2 HP. Goobums at 5 HP. Is he able to get a fight win here and stay alive? Appy's down at 15. This is a complete reversal. I mean, Ramkev is barely in the top 4 in the standings right now, tied for 4th. Our decisive top 3 is Goobum, Spicy, Appy's, and Nico, all with 5 HP or less, Dan. We're going to have a major standings shakeup after this game.
Yeah, I was going to keep your eyes peeled on how these point standings move after this game, as we do have a desperation situation for Iniko. He tried to go for an open sell. He sold his carries, was trying to see if he can hit anything on his roll down. Instead, stuck with pairs. It's one of those pairs, but to sell another to get to that point, and this doesn't just look good enough to me. From Inigo's perspective, he's aiming for a 6th place, hoping that he can get a matchup that is winnable.
He does have 4 Enforcer, but because of the QSS on the Aurelia, he's not able to actually get value out of the Augment, and the Aurelia's already wiped out his damage and wiped out his hopes of salvaging this game. If he is somehow able to kill enough units, maybe he can avoid an 8th place, but I think there's no world in which Nico is not dead here.
Oh, Mason Holt didn't end up getting it. Not to mention Spicy Appy's won. If Goobums gets to win, then it doesn't matter how many units he killed, as that is exactly what Iniko is scouting right now. On up takes a loss, Goobums wins. And
Wow,
Iniko, who's in 2nd place, or 3rd place rather, has taken an 8th.
Yeah, so scary. 2 games left in the day, and Nico is in great position, but he's going to be very much in the danger zone with 5 and 6 left. So this is just a really, really interesting shakeup for the entire tournament. I would love to check in on Appy's or Goobum's board, because if those 2 players go out in 6th and 7th, we have anybody's ball game with 2 games left to go in this final qualification event to get into the North American Regional Championship. Well, not the final. There's a Challenger Series, but 4 coveted spots on the line.
That's right. So next weekend there's going to be a Challenger Series that will give out 2 spots, and then we're going to give out 2 spots via ladder. Those will be the final players getting in through regions at the end of the month. Let's take a look at how Trick's roll down is looking. Not even entirely sure what he is seeking outside of potentially just another couple of jinxes. Where does his Warmogs even go?
Singed? It's low value either way, we can say that. Maybe it's a fight cheese. You don't see, Warmogs cheesed very often, but this could be a keep the unit alive to cast situation. The Twitch is into the back line and wiping out that back line. Aurelia is stuck on some frontline tanks and needs to get access to the Twitch. Aurelia cannot get access to the Twitch because it is dead, and therefore Trick is not quite as well. 1 HP surviving. We're going and looking at Goobum's board. He has his Vex. His entire front line gets tossed into the back. That Syndra doing so much work for Kevchin. The Giant Slayer is not going to be enough to cut through, and this Ahri has access to the Malzahar. The Malzahar is dead. It's going to be really, really challenging to kill this Vex, but is this Vex going to be able to die in overtime? Whoa. So much extra damage in overtime, and Goobums takes a 7th place stand.
Okay, a little bit too literal when I said just don't go 8th. That is exactly what Goobums did. He did listen.
He follows instructions. Give him better instructions, Dan.
All right, let's get another first and call it a day.
Okay, I like it. Also,
Spicy Appies, who has avoided 8th and 7th, a very crucial spot here, because Spicy Appies at 19 points could end up putting himself kind of toe-to-toe with Goobums if he continues to push.
Okay, there are very few players in TFT where you can snapshot their board and you have to ask yourself, like, how on earth? How did they get here? I have no idea how Appies is playing this board. This is wild. And it looks like he's about to beat the Ramkev board that's been absolutely destroying people. This Gnar with the blue buff, and it has Chemtech value with the Chemtech spat. It has Challenger value with the Challenger Unity Augment, and it's 3-star, 3 Socialite plus a Bloodthirster. What is this board?
This is beautiful. The more I look at it, it's a gift that keeps on giving. There's just some really unusual stuff happening here. I feel like I'm watching the set 6 Kaisa rush meta, where you would level to 8, play as many greed economic traits as possible, then roll it down for a 1-star Kaisa with almost exactly these 3 items plus a Guardian Angel if you were to rotate it in. And then just like flex with the Socialite. Except it's not Socialite Kaisa, it's Socialite Gnar with the Chemtech emblem. I don't get it.
I could just stare at this board all day and try to reverse engineer the path to getting it here, and I'm just not sure that I've got it. I'm gonna have to go back and study this VOD, but if this man top 4s with this hodgepodge of augments and units that basically no one wants. No one plays Kaisa, no one plays Tryndamere unless they're re-rolling for him, no one plays Gnar, certainly not as a carry. If you're playing him, it's as a synergy board. If he top 4s from this spot, then Appies is the god of TFT. I'm down to go donate 5 subs to Appies immediately after this game if he top 4s this board. This is wild.
Yeah.
So fun.
And I'm down to claim credit for one of those subs and say that you did 4 and I did 1. So I'm really in line with this. And Trick is not able to take down this Gnar, and the Kaisa is able to get done with the Monsoon. Spicy Appies has made it to the top 2 in a blink of an eye. How did he do that?
I bow down. I am bowing down to the god of TFT, Spicy Appies, with nothing to play for today, by the way. He is already qualified into the regional championship because he has been one of the most dominant tournament performers in TFT in North America. This set is showing you exactly why. He is taking what the game gives him and making it work. He's building a board with enough damage and enough utility. He's getting anti-heal from this Kaisa application across the board. He is built around this Gnar beautifully, and a unit that most people think cannot be carried is win streaking into the top 2 in one of the most stacked tournaments we will see this set.
The Enforce does stop the Gnar from being able to gauge immediately. This Kaisa is getting a little bit of pressure from some of the back line. The Monsoon does a lot of work, and all of a sudden Spicy Appies has a window to potentially play for first place. Can he actually do it? He's going up against level 9 board. He's playing level 8 1-star legendary.
I am just, normally we get into these situations, there's a level of analysis that goes into it because we know the matchups and we say, okay, so in this matchup, this is the win condition against that board. I have no idea what the win conditions are for this Gnar. I don't know how you kill this thing. This thing with the Challenger Unity plus the Chemtech plus 3 Socialite plus BT, it hasn't even come close to dying in any of the fights that we've seen. Clearly, Pawnup needs to get this Jhin as far away from this Gnar as it possibly can. Maybe he gets the Vi in front of the Gnar to get some early CC onto it and keep it distracted. But with the range on these stones that this Gnar is throwing, it's just so bad. And Pawnup in the exact wrong position, he eats the full Shroud. He's directly in front of the Gnar, so he's actually pumping out some early damage on the Gnar. Maybe he says, hey, I just need to get into its face and kill it right away. But look at the healing on this Gnar. It's not even coming close to dying.
Anti-heal of some kind. Pawnup's now down to his last 6 health points. We're going to the carousel. Is there any form of salvation here, or will the Spicy Appies pain train continue? There's no anti-heal on this carousel. Pawnup? Looking for the Edge of Night on the Silco, perhaps? No, it takes a spatula. Oh, interesting. I was not expecting that. Appies, moments away from potentially having his Magnus Opus performance in Teamfight Tactics as he's trying to prepare his last potential fight here and make one of the most miraculous comebacks that you could possibly see.
Yeah, and Pawnup, in the last fight we saw him get the Jhin directly in front of the Gnar, and it did not work at all. I think in this situation you need to do the opposite. You need to get the Gnar you need to get the Jhin as far away from the Gnar as you possibly can. You saw what it looked like, and that's exactly what he does. He does have this Vi in front, but with the Trap Claw, so little CC, the Gnar is enforced once again, and it's already in Mega Gnar form, and is throwing these rocks into the back line, onto the Seraphine. The Seraphine has gotten a first cast out. This fight seems to be going a lot better for the Jhin board. The Jhin is on to the Gnar. The Gnar is against the world now. Jhin is onto it, and I think it's not going to be enough. Appies with a Cinderella run into a second place, and Pawnup solves the puzzle of this wacky Appies board to play his way into a top 1 and back in contention in this tournament.
Woo, huge victory there for Pawnup. A little bit sad of an ending for the Spicy Appies fans, but a hell of a game. If you didn't like that game, then you don't like Teamfight Tactics. That was quite a treat.
I mean, if Steve is coming out of your heads trying to figure that out, I think myself and everyone at home are trying to figure that out too. I think Spicy Appies just deserves to win Innovation Cup with the stuff that he comes up with, honestly. But Frodan, a Gnar 3 with blue buff BT Chemtech. Now that we have some time to kind of dive further into this board, is there a way to dissect what Spicy Appies is thinking with this board, or what was so strong about that board? Because we don't see Gnar carries too much.
We don't see Gnar carry very often. I think with Spicy Appies setup, it was specifically what carry can I utilize in the Socialite Hex that can really capitalize off of kind of a mishmash of items. Bloodthirster's pretty good on strikers in general, right? We know that as a fact because you engage really often. Blue buff is actually a pretty reasonable item on Gnar because his boulder actually does a lot of damage based off the scaling. And just and the Chemtech just makes him really tanky because of damage reduction and attack speed. So if you think about it, none of these give you the answer directly. But when you put them all together, it actually does make sense. I think Spicy Appies did struggle with one thing with his composition, is that he pretty much was capped and couldn't really get stronger unless he either two-starred his Kaisa or to break apart his board entirely, which he was in no position to do with no gold. And for Pawn Up, really recognizing it wasn't an item, it was just simply a Jace. That was missing from his back line to give that incredible amount of attack speed to his entire team. And then from there, was able to finish it off. So really good from Pawn Up to stay calm and collected. And it turns out Jace was just the magic bullet to be able to solve this very difficult puzzle that was in front of him.
As we take a look at our winning composition, yeah, can Spicy Appies teach my Nars how to throw boulders? My Nar misses every boulder, and I failed that Nar carry every single time, but Pawn Up, he doesn't miss, and this was an important win for him, a 7-7 fourth until a first at this point. And Jin hasn't been too popular in the meta, Bryce, but he pulled through.
Yeah, Jin has not been popular in the meta, but this was a wacky lobby, a little bit low roll overall. It felt like a lot of people weren't getting to their capped positions. You know, Appy's making that wild board work, Ramkev playing Twitch once again, and things got very, very interesting here. So Appy's playing into that wider margin along with Goobums. They both are comfortable, but they shouldn't be too comfortable. If they go, 8th, 7th in the next game, then they are going to be right in the thick of it. And then you've got 4 players all in the middle of the pack. And with everything condensing, even if you are Tricked or Kevchin, you are not out of this yet. 6 points out of qualification position with 2 games left is a very achievable goal. You have to go out there and you have to put up some top 2 finishes, but it is possible. No one eliminated with 2 games left to go.
Wow, and that Goobums gap is starting to close. Remember how he was 6 or something points ahead from the rest? Spicy Appy is catching up, and then you have that tie between Ramkev and Pawn Up to determine who is getting at least the easy ticket to the regional finals. And Rodan, we saw also Ramkev, speaking of Ramkev, surprised us with innovating with the Double Trouble Assassins. I don't think we've seen that in the Innovation Cup. Twitch 3 and Nocturne being the, carries in that question. What did you think of Ramkev's approach to the Double Trouble? I think we usually see that with Lucian and Gangplank, or just not Assassins from what I know.
Yeah, it's quite unusual, but leave it up to Ramkev to show off some of the unusual carries that you can pull off with some quite uncommon setups like the Double Trouble. Nocturne had recently got its AP scaling buff, so maybe he's okay and serviceable. On the other hand, it was a top 4, and it felt like maybe one of those situations where if he played by the book, maybe it's a 3rd or better. I can't really say. It's one of those things where we have to go back, VOD review, but one thing's for sure is that Ramkev is must-watch TFT because he is so willing to do things like this. Who rerolls for Nocturne 3 and then tries to play in Double Trouble alongside Twitch? Most people say, I'll play 2 Twitches, 2 Warwicks, 2 Trindamirs, or just play the usual stuff. And this madman, there's no unit in TFT under the sun that he hasn't attempted a very insane reroll attempt. And so it's very fun to watch Ramkev try these kinds of things.
And just the Twitch rerolls we've seen today. We've seen wackier ones every single time, from a Chemtech 9 Twitch reroll to now a Double Trouble Twitch. And we've seen 3 different flavors of Irelia with Innovator, Socialite, and Scrab and others. It's in the title, guys. Innovation Cup and Fantasy TFT is where the app you want to check out if you can somehow predict the wackiness that is going on, and if you can find the right moments to buy and sell through the craziness that we have. That was game 4. We have 2 more games yet to go to determine our top 4 going to regional finals, and also some qualifier points for those 10 spots at that same tournament. So we're going to throw it to a quick break, and when we get back, we'll have game 5. Welcome back, everyone, to Innovation Cup, back with Mortdog and Doa on the desk. And I gotta get the initial reactions because we saw some wacky stuff, some unpredictable stuff. Mortdog, what were your thoughts on that last lobby?
I mean, Froden said it best. That was classic TFT. If you don't like that game, you don't like TFT. Spicy Appies coming out with the unexplored Gnar carry. I think that combination of items everyone would look at and go, what is this, a gold game? Like blue buff, Bloodthirster, Chemtech? Like what? But that just shows the power of the 3 Socialite and that Gnar carry, that Gnar 3. Really clever stuff. And then I know Spicy Appies is going to get a lot of the shoutouts for that game, but you also have to give it to Ramkev, who not only played Reroll Twitch, but played a unique Double Trouble variation of that Reroll Twitch. And yes, it was only a 4th place, but that's the kind of innovation that's going to give you those points to slowly climb up. And I have to call it out again. We've been talking about these reroll comps all tournament and how they can do really, really well, or they can crash and burn. And Aniko kind of the victim of the Ash reroll that didn't hit this time. And so, yeah, that was just everything I wanted to see out of a TFT game. And who knows what crazy thing Spicy Appy's got for us at Game 6. It does feel like he's kind of like rolling some random dice or spinning some wheel and going, guess I'm playing this time. So who knows what Game 5 has. And then finally, I have to talk about the standings. As much as I'm kind of rooting for Goobums, you know, seeing him kind of close the gap there with that 7th place makes this really interesting for us casting. You know, the hype is still kind of there. So, yeah, just so much to talk about, and I could go on, but I probably shouldn't, so that'll be it.
We're coming to our last game. We have to be talking a little bit, I guess, a little bit more than usual. We got to get our stuff in, but I mean, there's people might get irritated with how much I've been talking about Spicy Appies this weekend, but you see why. This guy is a shining star of North American teamfight tactics, in my opinion, right now, as far as like innovation, as far as creativity and actually getting good results with it, and just attitude as well. Just like a great attitude towards the game and towards competing, and you just, as a caster, you love to see all of these things. And like, there's this little brain trust that exists in the Triforce Tactics podcasts of Ramkev, Spicy Appies, and Jirachi, and like they have just apparently like decided they're going to break the mold and just play TFT their way, and they're making it work. It's both 2 out of the 3 in the top 8 this weekend. It's super impressive stuff.
And we talked a lot all together about a lot of people sticking to their comfort comps, and then we see people try to break that mold, as you said, Doa. And it's like the podcast kids are just conspiring over what kind of wacky stuff. I mean, even Brand 3 was pulled out of day 1 from Spicy Appies and co. So it's been awesome. We have Game 5 right around the corner, and a favorite, Goobums, 4th first, but a hard 7th. And I know Froden was like, just don't tank the game, and he did so with Arcanist. We'll see if he bounces back. Game 5 carousel is turning. Our casters are ready. Take it away.
All right, thanks, Lemonkiwi. It is time, Mort, in just a moment, I believe, to get into the game. There we go. Here we go. Into the game. There's the carousel. Game number 5, the second to last, the penultimate, if you will, game today at the Innovation Cup. And as people have been saying, the standings are still wide open. In your opinion, real quick, like what's the main lesson that people should have learned by this point in the tournament coming to the final 2 games?
I mean, I think the main lesson has got to be don't play, don't try to force anything. Play what you're given, play well to it, play a strong board, and keep the health up. Don't play something risky here unless you really need to. Now, I will say we're at the position in the tournament, though, where if you're at the bottom, you might need to play some sort of 1st or 8th, and so someone like Tricked, for example, honestly, if he takes 8th here, it might have been the correct play anyway, because you have to bank on that like 5 or 10% chance kind of 1st place comp here. And so I do want to call out that even if Trick takes 8th, it might have been the right play.
Yeah, so if you look at the standings, it's Iniko, Kev Chen, and Tricked, I believe, that are all sub 20 points right now, the lowest 3 in our group. But 28 is the highest, so there's really not a gigantic gap with 2 games remaining. But like you said, this is a time to take risks, and oh, wow, sells the mutant right away. Didn't like the trait, apparently, but that would have been a blue buff on Cassidon, which I know it makes your heart skip a beat a little bit there. But, what do you go for? Ancient Archives here, maybe? Yeah, I was going to say, out of those 3, probably just hold the tome for a bit.
Yeah, he saved the Malzahar here. I didn't really catch what mutant it is. Not one of the better ones for a Malzahar carry, unfortunately.
Sure.
So a little bit weaker there, but maybe can go Arcanist here. Malzahar's still a very strong carry in the early game with that blue buff, gets that initial cast, and it's a lot of damage in the fights that are really slow. And so either way, regardless, like Malzahar can take you to like stage 3, stage 4 with a strong win streak. The question is Pawn Up really comfortable with something like an Arcanist comp? Because so far we've really only seen that out of like Goobums played pretty significantly. So we'll have to see if that's an option he can go here. Also, if he can find a Poppy, that'll give him the Yordles, which will be some strong economy. Right. So let's see what he goes with here.
Well, able to pick up the Zillion as well to keep Innovator as an option. What else has he got here? Doesn't really end up with Yordles or Innovators as the option here, going to 2-1.
Oh, Innovator emblem is massive.
I was going to say, that is a huge pickup. Just slams the Tome of Traits early and gets the Innovator spat. That is pretty crazy, because it's random at that point, isn't it?
I believe he had 6 in the previous round, so he was getting one tailored, but the odds of hitting it were still pretty low.
Right.
So the fact that he got it here is big, and it's interesting because if you look at Innovator Heart, you can't drop that anymore until 3-3. The only way you can get the emblem this early is through a Tome of Traits that's lucky like this. So this is a big high roll for Pawn Up, clearly signaling to the rest of the lobby what lane he wants to be in. Builds that Shojin that will likely end up on something like the Seraphine in the late game. So this is really good. On the other side, we see Trick, though, with that Sniper's Nest. That's been an augment that has kind of been slept on, but performing very, very well, allowing something like that Ashe to be really, really powerful. It's also a way to make Jhin output the damage that he might need. Speaking of it, wow, a lot of good augments this game. We also see the Irresistible Charm on the other side, which we already saw played to great success today. So let's get a full view here. Nico with that Double Trouble. Kev Chen with that Syndicate Heart, which opens him up to that strong 7 Syndicate. Pawn Up, we saw get the Innovator Spat out of his Tome of Traits. Spicy Appies with the Irresistible Charm. And then Tricked with that Sniper's Nest. So a lot of big winners here for these Tier 1 augments.
Yeah, no kidding. Malala with just the orbs, but maybe he got something good out of that. We haven't seen it quite yet. And Goobums, with the front line, the phony front line, at least is going to have something that's going to be fairly useful all game long, even if it's not, show-stopping per se. But, oh boy, Syndicate versus Syndicate. So already Tricked a little bit contested here. But he's been one of those players, too, that's been willing to play some of these contested comps, for better or worse. Clearly made it to the final day, but today, at least, it seems like it's mostly been on the for worse side.
Yeah, if you look at these boards, though, Kev Chen has a Static Shiv, which is not a good item for the Ashe version. I kind of expect him to very quickly get out of that and move into an Ahri position, so maybe Lost Streak, grab those Ahri items. Whereas on the other side, you saw the really good Ashe items and the Sniper's Nest. And so Ashe getting the powerful boost from that Sniper's Nest can be incredibly powerful. And so late game, kind of like One for All, these are those situations that boost that Ashe comp into true S-tier territory.
Right. So picking up the Leona, just for now, I mean, he's still got 3 Syndicate online, so this is just a slightly stronger tank, so something that ideally helps you, mitigate that HP damage a little bit more. I almost wonder if you want to lose this round, though, for sure, just because then you can kind of ensure that better pick on the carousel. We'll see how it turns out. Going up against, I believe it was Goobums that picked that phony front line there. Can't quite see his names, cut off there a little bit.
Yep, Goobums, who powered up to level 5, has the Yordles, but also has the Camille 2, which is very strong. Porky proving to be a pretty good carry with those Twin Shot and the Burst, although it doesn't have Twin Shot in at the moment. But yeah, does a lot of damage to Kev Chen, and so Kev Chen's going to get first carousel pick, kind of like he wanted here, so we'll have to see what he goes for.
Right. Watching to see as it unlocks. There it is. Kev Chen grabs the glove right away. Okay.
Makes sense.
Yeah, just a generally good item. Just to have.
By the way, shout out to the Little Legend game, Ramkev with that Chibi Firecracker Jinx. Definitely, flaunting the strongest Little Legend here.
Oh, really? Oh, I see. I've got the Hextech Pixie Mander for mine. Strongest musical game, I think.
Awesome. So
you have to share what you're using now. Come on, are you using the Jinx or are you using something else?
I've been using the Jinx lately. So
okay, all right. Just wanted to confirm. Spicy Appy's board, Debonair Arcanist for the moment.
But hits the Draven early. Hits the Draven at 2-5. Even though this isn't the VIP Draven, this is still a very strong hit. And we talked about, again, he's got the Ginsus already with a sword, Irresistible Charm to provide that extra tankiness. This is an epic start for Spicy Appies. I fully expect him to kind of pick up the first VIP he sees. And again, we talked about this before. Hold this, and then transition it to a Draven in the end game.
Right. All right, Zephyr on the Blitzcrank. The other Blitzcrank got it from Scrap, so that's one way to counter it, I suppose. Meanwhile, the Malzahar does get pulled in with the Innovator Spat. Draven not focusing on it at the moment. There we go. Now deciding to do some damage to it here. But that Draven already outputting quite a bit as that Ginsu's Rage Blade pops off, and looks like this is gonna be a round win for Spicy Appies. And you know, a start for Spicy Appies like this is pretty huge. He's second place in the lobby just by 1 point, 27 to the 28 of Goobums, so a really strong finish here. Might be a good way towards taking first in the lobby.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Goobums pilot this exact comp into a first place earlier today. This is very, very powerful. Already has good items on the Draven, and again, we've talked about Irresistible Charm already. Feels like a very powerful augment. So yeah, kind of excited to see where this goes, and this is the kind of start he's really hoping for. It's really going to come down to him or Goobums who gets the win streak, or maybe they both do, but both of them really fighting for that first place spot right now. And so on the other side, we see that Sniper's Nest from Trick already has the Ashe too. That is a good start to have here. We've been talking about how a lot of the Ashe players haven't really been hitting, but hits the Ashe already. That's going to give it a lot of damage. Has the last Whisper, and so we'll have to see if the Ashe can get through enough. Right. Still doesn't have 5 Syndicate, though, so that might be the difference here.
Yeah, I mean, the Jarvan's living for quite a while. That Leona is certainly giving a little bit more tankiness to the Jarvan. It looks like it's going to be enough. I really like the inclusion of Jarvan here as well, in that I think Jarvan 2 especially is a great unit just to put in at this point in the game to give yourself that big attack speed boost, because it covers a pretty large area, and that oftentimes will give you the damage to win some of these early rounds. Very cool to see.
Yeah, it's especially good with the Draven running that Ginsu's, because you get that attack speed, which then multiplies on the Ginsu's, giving you even more attack speed. So yeah, great call out there that Jarvan is really good. So both Goobums and Spicy Appies win streaking here. So the top 2 in the standings, both having a very good start here. And then with Tricked here, you can see those Cyper Nest stacks. The Ashe only had one that stack, so it's still building up. But as it gets built up, that'll be even more powerful. Ooh. It's another Ashe. So again, we talk about these reroll comps. This is the kind of situation you do want to be in. Already having 4 Ashes, not having to necessarily roll down a ton of gold at this point. Hopefully he can. The problem is he doesn't have Syndicate right now. But if he can hit some of those strong Syndicates, and we know he's contested because there's another player in the lobby with that Syndicate heart. So that could backfire late game. We'll have to see if Trick can pull this off.
Yeah, I think when you're in this kind of situation where at least you've hit the Ashe too early, you're kind of hoping that you can just maintain HP until a point in the game where either you do hit, or when you're contested, sometimes more likely, you know, have the ability to safely transition into something else. Because the items you're going to be building on Ashe are going to be items that you can move to, like you mentioned earlier, like a Jhin maybe late game or something like that, if Syndicate isn't working out. So at least you're not kind of like totally stuck in the reroll right now. Still got some options.
The other thing, and I talked about this at the beginning of this game, is that even if Tricked doesn't hit and goes 8th place here, this is still the right play, right? We know that Ashe is kind of the premier S-tier comp right now. And so banking on, if I hit this, I could turn this into a first, and I can still turn around this tournament. This is still the correct play from Trick's position. And so really happy to see this. And so even if he takes 8th place, really happy with this call.
Yeah, and I mean, even if he takes 8th as well, making it to the final day of the tournament is a respectable finish for a player that I don't think a lot of people were too familiar with. So could be just the start of a, you know, strong TFT career. But we're going to go check out a player who's been having another strong start, per se, or rise to their career right now. Malala, right now with that 4 Innovator. Not quite 5 yet, looking for the Seraphine, but still a pretty decent board. That said, hasn't been decent enough to get the round wins yet. Down to 58 HP, so gonna start having to transfer some of those 2 stars into actual wins here.
Yeah, unfortunately still running the 1-star Ezreal, 1-star Gnar, 1-star Echo with a Morello. That's just really not going to cut it. Even the 1-star Singed. And so you can see the 1-star army just really not keeping him alive here. And on the other side, Goobums with this twin shot build that he's been running off and on this tournament. The Corki doing a lot of damage and is going to pull out a win. And so again, we got to watch Goobums and Spicy Appies because they're both win streaking right now. Haven't faced each other yet. So who's going to break that win streak first? It's certainly not Goobums this round, and it's not Spicy Appies. So we've got 2 solid win streakers going into the second augment.
Wow, it's just the battle of the big beefy health units here. But Zach is gonna. Oh, Zach, one more cast.
Zach's got it.
There we go. He should. You should. That was closer than I'd like to admit, but that's still going to be Zach in the end. That was close. All right, second augment. Okay, first aid kit's kind of interesting. Phalanx, you know, okay. Not maybe the most inspiring augments ever.
The challenge here is that Phalanx is probably the correct choice normally, but with the Socialite square in the front, that's going to kind of tempt you away from that.
Yeah.
Does end up taking it, which, again, I think that is the correct play. It's a very good augment. It just does mean you are losing out on a little bit of the benefit here from that Socialite Hex, which is always a feels bad situation.
Right. We'll see where this ends up going, because if it does end up going in kind of an Aurelia direction, you know, if with the right items and if you have like 4 scraps, sometimes you can say, all right, well, plenty of games you don't have that Phalanx buff anyway, so we can just put her up there by the augment and, you know, at least get that 3 Socialite buff on it. So you can still kind of play around it, but that choice didn't seem like the best feeling one for Malala.
Yep. Ooh, Spicy Appies goes level 7 at 3-3 here.
Wow.
So, again, that aggression to really try to preserve the win streak. We'll have to keep an eye on that. On the other side, Pawn Up, who does have that Innovator emblem that he got early, does have the 5 Innovator. My guess here is that 5 Innovator is going to be better than 4 Innovator. Pawn Up also has the Seraphine, so that was a nice hit. And yeah, this is looking like a pretty easy win for Pawn Up here. And so we're seeing Innovators be pretty contested, which makes sense after their performance the first few rounds. But again, with Pawn Up getting that Innovator emblem early, you have to know you're playing at a disadvantage.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, Goobum's lost.
Oh, okay. So Spicy Appy's our only win-streaking player now. Goobum's going to have to wait all the way to the end
I didn't even notice, but that's huge. So Pawn Up got the Innovator heart from the emblem, or from the augment. So that means he has 2 Innovator emblems basically up. And so we'll likely see a dragon in the late game or a much more flexible version of the comp. Other than that, the rest of the augments are looking pretty generic. Keepers, first aid kit, stuff like that. Ramkev is going to get the tome, so we'll have to see what he made the tome out of. And then Spicy Appy's in first place with that keeper as well.
Mm-hmm. All right, going to check out Goobum's board now. Right after he lost, he is running 3 twin shot. Okay, so 3 Yordle, 3 twin shot. Definitely a strong board during the mid game, but a lot of times the strength comes from Lucian, and we only see a Lucian 1, and we don't see any items on the Lucian. Kind of relying on that Corki for the moment. So, you know, I would say a weak side version of a strong board, and that's why, you know, we did see him do well, but finally did take the L in that last round.
Yeah, for sure. This is a position where you really want that 2-star Corki at least to get those big rockets, and you're going to hit these clumps. But now, for example, facing off against Tricked, who has the high magic resist from playing Syndicate, and these Corki and Lucian are going to struggle a little bit to get through. The other thing to note is that Ashe has finally stacked up that Sniper's Nest, so we are seeing some good ults here. It is going to look like it's just going to be barely enough. Ooh. Yep.
Wow. Just
barely enough, and so the extra unit definitely making the difference here. Goobum's being level 7. On the other side, we do want to count Tricked, by the way, has 6 Ashes. So 6 Ashes at this point is not the worst situation to be in.
Yeah, you're getting there, right? And I mean, it's at least taking some of the mental toll off of, you know, being at like 4 Ashes or something like that. On Goobum's side of things, too, you know, you can tell he's in a point where he's thinking about re-rolling at 7 for things like the GP, the Lucian, the Corki. You don't think so? Maybe.
No, I think if you look at the situation right now, he's level 7, 50 gold. He's been playing Yordles in a 1-star army. He's very rich for this situation. And so my guess is, especially with something like the Socialite Hex here and the items he's built, I'm expecting him to go 8 fairly quickly and look for something else. Maybe an Aurelia composition from this point. The only thing to be careful, though, is that he's not going to be able to play like the Innovator Aurelia, because we know that's so contested.
Right.
But the fact he's still on 1 Lucian, 1 Gangplank, I do not see him playing the reroll version of this game.
All right. Well, we will find out, as the Gnar does do a little bit of damage, but even the 1-star Ashe on the other side, pretty scary. Doesn't look like it's going to be, well, quite enough. Maybe? Zyra? No. Corki? Double shot? Oh, no. Not really.
So close.
Yep.
The Zyra has to beat the target dummy. Can it happen? Oh, it does.
That was down to the wire, though. Oh, man. There's just seconds remaining. Okay. Hey, it's a Jhin. Jhin, Orianna. 2 good clockwork options there.
Yep.
And maybe we will start to see that transition coming in, like you said.
Yeah, that's my guess. Spicy Appy's at 100 health still, so perfect win streak through. We usually see this do pretty well, and so that's likely something like a top force for Spicy Appies. The one drawback of being in this position, of course, is that you probably had to play very tempo, very aggressive. Your econ might not be in that great a spot. So we'll have to check in on his board and see if he can keep that going. Maybe he's got something that we're not seeing, but this is usually where the win streak board can start to really fall off.
Right. You add to that is that you've never gotten a great choice on carousel, so unless you've been really lucky with the items that have just dropped for you, a lot of times you're not going to be running best in slot stuff either. So we'll see. Ramkev, meanwhile, 5 Chemtech, back on the Chemtech train again, 2-starring quite a bit of stuff. And is he going to go ahead and sell that Twitch? It looks like he might. Maybe move those items over to the Tryndamere?
Yeah, that would be my guess.
Thinking about it. Yeah, it's a logical move. There it is.
Yeah, this is interesting. You need a Bloodthirster on this Tryndamere to at least keep it alive, so hopefully he can get a cloak later. But this board right now is kind of going to struggle a little bit. It is going to be nice against things like the Ashe, but the fact that it can get CC'd and doesn't have a ton of healing, this is not Tryndamere's strong point. Thankfully, it is going to be able to beat the weak board of Malala, who seems to be struggling this game. Oh, wait, never mind.
Oh,
Sivir 2 on the other side.
Yeah. That's going to be enough, it looks like. But it was close, and this kind of does make you a little bit afraid for Malala, is that even with the Sivir 2, it was still that close. But it all depends on how fast the Sivir can cast, right? It's not going to be very quick at this point in the game, so it doesn't really matter that you have a Sivir 2 if she's not going to be really doing her thing too much.
Yeah, this feels like a little bit of over-fixating from Ramkev. I'm not sure where he takes it from this point, because Tryndamere 3 is going to be kind of the win condition, or as we talked about, moving that Chemtech emblem onto something like a Kha'Zix that might have the strength. But the reality here is this Tryndamere 2 is just not going to cut it pretty much right about now, especially without the Bloodthirster.
Right. I mean, at least you're going to get a good pick off of Carousel, so you should be able to grab the cloak. But, then it's like, is that really what you want off Carousel? Oh, no, the Tryndamere can't even find someone to hit. Everyone else is getting in the way. That positioning not working out this time for Ramkev. Tryndamere still has not done his first cast. Finally gets into the back line. Can he get onto the 1-star Draven and end it for Spicy Appies? Already lost the win streak, but he might be able to take another one here, but I don't think so. That Draven has started to come online. The Hand of Justice keeping him safe. That's going to be another win for Spicy Appies. No longer win streaking, but still a very strong board at this point.
Yeah, we finally got to look at Spicy Appy's board, and like you said, it's an Irresistible Charm, pretty standard Debonair. The question is he going to be able to successfully transition that into the VIP Draven 2? Right now, he's using that Syndra, and so we'll have to keep an eye on that. Onto Aniko. Aniko's board running the Double Trouble Malzahar. So, I really like the creativity here, but at the same time, Double Trouble as an augment, what it does is it gives you armor, MR, AD, and AP. And so typically when you get that augment, you want to run the kind of board that can really benefit from all those stats. Malzahar is not benefiting from AD. He's barely benefiting from the armor and MR. And so is it really worth it just to get some Malzahars, some extra AP? I don't like this board. And so the Vex is at least a little bit better. But maybe he can turn this into a Malzahar 3 and do well with it. But otherwise, I'm a little worried for Aniko here. On the other side, by the way, Tricked has that Ashe 3 already. So
Wow.
This is the high roll Ashe we were talking about with the Sniper's Nest, beautiful items. That's a board to be scared of in the late game.
I mean, if he can first place in this game, he's right back in it, and if he's going to do it, that's going to be the type of board that's going to make that happen. Spicy Appies, we're going to see what he pulls off of the carousel here. But yeah, some good options. Zeri with a bow.
Yeah, we see the Tahm Kench, we see the Zeri. Nothing too big worthy of investing in here. Both of those are kind of hard to get going at this point unless you've got really good items. Malala at 16 health. So, again, we've been talking about this all day. Like, where are people at on the 4th carousel? We've seen games where people are at 8. We've seen games where people are at 30. So this one seems to be a much more top-heavy lobby with Spicy Appies and Pawn Up doing really, really well. Goobums, on the other hand, who was win streaking for a long time, has started to fall off here. And interesting. So Spicy Appies is not going to go VIP Draven here. Now, the last patch definitely buffed this so that this is much more playable, but you're still losing out on that infinite range, which causes those axe drops. So we'll have to see if this was the right call. The Syndra CC is quite valuable, but this is a weaker Draven than some of the ones we've seen before. No Bloodthirster and no VIP status.
Yeah, and it's not a carry Syndra by any means either. The VIP is going to at least give you that knock-up, so at least going to give you a little bit more crowd control to let the Draven work. But that has to be the focus from now on. Everything needs to give the Draven maximum time to just keep swinging those axes. And he's going to be doing a little bit less damage. Looks okay for now against Iniko. Those Malzahar dots are starting to spread a little bit, but there's the big Syndra ultimate, knocking things up. Now Draven is on the Malzahar, and that's going to do it. One of the two Malzahars anyway. The important Malzahar. Plenty of room to get that win.
Yeah, I think we're at the point of the game where Malzahar unfortunately just doesn't really cut it unless you've 3-starred it. And Iniko still seems very far. Oh my goodness. Okay.
What?
So Spicy Appies might have just this is actually a really tough position. So he takes very VIP, but this might have been a mistake because the thing to note here is only the VIP benefits from this. His Draven is not going to be getting a bunch of extra health. It's only the Syndra. And so having a Syndra with like 3,000 or 4,000 health, not going to really win fights for him here. So he's going to have to find a way to somehow transition into a VIP Draven, and I'm not sure he can do that with he's already pulled 3 out of the pool. So this is an interesting augment that I wonder if it baited him here.
Yeah, I mean, that's really, really interesting because you could always say, all right, we're going to remake the Draven, find the VIP Draven, but in order to do that, you're going to have to sell the Syndra at some point, and then you're just without the VIP, so you're essentially without a third augment. So I don't know. I mean, I like, I'm glad to see him try it. And again, we know Spicy Appies is in a great spot as far as qualifier points go. This whole day has kind of been a victory lap for him as far as like just wants to do well in the tournament because he cares about competing, But this might be a bit of a bridge too far.
Yeah, we'll have to see, and this will really kind of show me how skilled he is with this composition. On the other side, Malala has that weak spot too, which is definitely going to help the Sivir. But yeah, you can kind of see it here, right? Like, that Syndra has a ton of health.
Oh, no.
But it's not really making a difference. And that is it for Malala. Can't get through the Draven. Sivir just not really cutting it. And that might be the end of Malala's day, unfortunately. Already in the bottom 4, hitting an 8th place there.
Yeah, that's going to hurt a lot. Even with the first place, it's going to be really tough to get into the top 4 overall today. Checking out the augments across the board. Jeweled Lotus for Iniko. Interesting choice. Feel like that one's kind of on the rise. What else do you see?
I think the Jeweled Lotus, with knowing that he's playing the Arcanist and the Malzahar, is definitely a nice boost. Other than that, nothing too great. Pawn up here playing the second wind. You've heard me rant about this one all tournament. Yep. Tricked as well. So 2 people taking second wind willingly is a little scary to me. We'll have to see. I wonder what their other choices were. Goobum's got that Scholar. That can be really beneficial to get you up to maybe like 4 Scholar without having to play weaker units. And then Ramkev has that weak spot. So Spicy Appy feels like the big winner here, but we're getting a look at Pawn Up's board here, and sure enough, turns out when you have Innovator Heart and Innovator Emblem, very easy to get that dragon in there. And so has that dragon, should be good. And I get the logic here. If anyone's going to benefit from the second win, it's going to be the dragon. So what we should do is watch this fight, watch the dragon's health, and then see what happens 10 seconds into the fight. So let's pay attention to that dragon.
True. We'll keep an eye on it. The Shroud comes through. That's going to slow down the Dragon Cast a little bit. That Ash in the back. And again, plenty of time here. The Dragon hasn't taken a whole lot of damage yet.
And second wind.
Oh, huge.
See, like, that was a good fight for it, right? Because it was almost dead. But did it really matter?
Well, I mean, it bought a little bit of time. If Seraphine gets one more cast off, that does kill a couple people. But yeah, it's not enough. I mean, it created a better loss in that probably saved like 3 HP for Pawn Up, I guess, but didn't win. So I don't know.
Yeah, and so that's where I don't see a ton of value, because even in those best case scenarios, it just doesn't feel like it carries its weight. Yeah. Unfortunately, Ramkev, by the way, at 2 health on the outskirts here, was trying to play that Chemtech comp, and we talked about how he was going to struggle unless he found something really big here. I do like Pawn Up here with these 2 Jinx. If we can get a Jinx 3, take out the Jhin, that'll be a much better endgame carry. Jinx now self-powering herself up with the Rivals buff, so that can be really good. Ramkev, Tryndamere. Oh, Ramkev does hit the Tryndamere 3.
I mean, and not a moment too soon. I mean, at 2 HP in a dream, right? Like, Ramkev has to win out. Like, he can't lose another round by any stretch. Pawn Up, meanwhile, going against his Jhin board.
Yeah, this Goobum's board looks really weak. This is not a strong board. Jhin 1. Unfortunately, it looks like he just hasn't really hit much, and we might see Goobums bleed out into like a 6th place here. I'm really nervous.
It certainly could be. I mean, clearly this is supposed to be a board in transition. Not many people will willingly build blue buff Jhin, although there was a time where people were saying that was like the secret tech for the set for Jhin, but Not right now. I'm not a huge fan, so hopefully he'll pick up something later to make it work. Kevchen, though, he finds a Jin 2. Thieves' Gloves, not the greatest items ever on it. The RE2 still missing. So this is another board that's looking like it's really struggling in the lobby.
So Ramkev, the Tryndamere 3 didn't save him. We didn't get a chance to see the items. Maybe he never got the Bloodthirster, because Tryndamere without healing isn't going to really cut it. But here we have a 7 Syndicate board, and 7 Syndicate very, very strong, but without that RE2. And those RE items are certainly not what you'd call, perfect RE items. You've got the blue buff in the wrong spot. They're not quite here. We get a look at Nico's board. Still running those 2 Malzahars. Looks like he's 1 Malzahar away from that Malzahar 3. I do like that he has the first aid kit also. That's allowing the Vex to do a lot of big shields, as well as the Malzahar a lot of extra healing. But the thing to note here is 7 Syndicate is just so tanky. I don't see Nico winning this fight.
Yeah, I mean, you want to give time to Ahri to start to get all the orbs flying. Like, that's the way you do it, right? The combination of 7 Syndicate and Keepers, despite kind of subpar items on that team, are doing just fine for now.
Yeah, and I called it out. Poor Goobums here is just kind of bleeding out here. He never really got a board going.
Yep.
And so unfortunately, we might see Goobums go out in 6th. And Nico really needs to hit that Malzahar 3 to even have a shot. But that being said, Malzahar 3 in this kind of comp, I'm really skeptical of. Doesn't take good advantage of that double trouble augment, and even then it's the tier 1 version. So that's kind of leading us with our top of our lobby, which is Spicy Appies with that Draven. We've got Pawn Up with the 7 Innovator, and then Tricked with the Ash with Sniper's Nest. That's really powerful.
Yeah. I mean, it's a huge game right now for Pawn Up and Tricked, because those were 2 players that needed to get a lot of points out of this one. They were both 2 bot 4 players in the overall point standings today. So if they can get convincing like a 2 and a 3, or even like win the game, that'll put them right back in it for that top 4 and that chance to qualify for the NA regionals. Kevchen moving things around a little bit. Found the RE2 rather, so in a little bit better spot. Going up against Pawn Up now with that 7 Innovator.
Yeah, the other thing to note, by the way, is that 7 Syndicate applies to your whole team. So, for example, this Jin here is basically a 7 Syndicate. It gets the full advantage of all the tankiness, full advantage of all that, the Omnivamp. Mm-hmm. Not quite enough. Maybe. Oh, it looks like the RE is going to be able to do it, though.
One more
I think
shot.
RE does this. Oh, yeah.
Oh, the fear comes through, but it's not going to last long enough for the Dragon to finish the job. And yeah, that's a RE2 diff right there. If he hadn't hit the RE2, I think that round might have gone a little bit different. But it does mean a top 4 for Kevchen. Goobums out in 5th. But really big for a Kevchen, Pawn Up, and Trick. They all needed top 4s. They all needed pretty convincing games to stay in the mix. And it looks like, I think we're in for like an extremely close Game 6 between a lot of people in this lobby.
Yeah, Game 6 is going to be pretty crazy, because you've got Spicy Appies, who's probably going to come out on top of the standings. Goobums, who probably just got knocked down a bit. Nico might unfortunately be out of range now. The 6th place really hurt him. Right. And then, like you said, Tricked and Pawn Up. So, if anything, it's going to be a battle for kind of like for the top 3 and the 4th place. So, we'll have to see. But for now, this game, we get a good look at Spicy Appy's board. Is still running the VIP Syndra, so decided not to try to transition it. So we'll have to see. But for now, it seems to be working. I say that too soon, because 7 Syndicate, very tanky.
Yeah.
And so now we can kind of see here, VIP Syndra, is it really doing a whole lot? Not really.
Not at the moment. Again, like it kind of feels like a victory lap for Spicy Appies. He top 4s yet another one, and the better these other players do, the more the lobby is shaken up a little bit, I guess, as well. Tricked about to get his 2nd Shroud, which, if he needed more things to help him secure the 1st, well, here you go. Having 2 Shrouds is pretty massive as far as making sure you lock down that other board. So I think he's in great shape.
Interesting. I'm a little curious here what's going on here, because Tricked is not using his Sniper's Nest. He's moved the Ash, which has caused him to drop the stacks. That is 40% damage. I almost wonder if that was a misplay or a misclick by accident. And if it was, that has to feel really bad, because that Ash has been in that spot the whole day. And so if he lost all those stacks just now, that has got to be rough.
Yeah, kind of odd. I mean, it was either a misclick, like you said, or maybe like were some players under the impression that if they move it during neutrals, it doesn't matter. I don't know. I haven't used that augment very much, so I haven't thought about it too often.
One thing to note here, by the way, is he did sell the VIP Syndra. So we don't have a VIP in right now. We could see a VIP Zeri, or we could see a VIP Draven. So he is trying to reroll his VIP here, make use of the augment, but that does mean right now he is down 1 augment this fight.
Yeah, I mean, why not take the chance, though? You're not... He gets wrecked here, but, like, you're not going to win with the board that you had. So, you know, why not take the chance? You've already top forward. See if you can, you know, high roll into something that could take you up back to number 1 again. He's got a couple lives to do it. Why not give it a shot?
Yeah, we'll have to see what he can hit here. Hits the Orianna. Don't know that he actually even wants that.
Yeah.
Does decide to buy it for now. Looking for any sort of Debonair he can find. Keeps hitting the Leona, unfortunately.
Oh.
There's the... Oh, he got... Whoa.
There it is. That's Draven too. I can't believe
he got it.
Wow. I mean, you know, the odds were high that if he finds the, you know, Draven, he's gonna get a VIP. But getting 2 in one shot, that's you know, the TFT forces with Spicy Appies today for sure.
Yeah. Okay, so Tricked is just choosing to not use the Sniper's Nest here, which I think is a big mistake. Even if you get Zephyr'd, 40% damage is a big multiplier on top of everything.
Yeah.
I don't know. I really don't like this play from Tricked here. In the end, it might not matter. It's still an Ashe 3. But no, actually, this Draven with very VIP and Irresistible Charm, pretty sure this Draven takes this eventually.
Oh, Zyra's out of commission, so no more. Oh, it's so close, Draven! He does it! Big, massive damage in the end to actually take out that Ashe. And you're right. I mean, you think about the extra damage the Ashe would have done during that fight, would have been over. You wouldn't have even had that 1v1. Wow.
Yeah, not a big fan of that ditching the Sniper's Nest there, so we'll have to see if that bites him. But for now, Spicy Appies, getting the very VIP Draven here is such a big deal. I like these Kaisa items. Hopefully can buy him some time. The only thing to note here is the front line is a little weak. It is just a Leona and a Blitz 1.
Right.
So, you know, maybe trying to find that Braum, switch that up. On the other side, though, we get to see, again, the 7 Innovator, just very powerful here.
He's got one on the bench, but for now, he did actually get to grab the Seraphine, so the Blitzcrank paying dividends here. Bring the Seraphine in, getting it targeted by the Draven. I think that Dragon is going to last too much longer. We'll see. Draven versus Dragon, I guess, in this particular case. Just the Dragon now. That's a pretty easy win for Spicy Appies in this round.
Yeah, this is one of the best matchups for Draven because everything is so front to back. By the way, we're hearing that the Sniper's Nest has actually he's moved it. And so even though it's not showing on the spectator client, he does have full stacks of Sniper's Nest, so that's good to hear. He moved to a better position. That kind of makes sense why he's in that position now. He moved it up to the 3rd row to get the back row. So I am happy to hear that. It's just a spectator bug.
Yeah. All right. So imagine the rings. They're there. Meanwhile, taking a look at Pawn Up here. He's running that 7 Innovator board that we just saw the Ghost of lose to Spicy Appies. And a lot of this is about keeping that Seraphine safe. She's going to be the one enabling your Jace, potentially, enabling herself to do a good amount of damage here.
Yeah, if he can hit the Jace too, that'll be really powerful.
Yeah.
By the way, we were talking about the spectator bug, but I think Spicy Appies might have got a Debonair spat from the carousel.
Oh, wow.
If so, that's going to power up that comp even more. We get to see it on the other side here, and so...
Find out.
He's got that Debonair. Yep. I think he's still missing Brand, so I don't think it's quite 7 Debonair. But either way, that's still a more powerful version. The Orianna gets to benefit from all that AP and health. And so we see here again, this is just a hard matchup, though, because that Draven is just going to keep getting bigger and bigger thanks to very VIP. And it's going to be really tough to take down.
Yeah. Pawn Up takes a lot of damage, down to 9 HP. Trick's still at 36, so it feels fairly even across the top 3 here, but Pawn Up looking like the most likely to go out in 3rd. I'd imagine. Still no Jace 2 for Pawn Up. Trying to find it as he moves things around to try to get a little bit better positioning here.
You'd think the second wind would be saving him, but it's just not happening, these fights.
Who knew? It's hard to predict, huh?
Yeah, if he could hit the Jace 2, Jace 2 would be such a big upgrade. But even then, having to go front to back into an Irresistible Charm is going to be a little rough here.
Right.
And so now on the other side, we see that powerful Ashe. Again, 7 Syndicate. That's going to be a lot to get through also. And so here, yeah, we can just watch the second win value. It might save his back row here, actually. That Zyra ult really hurt the back row. So got some good valuables from that second win, actually. That was a good fight.
All right.
Will it make a difference, though? I don't
One
think
more Ashe
so.
cast?
Nope. Nope, not quite. Not quite.
Yeah. It's like everything looks like it's going fine, and the Ashe gets one more cast off, right? And that does send Pawn Up off in third place. Tricked versus Spicy Appies. So we will see if Tricked can grab a win here. This would be his second win of the day, but it's been very up and down.
Yeah, we called it out at the beginning.
We
called it out at the beginning. He really needed the win here.
Yeah.
And so that will help for sure.
We've taken 2/8 so far today and a second. So close to winning, but not quite doing it yet.
Yeah, so we'll have to see. But again, we talked about how this was definitely the high-risk version to play, right? Sniper's Nest Ashe being just sort of the S-tier version of that comp. The only thing better being the one-for-all version. So this Ashe is just going to be unloading truckloads of damage. And with that Last Whisper, you know, can really tear through those champions. And so looking real good here. The Draven's going to struggle a bit. Zeri 2 on the other side maybe makes a difference. Maybe some good Silco hits. But either way, Spicy Appies has to win 2 rounds here. Can he do it on the first one? Let's find out.
Yep. 2 Shrouds as well for Tricked. So he's going to be able to make sure to hit basically everything on Spicy Appie's side of the board. Gonna find out right now, though. Watching that Draven in the back to see how long it's going to live. Takes a little bit of damage from the Ashe early. A lot of CC coming through. And now they do toss some Morgana back, but that Draven seems to stand no chance. Or, although, staying alive, but the CC might be a little bit too much. And it is. Yeah. And that's it. Wow. All right. So, Tricked manages to get the win he was looking for. And that is going to maybe, just maybe, propel him back into a situation to make it to the top 4. We'll see if that happens.
It's a roller coaster watching Tricked. He either goes 8th or he gets a 1st or a 2nd. We don't talk about that 5th, but we'll let you guys know in the standings. We still have one more game to go to really finalize that, but wow, Doa, we got to see some AP innovators today. You know, of course, Jace got his love and some items. Pawn Up Seraphine, Shojin, Shiv, and Morello. What did you think about Pawn Up's board and Seraphine in general as a primary carry?
I mean, if you remember to 6.0, we did see a lot of boards that were Orianna carry, Seraphine carry, focused around enchanters a lot of times. So it's kind of, I would say, the new version of that kind of board, right? Where you've got a front line, a way to stay very durable, and then you've got Seraphine kind of slowly burning people down with Morellos and then just hits and things like that. So it's, if you play that kind of board in 6.0, you're going to feel very comfortable here. It's still strong. I would say it's not S tier, but it's certainly a board that's capable of getting, top finishes.
I mean, that's what's fun about playing innovators. There's someone that can hold AP, there's someone that can hold AD, but AD being a little bit stronger in that case. But still 3rd place he could be happy with. But you guys will be stoked to find out our 1st place that we did just watch. Take a look at the composition that turned out on top. It was the Ashe reroll from Tricked. It finally hit. But Mortdog, one thing that was interesting about that board, or I guess on the side of Spicy Appies, I should say, was using the Silco on Kai'Sa and Zeri. So why haven't we seen Silco usage on tanks as much this tournament? Because I know there's 2 different camps on whether you use Silco for tanks or Silco for backline utility.
Yeah, really what it's about is you use the Mastermind trait on Silco to accelerate your first cast, because it's giving you that 30 mana. And so it's all about what do you want that first cast to go on. This is why something like Braum is commonly very good, because it can give you that early ult that can get that big CC that can determine fights. Or in Spicy Appie's case, it's getting that first Kai'Sa cast and getting Zeri into that electric form that gives them both going. And so here, that's kind of the big thing. You can kind of see the standings here.
Oh boy.
And, that 4th place spot, holy moly.
It's going to be so close in this final game. Like, look at that. 3 players tied at 22. Kevchem, Ramcav, Malala. I mean, even Iniko within striking distance. It's really, I mean, you've got Spicy Appies and Goobums basically, I would say, guaranteed to top 4. But then it's completely out the window after that. This is going to be such a close final game.
I can't believe it. How many people are gunning for that 4th place spot? And at 10 points for 1st, this could really propel anyone into that top 4. I mean, Spicy Appies did it just yesterday where he wasn't even supposed to qualify for today. And I think a first place finish at the end got him that very last spot. And look how he's glowed up. Now he's in first place pretty comfortably at 35 points. Should expect Spicy Appies at regionals. And Tricked had a wonderful first place just now that just keep him barely holding on at the end. But what was so interesting about Tricked's board, and something you guys both went back and forth on, is the Sniper's Nest augment and how long to keep your snipers in that same hex, whether to move it, and how the lobby was hoping to maybe punish that carry's hex a little bit more. Do you think the level of punishment on Trick's Ash at that hex is what led him, Doa, to changing that hex around? Because you guys were kind of debating on whether that was the right decision or not.
Well, I mean, Mort called it during the game where moving the Ash up to the third hex helps you hit the back row. That's vital when you have someone with something like a VIP Draven on the other side, right? That's not going to be moving from that because he's got unlimited range. So I think it was just a great adaptation based on what he needed to do to win the lobby.
It's been an awesome 3 days of Innovation Cup. We have one game to go. Mortdog, what have been, I know you're signing off for the night for, I was going to say a well-deserved vacation, but you're back to work tomorrow. So what have been, at least when you get back to work, what are the things you're going to be thinking about when it comes to the big takeaways from the Innovation Cup and the state of the meta as a whole for TFT?
Yeah, I mean, as we're starting to hit towards, the regionals and the worlds, right now the team's going to be really focused on trying to get the meta in just as healthy of a spot as we've seen. And right now, while we are seeing a bunch of diverse comps, let's be honest, there are some pretty clear standouts here. Those Debonaires, the Innovators, the Syndicates. And so trying to bring everything more in line so that we can see even more innovation as we head into those finals, that's a big thing we're going to be focused on. And let's be honest, there's a lot of work to do. So no vacation here, right back to work. So
I know the Mortdog notepad is full of ideas for the next update. Doa, we have only 8 players, but who has really gone above and impressed you over the 3 days of Innovation Cup? Or maybe, because we're sending 4 people to
I'll
the
give you one
regionals.
guess. Who do you
Is there
think I'm
even
gonna
one
say?
person to highlight? Because everyone has had their moments of brilliance.
I mean, I think I would definitely say Spicy Appies. I've been saying that name all weekend long, and he continues to impress, in the day. That should shock no one. I've become quite the Spicy Appies fan throughout set 6, and I think he's going to finish strong. He's guaranteed to finish strong, and taking it first would just be kind of the icing on the cake to the pretty awesome performance he's put on, not just this weekend, but throughout set 6 so far already.
Well, let me put you guys onto a fun appy. How about Fantasy TFT, where you can find little legend eggs if you can invest your buckaroos on the right people going first or even 8th. If you can predict it, you can win it. Mortdog, Doa, thank you so much. Your insight has been so valuable on the desk. They'll be signing off, but it's not the end of our show yet. Froden and Bryce will be back on the mic to finish off our Game 6. We're going to see you guys after this break. It's the final game of the final day of Innovation Cup. Thousands of dollars on the line and 4 tickets to regionals. Frodan and Bryce are here to not only guide you through that action, but break down also the stakes of this match. Now I'm getting hungry. Bryce, break down what our players have to do in the final game in order to get to regionals, or at least end up top 4 in our final lobby.
Yeah, so it depends a lot on the player. So you've got Spicy Appies and Goobums who are auto-qualified through based on their performance so far, and they were auto-qualified through based on their performance before today. So this is just a victory lap for them, and it's been an impressive victory lap at that. Pawnop has enough qualifier points at this point in time to be locked into going to regionals as well, I believe. So it's everyone in the bot 5, right? So Tricked, Kevchen, Ramkev, Malala, and Aniko, who are all fighting desperately to get one of those spots. It's possible 2 spots open up if Pawnop struggles in this game, and they're all so close in points. Only 3 points separates Aniko at the very bottom and Tricked in 4th place. So it is anyone's spot to claim, and your destiny is really in your own hands. Go and win this lobby and punch your ticket to regionals.
Yeah, Frodan, just the fact that Tricked, who had 2 8th places today, was struggling, and now after that big first has kept himself in contention. Goobums didn't tank himself all the way down. I know we were a little bit worried after that 7th place in game 4 it was, but you know, he's kind of sticking in the middle of the pack to keep himself alive too. So there's just so much on the line, and it's hard to call who's going to be top 4.
Yeah, and we're just going to have to wait for when the game starts to just ultimately talk about their positions. I think every player's had some highlights and some lowlights. Spicy Appies has stood out a lot more than the other players, but that's not to say some of these players had moments of brilliance, and I think that it's really about whether or not they can put their best foot forward and how risk-averse are they, right? With so many players just within a couple points of each other, are they going to try to go for a safe top 4, or are they going to try to go 1st through 8th and lay it all on the line? And I think we're just going to have to see how it pans out. Also, there's some money on the line, right? There's a $25,000 tournament, and that's $10,000 on the line that leads up to regionals. And so $3,000 for first place is no chump change. I know some players are saying, oh, that's actually a lot to compete for. So yes, Goobums and Spicy Apps are in it, but there's also a little bit of, the bragging rights of who gets to win, but also that extra 1K for being able to get that.
And just a reminder of who right now is in the top 4 going to regionals, depending on how the results of this game goes. We got Spicy Appy in first, Goobums, Pawnop, and Tricked, and everyone else kind of tied or figuring out how they can really propel themselves into that first place and really get them in. Because Spicy Appies, he's proved to us in day 2 that miracles can happen. And speaking of compositions, those play styles, are you going first? Are you going 8th? What compositions are you going for? I mean, even Ash is not an old reliable, as Mortdog likes to call it, because we saw Tricked go first place was an Ashery rule, and then in the previous game we saw Nico get 8th from an awkward Ash that he couldn't hit. So we'll jump into the game in a second. Frodan, when we talk about, this is a North American tournament, we talk about North America and regionals for that region, but what do you think North America is going to look like on a global stage compared to what the rest of the TFT competition is in the world?
It really depends on how motivated the North American players are at regionals, unfortunately. I think some of them are wavering in terms of their confidence or even their motivation to prepare, while some are going to be hard sweating. I imagine that the Spicy Appies, the people who are new on the scene, will be super hungry. I know I've talked to some other players who are old established veterans, like Milk, for example, who says that he is going to be trying really hard for regionals. But I'm just really not sure. I mean, there's players who also are talking about how they're really busy. Mismatch Socks, a player who has been one of the most, if not the best performing tournament player in North America in TFT short history. But he's also had a child, so he's had to distribute his resources and time. So we'll see whether or not he's going to be in form. I believe we're more than capable of it, but whether or not we can realize our potential, that's part of the half the fun, which NA will show up to World.
Well, NA is showing up for our final game of Innovation Cup Championship Sunday. Is ready to go. Our casters are fired up. Let's go into first carousel.
Here we go. The final game of the final day here at the Innovation Cup for Teamfight, Tactics, Gizmos, and Gadgets. The top 4 players in point standings after this game will be joining us for the regional finals of North America at the end of the month. It's Frodan and Bryce Blum here to bring you the action. Let's hop on board with Tricked, who was the winner of the previous lobby, employing that sniper's nest. Ash showing you why she is a terror currently on the ladder. Can he make magic happen once more and go for that top finish?
Yeah, getting one of the most powerful augments for that in the Sniper's Nest. It's one of the statistically best performing augments at that tier in the game, and we saw why. The Ashe just puts out so much extra damage that even with the very VIP Draven getting seemingly an infinite pool of health, infinite was not enough to deal with the damage of the Ashe. So tricked in a spot where you could theoretically go Ashe from here, right? Hasn't gotten any units for it yet, but does have an early Infinity Edge that's capable of being made, which is a great item on Ashe. And what augment will they get? And this is a very interesting opening decision. Component grab bag is the choice if you want to get more power right now. A lot of times with component grab bag, you can actually wind up getting 3 completed items to start your game. Binary airdrop is probably the best late game gold tier augment. You get so much value from getting an extra full item on all of your units at the end of the game. So this is a very impactful early decision, and opting for the binary airdrop. Do you agree with this, Dan?
So close. It is so close. I think I do agree, because for Tricked, they want to play for more than just top 4, right? They want to be able to go for top 2 and really cement themselves in that spot. And binary airdrop is just something that is, as you said, continues to scale. So the longer you survive, the stronger it gets, because you should be getting more items. Not to mention, the best part about binary airdrop, in my opinion, is just how hard it is to counterplay. Most people can't predict the Zephyrs and Shrouds and the Banshees calls that come out of nowhere. So I think there's a huge
Oh my god. He's rolling for Mercs. I'm sorry.
No, you don't have to apologize. That's exactly what's going on. He found it! The Quinn has appeared in the shop, and the Iniko is going for it all.
Wow. He's just swinging for the fences. The final game, and he just says, I'm going to put it all on the line on 2-1. If I miss Mercs here and take my economy for nothing, this game is basically doomed. And he hits it. He gets Mercs online, and this is the first Wraith play that Iniko desperately needs. He is in last place, and a first place or a second place is what he needs. And he just says, I am down. I am willing to put my tournament on the line right here, level 4, roll and see if I can find a GP or a Quinn, and he does. Now, can he convert?
Yes, that's right. Just have to make sure not to win. Doesn't look like he's going to, but wants to also kill a couple of units. His Talon likely to bite the dust. And able to get the kill. A great start for Iniko. A calculated risk. And it has paid off so far. We have to keep up that momentum. Now, that being said, some players could also go to the next level, because the difference between Iniko's lose streak and others is that he has to keep his 3 Mercs in, aka has to play an Alawi 2 in order to keep that going. You can sell the rest. You could theoretically just play those 3 Mercs and that only. But if other people want to open for it, could be kind of dicey as we take a look at the augments. Chemtech emblem for Ramkev. Pawn-Up also taking true 2s to get some early tempo. Malala having Sharpshooter and potentially finding 3-star twin shots to close it out. This is really exciting.
Yeah, some really, really powerful augments. And we see Pawn-Up going up against Iniko, and Iniko should have successfully secured this loss as well. Unfortunately, not going to be killing any units. But for anyone at home thinking, this is crazy, why would you roll for Mercs? This is 1,000% the right play. And this is a real case in point as it relates to why tournaments are different than ladder play. If you're just trying to climb LP, this is probably an unnecessary risk to take, and you're bringing a lot more bottom 2s into play. But when you're in this spot and playing for a top 2 is what you need in order to advance in this tournament, then you absolutely roll the dice and roll their beautiful recognition from Iniko. It's so great to see him rewarded for recognizing that spot. Now, will he be rewarded further, right? He's only gotten step 1. There's a lot of game left to play. Will his cash out be good? Will he even be able to successfully cash out from this spot? Only time is going to tell.
So far, so good. Able to kill 2 champions, and as a result is at 90 HP. Pawn-Up with a Locket, level 5. Trying to move up, going against Malala. A little bit excessive. Had he known he was going up against Malala, probably would not have done so much of a dramatic move like that, but can also continue to sell up to 10. But with Locket, something to consider is that Pawn-Up is playing for tempo. This is because Pawn-Up's in 3rd place at 27. A nice, simple top 4 will Locket guaranteed. Even a 5th, I believe, should just put Pawn-Up within that range of safety, but we will see. We take a look at how everything else is shaping up. Iniko does get a loss, another 3-unit loss. That's what you're
Not
aiming
bad.
for. Pretty good.
Yeah, killing units, we take those. Looking at the augments again, I think you did a good job of analyzing it. Ramkev once again going for the, a Chemtech oriented augment, will we see him go back to that Twitch reroll that he's had so much success with? His best 2 finishes of the day have been Twitch reroll, and, you know, very capable of getting a top 2 as long as he gets the right augments and he hits on the curve. So we'll have to check in and see how that's going. Goobums, where we have essentially expect to see him. I mean, it feels like every time we're talking about Goobums in the game, this man is 100 HP or close to it, slamming items, playing tempo, and it's why he's been so successful today. Taking a look at this board, he has a Zac 2 with Sunfire. He slams a blue buff and an Infinity Edge on this Gnar. I don't know that he's going to go down the Spicy Appies route and reroll for this Gnar, but a solid holder of these items for sure. And Goobums, while he will not be able to make 10 gold here, which is very uncommon, he has so much power on his board in multiple 3 costs and multiple upgrades, 1 on a 2 cost, 1 on a 3 cost. He will make his gold back in win streaking, hopefully.
That is the plan. Against Ponov, who does have that Locket Slam, the death cap, not going to be that big of a consequence. And now the question is, does Ponov have enough damage to take down the Zac 2? Because the Sunfire will just burn everything down over time, and it's not even close. Goobums 4-0 over Ponov, and picking up right where he left off. The Master of Win Streak on stage 2 strikes again.
Yeah, the Master of Win Streak deploying the Spicy Appies tech, and it is spicy indeed. The blue buff Gnar just hurling stones left, right, and center with that Infinity Edge. It is just obliterating backliners. So, you know, the battle of the 2 win streakers is not even close. It feels like Goobum's board could have lapped Ponup's board there and beaten it twice.
That's right, at least that is how it is. He'll have to win 1 more to guarantee his streak throughout the end of the round and collect his double interest for this round and the next. Against Iniko. Oh, free win. And Iniko will end his campaign in stage 2, successfully lose streaking. Also holding on to some units like Lucian, which is really important. The thing about Mercs that you always have to think about is how you plan to exit. Like any important investment, always have an exit strategy. Iniko already has that lined up through the twin shots. Looks like the person streaking, taking a look to see if anybody else can potentially end on the same way. Pawn does get the win over Trick. Trick not able to get it done. And the 4 players who are trying to jockey for that position in top 4 right now are also bottom 4 at the end of stage 2.
Yeah, it's not necessarily a bad thing, right? Depends on the ultimate context. For Iniko, he wanted to be bottom, right? He would prefer to have more HP if he could, but he really wanted to lose. Ramkev, given the augment selection, I think is very likely maybe going back to that Twitch well, in which case you often expect to be losing because you're really trying to focus on making interest break points and not leveling, right? We haven't gotten to take a good, don't have a full analysis of everyone's spots, but it's not the end of the world to be bot 4 on Krugs. It means there's a little bit of extra pressure on your game, and how will they play from the spot?
Extra pressure indeed. Malala picks up some really strong AD items. Has another sword, a glove, cloak. These are all really powerful items. Looking at any kind of combination of Bloodthirster, even a Shroud being slammed. I'm not entirely sure if we want to commit to Banshees. Ends up putting the glove immediately onto the Corki as well, just to squeeze out a little bit more crit chance, or rather crit damage, because that's what Infinity Edge does and converts it. I guess it's pretty open-ended. We could play a bunch of different stuff, like Irelia, you could play Draven.
Yeah, you can play Kha'Zix as well. I mean, we saw Ramkev pilot a BTIE Kha'Zix to a first place yesterday, so it's definitely possible. I don't know if Malala is open to that as an out, but definitely going to need to get stronger for Stage 3. The items are fine. The unit quality here is relatively low. He has an upgraded Ziggs, which is pretty low impact. He has an upgraded Sejuani, which is something. It gives him some frontline, but he's desperately lacking a true damage holder for these items. Corki is more of an AP carry than an AD carry. It's not to say that Corki won't make use of this, particularly once you get Twin Shot online, but definitely not looking to carry Corki 1 for Stage 3 here, so expect Malala to roll some gold here to improve the board and make the Stage 2 a lot less painful. Lucian, oh, we're on Ramkev's board now, never mind. We're full sending it for Twitches. We have 5 of them so far, and by full send, I mean he will likely be slow rolling. Ramkev has chosen to play a slightly, greedier, slower approach to his reroll, and instead of rolling a bunch of gold on 3-1 when he's still level 4, he is just rolling his excess gold, so he's fine. 5 Twitches on 3-2 is not bad. We just need to keep accumulating those Twitches to make sure that we don't head into Stage 2 still trying to carry a Twitch 2.
Yep. It's all very important to consider as we do go up against Pawn Up West and Irelia. Pawn Up did roll to 20 gold, it seems like. But that Irelia is a really nice prize to pick up. Even gets an affinity edge off the component that's got scrapped. The Frozen Heart's doing good to stall, but not really enough damage. Oh my goodness, we killed one unit. That was a nasty loss there for Ramkev, who's trying to chase Iniko down right now in terms of lowest HP. This augment's going to have a really big impact. Either way, Ramkev gets offered some health through the metabolic accelerator, so he could end up healing 2 health per round. But if he wants to go for more power, it would be through only Luden's Echo, and chooses to go for that.
Yeah, and I think he needs it too because, again, we're trying to play for a top 2 scenario if at all possible. And if you take a dead gold augment, if all your gold augment is doing is giving you health, then it becomes really hard to compete in the late game with so many people selecting board power augments. I also think that Metabolic Accelerator is a little bit on the fake side right now. It's not that you never find value out of it, but so much of the time you get this 2 health back per round, but you actually spend the 2 health every round because you don't kill extra units. So if Ludens, for example, helps him kill an extra unit every round, it's the better version of Metabolic Accelerator. Last set, Metabolic felt really good because there were so many fewer strong board power augments, but this set with so many strong board power augments and so many players taking them, I think you often spend more health taking this augment than you make. Obviously, you know, it's impossible to prove the counterfactual, but it's just something to think about when you're viewing the power of that augment relative to your other options.
That's a really good point to keep in mind here. Ramkev does go up against this very difficult to take down Ezreals. We have Goobums, who's still streaking right now. Let's see if he can... Tricks, rather. Trying to see if he can pull himself out of this situation. Ramkev ended up taking another loss. Trick picked Tiny Titans, by the way, so puts himself in that top 4 range, which makes sense. Trick is right now in 4th place and wants to secure that. So I think it's a really nice measured choice, but Tiny Titans does have downside in that Trick won't be picking early on the carousel. Taking a look at what everybody else picked, I see a Portable Forge from Pawn Up. Interested to see what was the choice there. Iniko, the Mercs player, chose Electro Charge 2. And so puts a little bit of damage onto whenever he takes a critical strike. Outside of that, some pretty basic stuff. Celestial Blessing, Ratback, Phalanx. Nothing that leaps out to me on the tier of the very VIP, for example, that we saw Spicy Appies get.
Yeah, nothing super exciting on the second augment selections. Everything relatively run-of-the-mill. But speaking of things that are exciting, here we go. We're on board with Iniko, and he is rolling aggressively. Some players choose to greed an extra round here and try to get one more loss streak because that 9 cash out can be really big. A Tom Pinch on level 7! Oh my god, Mortdog, do you have a Nico? Are you sending this man to regionals? What a hit! And he has the Renata as well for a blue buff Morello. Renata is a unit that in general is struggling right now, but with a big mercenary cash out, if you can fully cap out this board, it is definitely capable. And he's going up against Ramkev, who still has a Twitch too. This could be a cash out for a Nico, and is it the ticket that gets him into the North American Regional Championship?
We'll see. It looks like he's able to get the cash out. We haven't seen what's in the chest, and there is a chance that the chest has been underwhelming, but the real silver lining above this all is we got Tom Kishu printed an item component. This is devastating to all the other players who are aiming for that top 4 spot. Iniko's risk has paid off in spades thus far, and let's see the cash out.
Okay, some...
Woo! That's a lot of gold.
He picked up too many there.
That's kind of okay as long as there weren't 5 costs, and it's it's all gold.
Oh no,
it's all gold. Okay, but the upside of all gold is that 1, feeding Tom Kinch doesn't feel that bad because now you have so much extra gold. But 2 is that he should be able to roll down and make a stronger board. And because he has Tom Kinch this early, if he can print a couple items and be ahead of the item curve, that might be good enough to already put him in contention, because the only thing about Renata boards is that it still can compete at the very top, and it's just so expensive to get there.
Yeah, that's absolutely the case. You need to find your Soko. You need to get a Victor online as a secondary carry. Renata alone is not going to do it anymore. But this Tom Kinch hit is going to be the difference if he's able to make this work. Because normally from big Merc cash outs like this, you want to get board power. You want to get either Nikos that can help you chase 3-star 4 costs or get your 2-star legendaries online. You want to find additional items. But hey, a bunch of gold to be able to feed a Tom Kinch and get that Tom Kinch rolling to potentially print items is another possible win con for this composition. He's going to be able to go to level 8 on 4-1 with basically 50 gold, so he can 2-star his full board and be outrageously strong in stage 4. If you have an outrageously strong board in stage 4 with a Tom Kinch on it, then that Tom Kinch becomes your win condition. You get that Tom Kinch rolling, you get a bunch of extra items printing, so he's very much capable of going for top 4 from this, or top 1 from this spot, even though the Merc cash out wasn't exactly what you would hope for, and he gets a full Gunblade drop, so he has outstanding items, and here's another Renata in his shop. All things are coming up in Eco right now. A Renata 2 already?
So
And
huge.
a Vi?
And he has the bruisers, he has the enforcers, he can feed big units. I want to feed something huge to Tom Kench. What does he end up choosing? It could end up just feeding a really powerful legendary unit here. In this case, it's the Zeri. Yeah. The Gunblade, a great choice. Also totally okay with Titans, exactly what he slammed onto Vi, one of her best items stat-wise. And here we go, going up against Goobums, who has not really rolled. Goobums is Greed Bums right now, trying to get it done with a 1-star Gnar. And while it was very impressive on stage 2, it is just a dog with no bite. So Goobums takes a very heavy loss. Now, all of a sudden, the script is going to flip. Goobums, who is applying pressure to everybody in the lobby, takes a very heavy loss. And Iniko, I feel like this is just the beginning of him 6-0 wiping so many boards.
Yeah, this roll down went exactly how Iniko wanted it. He got strong enough that he should be putting massive pressure on this lobby in stage 4. And the real question for Iniko is, how greedy does he want to play this? He still has a meaningful amount of 1-stars on his board, and is particularly this Vi would be a big hit. But if he, in order to win with this board, we know you can't just play the standard version anymore. We know you need to cap it out with 2-star legendaries. So if Iniko said, hey, I'm willing to, in the same way that I was willing to go down with the ship rolling on 2-1 to try to get Mercs online, I think it might be correct to go down with the ship here and say, I'm not rolling in any more gold until level 9. Maybe if he picks up a Vi pair and wants to roll a little bit, but I would be totally fine with him saying, this board has to be good enough. I need to get to level 9. I need to hit my 2-star legendaries. I need to win this lobby.
I love it. I love it, and I completely agree. The only thing is I just wish we had a Zac so we can tie the Chemtex together just to give a little bit more oomph to our front line as well as support the Renata, but that's just cherry picking. Everything else looks spot on to me, and I don't blame him. I want to hold on to all this gold and go to 9. Let's go ahead and check out some of the other players, the potential casualties to the Iniko main protagonist storyline here. As we do have an Ahri, but Kevchen is pretty healthy and has some clear direction on how he wants to build out the rest of his board. He has a Rage Blade on Ahri, which I think a lot of people aren't used to seeing. The last time we saw Ginsu's Rage Blade being built on Ahri was in the Fate set, where you would have her ramp up and use her giant Spirit Bomb on the entire field. But now we're starting to get a little bit back to it. Her Orbs of Deception have time to ramp. Does she have the ability, the space against this Twitch 3 from Randkev? I don't think she does. This Twitch is just going unchecked.
Yeah, but that Bramble Vest on this Morgana plus the Redemption is just doing so much work to tank in this fight. The Twitch does have a Ruinous Hurricane, which is big because it's actually going to be able to splash damage and kill these other units. So Twitch, wow, with that big damage on the Twitch ulti, is going to get the job done. Ramkev takes that fight win. Very important for Ramkev to stay stable here. He is win streaking right now. He is also capable of beating Iniko, it has to be said, because all of Iniko's damage, 100% of it, is on this backline Renata. So if Ramkev is able to position for that Renata and get the Twitch so it immediately aggroes onto it, it will take some time because of the Gunblade and the channeled ultis from the Renata, but it is possible that Ramkev could beat it. That matchup will be mission critical, as both of these players came on the outside looking in. Both of them need top 2 finishes, it seems, in order to be able to finish in one of these final 4 spots. So I cannot wait to see when those boards do battle. It could be the tournament.
Love the fact that Ramkev went for the Tom Kench. taking it away from Iniko, which might just even be more important than trying to find that perfect third item for Twitch. That play, it might end up paying off, or it might end up just delaying Iniko long enough for Ramkev to potentially make magic happen as we take a look at what's happening on KevChen's board, going for the Quicksilver. So the first person that brought this to my attention was Dishsoap, who actually was experimenting with a ton of different Ahri builds, and has a great player whose profile you should follow if you haven't already. And he really limited tested this and said that there's actually a lot of promise to Quicksilver Rageblade Ahri, because it kind of does what Blue Buff Ahri wants to do, but gets it to an even faster play. So I want to see if it can hold up in a tournament setting, but he's going up against a Zeri rather, who has a shiv from the binary airdrop, and that's going to be so much damage to deal with early on. Ahri doesn't have time to ramp.
Yeah, it is just so much damage. This shiv roll on the binary is doing a disgusting amount of work. Here comes the Morgana, but I'm just not sure she has enough damage to ultimately get through the double damage between the Jhin and the Zeri, though she's doing her best. This unit is so freaking tanky. It is insane. And it's worth noting that on your sidebar, you see Iniko still win streaking, and you see Ramkev is not. They actually did play each other. The Twitch was on the wrong side and was able to kill a bunch of units, but ultimately the Renata damage was paying too much dividends, and Iniko takes the win. So a huge loss for Ramkev and an equally huge win for Iniko.
It's the last augment. The final opportunity to make the most of what's dealt with you. Second win does have some good synergy with Syndicate because their resistances. In this case, KevChen says, I need straight up power. Handshake. Takes the stand united. Hopes that just getting that flat damage will be good enough. Finds a Braum 2. That's a very impactful hit. And now we need to roll for Ahri 2. With only one Ahri currently in play, it's looking very unlikely that we can get to that point. We have a ton of gold on our bench in the form of Draven. You can see that part of the reason why Ahri can use these items is because you can transfer it over to Draven. If you hit VIP Draven, that is a pivot opportunity, and that's the strength of this current Ahri build. Going up against Goobums, who also picked what looks like to be Tiny Titans. Goobums trying to cement his top 4 position, and he has a Draven.
Yeah, very smart augment selection from Goobums, who, you know, is basically guaranteed, but just cementing it by taking a bunch of extra HP in this spot. He has that Draven, it's wailing away in the front line, and it's actually able to kill the Morgana. We finally see the Morgana go down before overtime, but is it enough? The CC from the Zyra is so big on that back line. The Braum gets through, and the Ahri ultimately able to win. KevChen is split between these two trees. You know, there's a version of events where he plays Ahri here. There's a version of events where he plays Draven here. Obviously, would love to find that VIP Draven. That would be so big. And the nice thing when you're playing between Syndicates and Debonair is they overlap so much. You have 2 Scholars in Syndra and Zyra. You have 2 bodyguards in Leona and Braum. And so it's just very easy to kind of flex between these trees exactly like KevChen is doing. Will he be rewarded? Will he be able to 2-star one of these carries? There is a Nico's help. That's one way of doing it, but it would mean that you forego the VIP Draven. So I expect to see him roll down a little bit, see if he can find... Okay, so now he has to pick. Does he want to play Ahri or Draven?
Skips it. Finds a natural Ahri 2. Okay.
And a Silco. Potentially big, although Silco sometimes has a meaningful amount of anti-synergy with Syndicates. I think this might be bait. I see people play this. Okay. Passes.
Oh my goodness.
Wow. Okay, I think we possibly have our win con. Can he be stable enough? He has to lock the shop, buy these 2 Ahris with this Nico's help. We know that KevChen's path to victory. Can he get a few more copies of this Ahri in order to get an Ahri 3?
New contender has entered the mix here of whether or not we can find these 2 R's. You can immediately see the lock, trying to make sure to reserve that for the future turns. And if you can find one off carousel, find 2 more in shop, and we are good to go. But we have to get to that point and survive. We're now going with Pawn Up's board. Seems like Ahri has had time to ramp, but you can see she's achieved a point where she can cast pretty frequently. Not to mention, this Giant Slayer is putting in a lot of damage. And Pawn Up takes another loss. Malala also taking a loss. These are 2 players that really need to get into gear. Otherwise, their hopes for regionals, at least through this qualification path, will be gone.
Yeah. Speaking of players that don't need anything to do, just purely doing it for style points, Spicy Appy's in a really good position once again. 62 HP. He is the other player that is win streaking, not named Iniko, and he has a very interesting iteration of a Draven board. Not actually leaning into the Debonair trait at all. Playing a flex board, has some innovators in. Playing Tom Kench. This is a really cool board from Spicy Appy's. Is it capable of getting through the incredible tankiness of the Syndicate board?
Yeah, it's just high tempo and trying to keep up with the pace of the lobby. But that being said, we'll have to see whether or not this Draven can get it done with kind of an awkward mix of items and not an ability to get past this Morgana. And I think this is the point where Spicy Appy's is starting to get outscaled. Yes, he's win streaking and gets to this point, but it wouldn't surprise me to see him even miss out on top 4 just because it feels like his comp's a little bit too scuffed, in my opinion, Bryce.
Yeah, definitely on the more scuffed side, and we saw one of its chief vulnerabilities there. No Last Whisper on the Draven, and not activating the VIP Debonair trait means that this Draven is going to really struggle into any composition that has a meaningful amount of armor. So if he's going up against a super tanky unit that has like a Bramble Vest, or certainly if he goes up against the Syndicate boards, he's really going to struggle. Passes Soko there, which is interesting. Wonder how Appy's is looking to round out his board. Going up against a Nico who is still win streaking, 50 gold for a Nico. So a Nico is definitely trying to go to level 9 and make this work. Checking Nico's board, he actually has 65 gold, so very much in position to be able to make the magic happen and turn rolling for 2-1 Mercs into a cash out, into a top 1 that sends him to regionals.
He's printing items! It's just another item that's completed here for Nico that he can continue to stack up. This is too much. Malala is down and out. We'll see you next time. Ramkev in 7th place. Not able to get that Twitch reroll to that critical mass of snowballing and pushing levels. Pawn up, grabbing that shroud. Ramkev finds an Affinity Edge. I know he was playing 2-item Twitch for the longest time. That could be one of his saving graces. But everybody has some good items to pick up here.
Yeah, unfortunately, Ramkev filled out the items on the Twitch with a Hodge, so unless he happens to have a remover handy, he's not going to be able to put that on the Twitch, and that's such a big deal because it would be so much extra damage for the Twitch. So, you know, he is secondary carrying a Kha'Zix. That Kha'Zix took a blue buff, that tier that he denied to Iniko on that Tom Kench, which would be Tom Kench 2 if he hadn't done it, is actually putting in some work for him and giving him a secondary carry out. Now, is he capable of fighting his way back? Absolutely, but we'd have to see how that shakes out. And Nico, meanwhile, is slamming a Zyra, a Shojin on the Zyra. This unit is pound for pound one of the best units in the game. At 2 cost, the amount of CC this unit puts out is disgusting, particularly on high priority targets because so many people play full backline orientation that when Zyra gets that cast, it casts on everything you want it to cast on. Or in this case, it looks like frontline. The Twitch is in the right position, but the ZZ Rot taunts away the Twitch. There's so much damage on the Twitch already, it looks like it's just going to die before it gets anything done.
Yeah, it's just too much damage, and the Chemtech explosion is really nice just to clean up some stuff, but this looks like the exit of Ramkev!
Oh, not quite!
1 HP and a dream. And that dream is starting to be snuffed out. Goobums takes a loss. So an opportunity to potentially at least leapfrog him, but I think the Ram Ranchers are going to be a little bit sad on this current trajectory as Kev Chen and Iniko are the 2 streakers applying pressure to the rest of the lobby. It's really hitting dramatically. A lot of people are broke outside of Iniko. Another thing worth to note, Iniko didn't level to 9. He actually decided to keep his gold.
Yeah, he's playing full greed style, and I love it. And Nico understands the dynamics of this game. He understands the dynamics of this tournament. Even if Nico were to lose right now, it would be the completely correct decision because the way in which Nico wins this game is with Silco 2, Victor 2, which can take that Shojin from this Zyra, and a Tom Kench 2. If he loses right now, not the end of the world. He still has infinite gold going to level 9 and more than 1 life to work with. Even if he were to take a bad loss here, which just feels very unlikely given his board strength, he's still totally fine. So Iniko recognizing each step of the way exactly what he needs to do in order to maximize his chances of taking the first place, and he is doing it to perfection.
Wow, take a look at Kev Chen, able to make the best use of this Ahri, protecting her to perfection. Kev Chen, a player who we're talking about, who has been trying to do his best to hold on for as long as he can in this tournament while dealing with all the ebbs and flows, is now in a prime position to challenge Iniko for the top. At the very bottom, we also see Ramkev out in 7th place. We're going to have to see if Ramkev can make potentially a Challenger Series run if he wants to join us in regionals. In the meantime, though, Goobums, 4 HP, very likely the bot 4. He's not going to win this tournament. And if he goes bot 4 from here, we have our winner in Spicy Appies of the Innovation Cup.
Yeah, the winner might be decided, but the final spots are so neck and neck at this point as we get ready to watch Nico's roll down. I have to say that Pawn playing the 6th scrap board is scrapping for his tournament life here. He is in the driver's seat, has a couple of extra points, but if he were to wind up losing behind Goobums taking 6th place, he would not likely qualify, so he absolutely needs to fight to get an extra placement or 2 and finish ahead of Goobums and Tricked. As we look at the person who is probably most likely to win this lobby based on everything we've seen so far, not the best roll down that I've ever seen. He does find a copy of Silco, 2 copies. He finds a copy of Victor, no extra Thomas Kinches, but should be sufficient for now going up against Tricked. Tricked getting so much binary value. We're seeing that early augment decision really working out. Look at all these items on Tricked's side.
It's a lot of items, but this is also a lot of units that's surviving for Iniko, and Tricked is dead! And if Goobums is able to survive, that is devastating for Tricked, who is in 4th place going into it. And Goobums takes the 6th place, so Tricked gets 4 points. He's at 28.
But if Pawn wins this fight, Pawn is guaranteed. Pawn has it. Pawn secures his spot, I believe, right? Oh, actually, wait, that's not the case. If Nico goes first and Pawn goes 4th here, and Nico would still pass Pawn is only up 3 points on, or no, Pawn has 27 points. Pawn is fine. It's Tricked, who has 24 points. So yeah, Pawn is secured at this point. So Nico needs to finish the job here and get enough points to pass Tricked, who has 24. So Nico starts behind 3 points on it. Very likely to qualify. Very likely we have our final 4, but this tournament is still in doubt. This lobby is still in doubt. We have to see the wild finish.
Take a look at your tournament winner. Spicy Appies is going to be finishing in 1st place off a commanding Day 3 performance here in the Innovator Cup. Spicy Appies has done a great job showing his flexibility, showing off his intelligence, his prowess, his good looks.
Everything. All the above. Everything. The pink hair really works for him.
I think the pink hair is here to stay. Sorry, Jirachi, we got a new pink hair mayor in town.
This Ari board is pretty fun, though. Winds up making a Morgana 3, and this unit is just so dang tanky. So Pawn gets a crucial top 4 that should be advancing him into the regional finals. Appies with a board that just quite frankly has been outscaled, but the 2 titans of this lobby, Nico and Kevchin, have not played each other in so long, and we know how long because it's been at least 5 fights each. They're both on winning streaks, so are we finally going to see these boards clash, and who is going to be able to take care of business? Kevchin has this very ramping build into a comp that also wants to ramp, but for now, it is Nico likely sending Appies packing. I just don't think that Appies board packs a punch to get through this front line.
No, a great third here from Appies. It's all because of HP preservation and strong TFT fundamentals that got to this point. But now we will let the 2 players fight for the spot in regionals. That's right. The winner of this game between Iniko and Kevchen are going to be joining us guaranteed in the North American regionals at the end of this month. Who's it going to be? Iniko immediately beelines for this blue buff. Kevchen with a rapid fire cannon choice.
Interesting. Really fast, I'm not sure Nico wanted this blue buff necessarily. Nico is very good at running through carousel, and it looked to me like he might have been trying to run through to get something else. I'm not entirely sure. Will it cost him? You know, I'm not sure you want to blue buff Silco in this position because that's a great way of inting a board that stalls. I don't think I want Silco chain casting in this position. He gets a Jace 2. Definitely could hold this blue buff, though.
Oh, that's a Victor 2. He sells, replaces with the Jin at the last second. That Victor 2 is a massive deal. No RE3 here, but no Victor 2 on the other side as well. And Kevchen is going to abandon that plan and hope that this is good enough, but it is going to be so difficult. This is one of the most capped out boards in the entire game. The Chaos Rays destroy everything. And this is Renata and Silco at their final form. 1 HP is all that separates Kevchen from death.
Yeah.
Can he hang on?
I don't know. At this point, it feels like 1 HP and about 20 seconds till the fight starts, and about 10 seconds after that, we crown Nico the winner. And Nico's board did exactly what he needed to do in this game. He got to the most cap version of this board. Tom Kench 2, Jace 2, Vi 2, Renata 2, Silco 2, Victor 2. This is disgusting. The gold value on his board, not to mention the extra items printed from Tom Kench. I just don't think that there's enough damage on Kev Chin's side to get through, but only one more fight. Let's find out.
Comes down a great shroud from the Tom Kench. I can immediately eat the Morgana as well. And I think that might single-handedly decide it. He took the big risk at 2-1, rolling down for the Mercenaries. And with an immaculate game plan, calm and composed, Iniko is your winner here in Game 6 of Day 3 of the Innovation Cup. Welcome to the North American Regionals.
Wow. What a statement game from a Nico. Takes a spot that a lot of people might know it's the correct play, but to have the courage to follow through and to be willing to say, if I miss and all of Twitch chat wants to flame me, I can go to bed tonight happy knowing that I made the correct play for the situation. This is why, you know what, we're not going to be results oriented. He won. It wasn't the correct play because he won. It was the correct play because it was the play that optimized his chance of taking the first place that he needed to qualify for the regional championships. I am so excited for Nico. He works so hard at his game. He's been so fierce all tournament long, one of the most flexible players in this tournament, in a tournament where reroll largely dominated, and Nico was playing full flex throughout. With a statement first place, he punches his ticket. GG's Nico.
Wow, a first place finish for Nico, a 17 win streak, a legendary board for a legendary player from our Innovation Cup. Take a look at our final scoreboard. This was big for Nico, who got 2 bottom 4s up until that moment. And it was off of an insane play that Bryce was starting to explain there. We gotta talk about that. He went for 3s a company. Got some of the 3 cost mercs he needed. Chose to roll to activate the Mercenaries at 2-1. Bryce, for the maybe newer TFT players, how uncommon is it to roll for Mercenaries, and how risky was it to do that? Because it paid off. He became a human printer at that point.
It's both uncommon and very risky. So, look, we see it happen on ladder sometimes. Streamers do it for content, but if we're being honest about it, they're not doing it when it really matters. They're happy to light some LP on fire just to keep their stream engaged, to get that YouTube video if it works out. We don't see a lot of players do it in a tournament setting. Seeing a player do it in Game 6 of a tournament where their entire regional championship life is on the line is bananas. It was so bananas that when he started, Dan was in the middle of a very thoughtful point, and I was just like, what is happening?
Stop.
We need to talk about this. He's rolling on 2-1, and look, he can easily miss there. He's rolling for 1 2-cost out in Quinn and 1 3-cost out in Gangplank. You can miss in that spot. In fact, I rolled for 2-1 mercs earlier today in a game, 8 gold, rolling for an Alawi, and missed. You can do it. I would say that his chances of hitting there with 4 gold is probably under 50%. I would love for someone to do the math in order to see, but the thing is, if he hits, he increases his win share in the game so exponentially, and from his spot in last place, needing this first place, look, he qualifies by 1 point, getting first place. So it was the correct decision, no matter how risky. He stuck all of his chips in the middle and said, I'm willing to let Mortdog take the wheel and see what happens. It pays off. He plays it perfectly from there. What a game from Nico.
And here are your 4 players we're sending to regionals. Spicy Appies still there in first. Goobums as well. Panup kept that 3rd place, but it was the 4th spot that got shooketh. Nico steals it away from Tricked after an unfortunate 5th place from Tricked, but an awesome finish from Nico in first, which propelled them to that ticket to regionals. Frodan, bring me through this moment. It was tight competition. It took Game 6 to finally figure out who we're sending.
Yeah, it was really decided between the top 2. Again, congratulations, Spicy Appies. We don't want to take the hype of the moment away from what a dominant performance today was. And, the fact that Spicy Appies was also to end on a strong note instead of, kind of like petering out in the third. I think this was a really great showing of some of the upcoming talent in North America. And speaking of North America upcoming talent, Goobums has been slept on for a couple of sets now. He's been always kind of gassing himself up, and it feels like finally we can start to buy into the hype. He's been putting on great performances for multiple sets, so a great top 2. Pawnup doesn't get enough credit for also having a strong day number 1, avoiding the winner's curse. That might be the first time in TFT history we've seen the first place curse not come into effect. And also, Pawnup was in an interview talking about how he needed to be flexible in his mindset. He needed to change his styles going to this tournament. I've played a lot against Pawnup in ladder, and the man really loves playing his 4 cost. So for him to feel like he has to do a revolutionary change to his entire approach to TFT shows that he put in the work ethic to get this top 3, so that's well-deserved. Finally, but certainly not least, I want to give a shout out to Kev Chen. He played his heart out, and all day he looked like he was in tough spots. I feel like people were contesting his units. He played open. He straddled lines. He mixed up his strategies. And while today wasn't his day, there has to be a player that finishes in 5th place. And unfortunately, it's Kev Chen. But keep your head up, man. If you keep working hard, I'm sure one day we'll be talking about all the praises of you in top 4 and joining us at regionals.
It's all about the spicy appies. And you know what's funny about him ending up in 1st is that he never actually got a 1st. 2, 2nd, 5th, 3rd, 2nd, and 3rd. At the end, it was the consistency and really the creativity, innovation. It's even Doa and Mortdog were going all about the stuff that he was inventing and the boards that had us scratching our heads, but really looking in delight of how he was reinventing TFT every time he played. So a big shout out to Fantasy TFT, because if you bought those spicy appy stocks, you got a bunch of eggs on the client waiting for you. And waiting in the wings, we will have a post-game, a post-tournament interview with our number 1 player, Spicy Appies, to hear all about the podcast buff and maybe how he prepared for this moment. Where did he come up with all of this? So stay tuned for that. It's the end of Innovation Cup, but we couldn't close out with saying hi to one of the craziest people we know that has played this weekend, but in a great way. Spicy Appy's our #1 player with a second, fifth, third, second, and third. Consistency is key. Spicy Appy's, I think all the casters want to know, how have you prepared for this tournament? I know the update was on short notice, but you came up with some very creative stuff today.
Yeah, I will say my preparation was 90% re-rolling Brand every single game on ladder, not prepping for anything, and then pulling everything out first time in tournament.
I can't.
I will say though, the first game of the tournament, I got Debonair I got VIP Brand both games, so it paid off in that respect. But no, I was just playing a lot. I think I was definitely re-rolling a ton because I knew it was gonna be a re-roll meta, and I'm not very good at re-roll in general, so I was practicing and. I figure that if, worse comes to worse, I have to go back to playing flexibly, it'll just come naturally because that's how I play the game, more or less.
Yeah, speaking of how you play the game, look, this tournament had a lot of up-and-comers, right? A lot of the big names kind of went out in the early days, and so we had a lot of relative unknowns that were vying for these spots, and some very good players, but maybe flying under the radar. I think it's fair to say that last set, you were one of those players, but you've made the jump from being, a relative unknown with potential to being cemented as one of the clear best players in North American TFT, right? Definitely the most consistent tournament performer so far this set. I think anyone who doesn't put you as one of the favorites heading into regionals is not paying attention, quite frankly. So I'm really curious, what do you think, how did you make that leap? What is different about Spicy Appy's set 6 in comparison to Spicy Appy's of previous sets?
Yeah, I think come end of set 5, as ends at 5.5, I was really frustrated with my performance. I had some really bad tournaments. Every open bracket tournament, I was out in 90th, and I just wasn't getting the results I wanted. And I was committed to trying to stream and be a content creator and make TFT a full-time thing. So I was fresh out of college and looking for something to do. And going into set 6, I was like, okay, I'm going to either become the best player in the world, or put myself on the path for it, or I am going to have to quit TFT. And so I was just really hard on myself. No excuses, no saying I low rolled this game. There was nothing I could have done better, whatever. It was a lot of just really optimizing recognition of variance and how much you can control it, which is why I play the way I do. Is I try to play so wide because I don't want to low roll. You can force yourself to not low roll if you play in a certain way, right? So I think I was just very hard on myself, and I had a good work ethic, and I was really passionate about it, and it worked out. Thank God. Otherwise, I'd be not playing TFT right now.
That's right. Let's talk a little bit about exactly what you're describing, which is you want to be the best in the world. In order to do that, you have to conquer North America, your home region first. Where do you put yourself on that current rankings right now? Do you feel like you're on top of the region? Do you feel like there's some people who are obstacles in your way at the moment?
Yeah, I think it's interesting because I'm obviously a newer player, right? In terms of top tier players. So I think it's easy for people, other players, other top players, other people who rank people to kind of forget about me easily. I think even doing poorly in mid set, I was kind of people not necessarily thought I was washed, but that I wasn't the big contender that I necessarily may have been after my big results from the beginning of set 6. So I think it's really hard to separate your opinion of yourself from other people's opinions of you. So I've definitely been struggling with where to put myself and how I feel about my own play. But I think a lot of this set for me, and even this tournament for me, has been coming to terms with I just need to not give a shit about what anyone says with how I play or where people put me. And I just need to play the game. I know I'm one of the best players. I don't know what rank I am. I wouldn't rank myself as I know I'm in the pool of top players, and I'm happy with that right now. So.
Yeah,
Well,
just gotta focus on you, baby boo, because it's been working out. And now you get to go to regionals, and you have some time. It's at the end of the month. You have some time to prepare, and I hope this tournament has given you a lot of confidence. Has there been? Now it's time for shout-outs. The floor is yours. Is there someone in the back room, someone that's helped you prepare, someone that's inspired you to keep going through your TFT career?
Yeah, I have a couple shout-outs. First one to my girlfriend. We just moved in together, actually, and winning this tournament is 3 months of rent, so thank God.
She's happy.
Let's go, rent!
Yeah.
We take those.
Yeah, we take those. So she's been very supportive. I mean, been here for a while, and she's very supportive of playing TFT for a living and streaming, and I couldn't ask for my parents as well. My family in general has been great. with supporting us. And then stream has, the stream community has been amazing. I couldn't do what I do without them. Big shout outs to all the mods, like Mateo, Cloud. Mateo does all the production stuff for my next shout out as well, which is the Traverse Heights podcast. So big shout outs to Josh and Remkev, and anyone who watches the podcast, listens to it, because it's been a huge passion project for us, and hopefully it's going to keep going up from here. We're going to keep getting better. Froden gave me some really good advice the other day, and then we immediately had an episode where we all got drunk, and I didn't use any of it. But I did take it to heart. So, yeah. Anyone who's been supporting,
I see it.
Yeah. Just big shout out to everyone who's been part of the community, and sling me up from here. I'm going to do my best to keep making everyone proud. So.
I mean, at least you can be proud of your performance so far. Yeah, so shout out to the Spicy Appies podcast. Check out what Jirachi, Ramkev, and Spicy Appies and what, their opinions are. Apparently, Froden has great advice too. So thank you so much, Spicy Appies, for the interview, and we're wishing you the best of luck at regionals.
My pleasure. Thank you so much.
All right, boys, that was Spicy Appies. I mean, the content machine spoke and we heard. And honestly, anyone who hasn't checked out Spicy Appies at this point is missing out, right, Bryce?
Yeah, you really, really are. He is humble. He is one of the best 3 players in North America right now, and Dan gives him the opportunity to flex after winning a big tournament yet again, and he won't do it. He says he knows he's good, but he doesn't want to put a number on it. He is always positive in a community where a lot of the streamer energy tends to be complaining about low rolls or the state of the game. This man is always looking inward. He's focused on himself and what he could do better, what he can do differently. It's the exact type of model that I want in this community. It is such a beacon of positivity and of work ethic too. I mean, this man could have easily said that he was just on the bad side of variance and he was one of the best players, but no, he worked at it each step of the way, and he has improved, and the results are speaking for themselves. So I'm so happy for him. I love seeing good humans succeed, and he is clearly one of the good ones and a great player of TFT2. Put all the personality stuff aside, this man plays beautiful teamfight tactics. The Gnar board he put together in game 4 to get that second place. Are you kidding me with that? That was unbelievable. He's just special in the game, special outside of the game, and I just am so happy that he won this tournament.
Yeah, the blue buff BT Hemteg Spat Gnar was wild, and the socialite 3. We can't forget about that. We can't forget the 14 players we're sending to regionals, the 4 that placed at the top today, and here are the other 10 joining them based off of qualifier points. So down the list: Spencer, Dish Soap, Solus, Robbie Van Knob, Liquid Robin, Asa, Kev Chen, Novster 11, Sox, and Valet. So Froden, give me your reaction to these names. The regionals is at the end of the month. How stacked is the competition from what we're seeing already?
It's looking really high quality, and I feel silly giving a emotional speech to Kev Chen when he already actually had qualified from qualifier points. We're getting that 5th ultimately was getting me excited to see Kev Chen perform at regionals. So a little bit of my bad there. Shout out to Noster and Sox, who also go through. And Vile, a person who's put a lot of time and effort into as well, and has been making another regionals performance. He joined us, I believe, in Fates as well. So we'll see whether or not these players can show up some of the old guard. But I think, speaking of the old guard, I know there's a lot of them missing. I don't see Soju there, for example. I believe he's on the outside looking in, and I really wonder if Challenger Series or the snapshots for Goose, for example, and they're going to be able to secure their spot in for regional.
And yeah, that's a great point. Thanks for that segue. So the Challenger Series that's going on this upcoming weekend will have 2 spots for 2 lucky players going to regionals, and then there's only 2 spots from the tippity top of the North American ladder. So Bryce, the road isn't over for the players that got knocked out early in this tournament because of those 4 spots remaining. So it's going to be tough.
It's going to be really tough. Only 4 of 24 spots remaining. A couple of those are coming from ladder, and if we're being honest, only a few people have a realistic shot at that because we've been doing snapshots along the way. So, Goose is in a really prime position as relates to that. Ramkev, who had a disappointing day today, but had an overall incredibly impressive tournament, is very capable of potentially competing for one of those ladder spots. Soju is certainly capable of pushing there if he wants to go there. there. And then we'll all come down to this final Challenger Series where you're going to have the best players not already qualified for regionals all putting every ounce of effort into it that they possibly can, because you work the entire set to get into regionals, and it's going to be back against the wall, put up or shut up in that tournament, 2 spots only. A lot of people are leaving disappointed.
Well, at least we have 14 players that will still be happy. So that is the end of our Innovation Cup. Tune in for the continuation of the Gizmos and Gadgets circuit with the Challengers series going on next weekend. So March 12th and 13th, write that on your calendar. It starts at 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern, same time as today. They'll be fighting for the 2 spots left, or out of the 4, for regionals. And our players will be battling on the North American stage at the end of the month. March 25th through 27th is when the regional finals will be going down. Thank you to our partners, Fantasy TFT and Wisdom, for the production, our incredible talent, Bryce, Frodan, Doa, and Mortdog. This was the end of Innovation Cup. Congratulations to our players for making it through. Have a great night, everyone.